Imagine waking up to a voice saying, character card generating, strength, spirit, perception, all numbers on a screen. And before Liu Zheng can even process it, he's told, welcome to the hell game. No warning, no choice, just a countdown to death. Liu Zheng was a terminally ill man who'd already given up on life. But this game gives him one last shot to win his wish for health and longevity. The catch? He has to survive dungeons straight out of nightmares, where failing even once means permanent erasure. His first trial drops him into a cursed city, silent streets filled with unseen eyes, and a destination marked only by a twisting wooden sign that bleeds. The Bloody Restaurant. Inside, a noblewoman with a chilling smile offers him 3 jobs: delivery, kitchen helper, or waiter. He plays smart, lets her choose, and ends up as a delivery man. His trainer? A bull-headed horse monster that crushes bones for fun and drinks worm liquor to heal wounds. Every rule in this place sounds like a death trap. Never save a number. Never talk to the cooks. Never leave after 7 p.m. But Liu Zheng plays along, calm, sarcastic, and fearless. He massages monsters, dodges madness, and delivers food to things that shouldn't exist. And when his first order is a pizza topped with blinking fish eyes, he realizes something terrifying. This isn't just a game of survival. It's a test of sanity. Will he outthink the hell game and keep his rationality intact? Or will this world of monsters and madness consume him before his wish comes true? Follow me. The bullhorse flicked its tail and led Liu Zheng down the narrow staff corridor. The dim hallway stretched on until it split into 3 paths. To the left, red emergency lights flickered. Straight ahead, carpet flooring. To the right, 2 blue curtains swayed faintly. Behind them came the rhythmic thud of bones being chopped. Straight's the staff lounge, the bullhorse said. Right is the kitchen territory. Left's our area. Don't take the wrong path. It didn't explain what would happen if he did, and Liu Zheng didn't bother asking. They had barely taken a few steps when a sharp scream cut through the air. Liu Zheng froze. The sound was high and desperate, fading but still alive. She's not dead yet. The bullhorse rumbled near his ear, its massive head suddenly beside him. Want to go save her? Liu Zheng turned to meet its dark, gleaming eyes. Do you want me to? Work's boring. A little chaos wouldn't hurt. The creature grinned, then hooked a hoof around Liu Zheng's shoulder and steered him down the left corridor. But lucky for you, I need an assistant right now. The force was irresistible. Everyone here needs a job, the bullhorse added with a low chuckle as the woman's screams faded behind them. A few minutes later, the corridor ended in darkness. An old wooden door stood on the right. That's the takeout exit. This is our break room. The bullhorse opened its mouth. A key rolled up from under its thick tongue, glistening with saliva. It clenched it awkwardly between its teeth, trying and failing to fit it into the lock. Wanting to help? Liu Zheng asked. Oh, be my guest. The key dropped from its mouth, covered in drool. Liu Zheng didn't flinch. He simply picked it up, turned it, and pushed the door open. Not bad, the bullhorse said. You're actually useful. It turned and froze. A slender human hand was brushing the fur on its back. What the hell are you doing? It asked, frowning. Wiping my hands. I can see that. Why on me? Liu Zheng kept his tone calm. I don't take advantage of others. If it's not my saliva, I don't want it. The bullhorse, breathing, deepened. Its copperbell eyes glowed faintly red. Liu Zheng met its gaze, calm and steady. After a long silence, the beast snorted. You're too clever for your own good. Being clever just means dying slower, Liu Zheng said lightly. And you don't want to look for another assistant so soon, right? Maybe. But clever ones die too, just differently. Then I'll need your guidance, Boss Bullhorse. Why should I guide you? Because Liu Zheng's eyes drifted to the beast's thick neck and muscular spine. Then an idea struck. Because you look like you could use a massage. The bullhorse blinked. What? 10 minutes later, in the delivery staff break room. Yes, right there. Harder. The bullhorse lay sprawled across the floor, eyes half closed in bliss. Don't worry, boss. I'll get you loosened up. Liu Zheng's hands moved rhythmically along its spine. Your back's a mess. Of course it is. I carry deliveries all day. Not like you humans with your precious hands. Why not hang them on your horns? Liu Zheng asked. The bull horse gasped, as if insulted. Break my horns? Never. They're more important than your human faces. Liu Zheng smiled faintly. Makes sense. This world might look familiar, but it clearly wasn't normal. Asking too much would probably cost him sanity points. Done. Try moving around. 20 minutes later, he patted the bull horse's flank. That's it. The creature got up, stomped around, then snorted in satisfaction. Kid, you've got talent. Just a small trick, Liu Zheng said modestly. He'd once trained under a Bajiquan practitioner, not for fighting, but for his family's bone setting and massage techniques. Money well spent, it seemed. Fine, the bull horse said. You earned some credit. Sit. I'll brief you. Liu Zheng looked around. No chairs. Humans, the bull horse muttered, opening its mouth again. It fished out another key, unlocked a nearby locker, and pulled out a small folding stool. Here. Belonged to my partner 3 assignments ago. Liu Zheng unfolded it, then asked casually, where is he now? Kitchen. As a chef. As ingredients. Figures. He sat down. Ever done delivery work before? No. Then listen up. The bull horse gestured with its head toward the wooden door. At the base was a small rectangular hatch covered by a wooden flap. When an order comes in, someone will slip a ticket through that hole. Wait 30 seconds, then take the delivery from the cart outside and head to the address. Got it. Got it. That locker's yours. Uniform, phone app, everything inside. Liu Zheng checked. The phone was an old flip model, no contacts saved. Memorize my number. The bull horse rattled off a long string of digits. Liu Zheng typed it in. Don't save it. He looked up. Why not? The bull horse tone turned serious for the first time. Because that's the first rule, human. Its voice echoed in the dim break room. Never save any numbers in your phone.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.
Why? Liu Zheng asked. Explaining the reason is prohibited. Bull horse shook its head. Fine. What other rules are there? Second rule. Don't leave the break room without having received an order. Bull horse continued. What about basic needs? Employee meals will be placed in your locker on time every day. As for using the bathroom, you'll have to make time during deliveries. Bull horse shrugged its shoulder blades. Very humane indeed. Liu Zheng nodded approvingly. Be grateful. If not for the new owner, you wouldn't even get employee meals, just scraps and slop. ssnovair.net. Bull horse detected his sarcastic tone. What did we get a new owner? Thinking of that enchanting noblewoman, Liu Zheng pressed the question. With Sishue's presence, she was either the big boss or a key NPC. THR. Bull horse barely got a syllable out before freezing. Its thick lips locked unnaturally together, body stiff as if injected with excessive sedatives. Its eyeballs vibrated violently, bloodshot and bulging. A pungent odor assaulted Liu Zheng's nose. Looking down, he saw a dark yellow puddle forming beneath Bull horse. Liu Zheng recognized an emergency, but with limited information, staying calm seemed wiser than panicking. Bang! 5 minutes later, Bull horse's eyes finally stopped shaking. Its first action upon recovery was kicking Liu Zheng with a hoof. The truck-like force sent him flying uncontrollably into the wall. Cough! Liu Zheng retched, tasting blood. You bastard! You nearly killed me. Bull horse roared. I didn't mean to, he explained. I know. Otherwise, you'd already be dead. Bull horse snorted. Remember, never ask about the owner again. Understood. Liu Zheng nodded. Attempting to stand, blinding pain in his chest made his vision darken. That kick had broken at least 3 ribs. You're finished, human brat. Bull horse looked at him pityingly. Such injuries would prevent Liu Zheng from working. Is this really a beginner dungeon? Liu Zheng internally complained. Random death flags, sanity loss everywhere, and the only friendly NPC might kill you. If this was average newbie difficulty, the game's survival rates were truly concerning. I may be finished, but what about you? He coughed. Delivering all those orders alone will be tough. And no more massages either. Bullhorse studied Liu Zheng's calm face with bloodshot eyes, searching for weakness, but finding none. First time seeing a human like you. Bullhorse muttered, walking to the wall cabinet. It spat out a key, opening one locker. Inside the door was a photo of what appeared to be Bullhorse wearing a maid outfit. Drink this. Bullhorse hooked a bottle with its horn, dangling it before Liu Zheng. The semi-transparent glass bottle contained murky, viscous liquid teeming with hairy worms. Name: Ascending Hairy Moss 53 degrees. Type: Item. Quality: Fine. Effect: Rapidly heals wounds, slightly increases strength and constitution, slightly decreases spirit and perception, chance of drunk status. Note: Ingredients include sorghum, wheat, water, hairy bloody worms, dung moss, and things you'd rather not know. Quality ranking from low to high: inferior, common, excellent, fine, perfect, legendary, epic, mythic. Ascending Hairy Moss. Liu Zheng accepted the bottle with a complicated expression. The system seemed to be hinting at something, and he had proof. Without hesitation, Liu Zheng unscrewed the cap and took a big swig. The hydrochloric acid-like fumes made him dizzy, but worse were the worms squirming down his esophagus. Their mouth parts chewed at his muscles and mucous membranes while secreting sticky vomit to heal the damage. The torturous itch pain only stopped when stomach acid finally dissolved them, a process intense enough to break even the toughest spy. After the agony came a rushing warmth flooding his body. Liu Zheng scratched frantically at his skin, feeling swollen like a stuffed roast pig. Intense, right? My private stash, you're getting it cheap. Bullhorse boasted, but Liu Zheng found it noisy and checked his character sheet instead. ID: Liu Zheng editable. Level: LV1. Strength: 17. Constitution: 15. Spirit: 9. Perception: 8. Strength and Constitution increased by 3. Spirit and Perception decreased by 2. Numerically a win, and no drunkenness. Decent luck. Touching his chest, the broken ribs had healed, though still tender. No real-world medicine could match this. Yet here it was just a deliverman's private stash. Truly a game for selecting the extraordinary. Liu Zheng felt renewed anticipation for the future. Remember, you owe me $2,000 now. Bullhorse ruined the moment. What's our salary? He asked. 1,000 a month plus bonuses. Fine, I'll pay you at month end. Liu Zheng agreed cheerfully. Debts you needn't repay are the most comfortable. Back to work rules. Bullhorse nodded as if nothing happened. Third rule: never speak to meal preparers. What if they make a mistake? Return it to the cart and wait in the break room for re-preparation. Bullhorse answered. Understood. Liu Zheng noted it prohibited speech, not all communication. Fourth rule: no loud noises after 7 p.m. Fifth rule: don't disclose bloody restaurant matters to outsiders, nor discuss outside matters with staff, except me. Isn't that the same as Rule 3? Liu Zheng asked. Rule 3 only applies to meal preparers. You can talk to other staff, though I advise against it to avoid trouble. That's about it. Obvious stuff like no eating deliveries, no tampering, and punctuality I won't bother explaining. Bullhorse licked its lips, apparently thirsty. Liu Zheng promptly shoved the bottle into its mouth. Bullhorse tilted its head back, draining the dregs. Since you're so considerate, one more tip. It raised a hoof, patting Liu Zheng's shoulder. Outside, be bold. Your restaurant staff now. After explaining the rules, Bullhorse ignored Liu Zheng completely, lying down on the floor to sleep soundly. Liu Zheng looked around but found nothing to pass the time, so he started playing with his phone. It was an old-fashioned phone that couldn't access the internet or install apps, with only a built-in Snake game. Why Snake? Liu Zheng stared at the long snake composed of black and white pixels, lost in thought. A single delivery guy's combat power could instantly kill him, And with all those bizarre rules, this dungeon clearly favored puzzle solving over brute force. Though he wasn't passionate about reasoning games, he knew everything in such games usually had a purpose. The best way to understand a game's function was to play it first. Pressing the confirm button, the game began. A black pixel snake chased randomly appearing circular dots on screen, growing longer with each one eaten. The bottom left showed the score, while the right had a timer bar. Periodically, a large flashing dot would appear while the timer bar shortened. Regular dots were worth 5 points, while large dots gave up to 25 points, their value decreasing as the timer shrank. Upon reaching the score threshold, a square pixel would appear, guiding the snake's head into this square advance to the next level. Simple rules meant simple strategy. Eat large dots quickly to minimize snake length. Of course, this carried risks. Longer snakes could easily crash into their own tails while chasing big dots. Still, it remained an easy game, and Liu Zheng soon reached level 10. Level 10 drastically increased difficulty. Faster snake speed and numerous obstacles appeared. Just as he focused on eating a large dot, he felt warm breath by his ear. Pausing the game, he turned to see Bullhorse's massive head. "I knew you'd play it eventually," Bullhorse said with an "I told you so" expression. "Is this game forbidden?" "Doesn't matter. Humans can't resist games anyway." Bullhorse shook its head. "Once started, don't stop. And you can't lose." "Must I complete it?" "You can quit after level 20. But if you reopen the game later, you must finish it. By the way, the highest record I've seen is level 24. Liu Zheng checked the top display. 10/25. "How many people kept playing?" he asked. Bullhorse didn't answer, just glanced at the densely packed cabinets lining the wall. They'd each had multiple owners before. "Fine." Liu Zheng shrugged and resumed playing, with Bullhorse now watching beside him. Level after level, he adopted a steady strategy until reaching level 20. Level 20 spiked difficulty again. Snake speed doubled from level 1. Obstacle placement became tricky, and large dots spawned unpredictably, making high scores extremely difficult. Worst were the spiked pixels that appeared, likely representing mines. For more chapters, visit novelfire.net. After a grueling battle, Liu Zheng was drenched in sweat. "Impressive. No wonder your massages are so good," Bullhorse praised. "It probably couldn't pass level 1 if it tried." Fortunately, this curse only affected humans. Bullhorses were immune. "What's the completion reward?" Liu Zheng wiped his sweat. "Unclear. Some say huge bonuses, others promotion opportunities, or a ticket." "A ticket." "Yes. A ticket to leave Bloody Restaurant, to leave this city." Bullhorse's tone carried longing. Liu Zheng silently exited the game. Though intensely curious, he wasn't suicidal. After all, he wasn't a cat. Suddenly, Bullhorse stood up. "Orders up." Liu Zheng looked toward the door, where the bottom panel slowly opened. A skeletal hand slid in, dropped a note, then quickly retracted. Bullhorse sauntered over and glanced at it. "Lucky human." It nodded toward the note. Liu Zheng picked it up and read. "Dish, a Barentide salmon head pizza on. Address, apartment 503, building 3, Merlin residential area. Time limit, 1 hour. Why am I lucky?" Liu Zheng asked. "You'll see. Now deliver your first order," Bullhorse urged. Under its supervision, Liu Zheng donned the uniform, taking his phone and map. The wooden door silently closed behind him as he stepped out, sending chills down his neck from the lurking, unknown dangers. Between the devil and the deep blue sea, Liu Zheng thought resignedly. The food card held a sealed package. Opening it revealed a square box with a blood-red iris painted on the lid. After brief hesitation, he lifted the lid and froze in horror. Dozens of fish heads with varying numbers of eyes crowded a 9-inch crust, their black, juicy eyeballs staring at him as if alive. Their gaze felt so profound it threatened to swallow his soul whole. Slap! A sharp, self-inflicted slap brought him back. The fish eyes had turned milky white and lifeless, the eerie sensation replaced by overwhelming nausea. Name, a Barentide salmon head pizza. Type, item, quality, excellent. Effect: temporarily boosts perception. Small chance to gain spiritual vision status. Permanently reduces sanity. Note: when you gaze at the stars, you may see heaven or hell. Removable from dungeon. Yes. An exportable dungeon item? Liu Zheng's mind raced with possibilities, but now wasn't the time. He slammed the lid shut, blocking those lingering stares. Merlin residential area? The map showed about 6 kilometers from Bloody Restaurant. Previously, this distance meant nothing. Liu Zheng could easily run half marathons. Now it posed serious difficulty. Even if his will held, his lungs wouldn't. GHK. Liu Zheng clutched his throat, feeling leaden weights inside. He'd endured the discomfort to avoid showing weakness before Bull Horse. The physical battle was lost, but the battle of wills had just begun. "Boss!" He called out once, but there was no response. He knocked on the door again, and after half a minute, the door opened. "What do you want?" Bull Horse asked impatiently. "Does the restaurant not provide transportation?" Liu Zheng asked. "No, we don't need that." Bull Horse shook its big head. After all, its lower body was that of a horse. Judging by the length of its legs, its running speed probably rivaled that of the real-world Tech horse. "What about those human employees? You should leave now. If you're any later, you really won't make it." Bull Horse closed the door. Liu Zheng sneered. It seemed he couldn't squeeze more benefits out of it. He picked up the takeout bag and headed toward the delivery passage. The passage was pitch black, without any light source. The ground seemed made of special material. When he walked on it, there was not a single footstep sound. In such an environment, it was hard enough to keep your bearings, let alone maintain clarity of mind. Liu Zheng tentatively raised his arms horizontally and just managed to touch the walls on both sides. The texture was strange, somewhat like a slime stress toy, but much harder. If one wanted psychological support, walking forward while holding the walls would be a good idea. But he didn't plan to do that. Liu Zheng lowered his arms, allowing himself to be immersed in the boundless darkness. While learning about amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, he had also studied many other medical concepts, including one called desensitization therapy. Simply put, it involved repeatedly injecting allergens into patients to gradually induce tolerance and stop allergic reactions. Liu Zheng thought this desensitization therapy might also apply psychologically to light and darkness. Of course, if the system warned him about declining rationality, he would stop in time. Fortunately, Liu Zheng's tolerance for pure darkness and silence was surprisingly high. ssnovelfire.net. Moreover, the passage wasn't completely silent. Every so often, he couldn't help but cough and gasp for breath. At the same time, his lungs and throat sent strong discomfort signals, announcing his existence. Physical pain had become an anchor for his mind, a kind of dark humor indeed. After the 7th cough, Liu Zheng finally exited the passage. Gentle sunlight shone into his eyes, giving a surreal feeling as if entering another world. He felt some sympathy for his former colleagues. He only had to endure 3 days, while they had to work for months or even decades, although they might not live that long. After a moment of silent tribute for those human strangers, Liu Zheng set off on his delivery journey. Just like when he arrived, the streets remained empty. No pedestrians, no vehicles, not even traffic lights. If there were a small electric scooter, he couldn't imagine how joyful riding it would be. Unfortunately, he couldn't ride one. An eerie musical sound started. Liu Zheng took out his phone and saw it was a ringtone. 13871 XXXXXX. He checked with his memory. Sure enough, it was Bull Horse number. "Boss, what's up?" He pressed the answer button and asked. "There's something I forgot to remind you. When you go to the bathroom outside, you must do it next to a plant, preferably a tree or a greenbelt." Bull Horse's loud voice rang out. "I thought only dogs did that." Liu Zheng teased. "They have separate rules and can only do it facing cylindrical objects." Bull Horse hung up. "Wow, such a stereotype. Don't let dog lovers hear this, or they'll pee on your leg." Liu Zheng chuckled and kept walking forward. Actually, Bull Horse didn't need to remind him so urgently. Before entering the dungeon, He had neither eaten nor drunk anything. His stomach was completely empty. Even if forced to metabolize, he would just, that's strange. Liu Zheng stopped, clenching his sponge-like organ tightly. Damn, he really felt it. He looked around and realized that the dungeon world corresponded to reality in many ways. For example, the types of street trees were the same, mainly camphor trees and London plane trees. He even spotted several photinias. Fortunately, it wasn't flowering season, or the streets would be filled with the breath of life. Liu Zheng hurried to a camphor tree, unzipped with one hand. A faint yellow arc fell, splashing a few droplets on the bark. Been feeling pretty fiery lately. Yeah, eaten too much barbecue. Liu Zheng replied casually, then turned his head. Not far away, a London plane tree was staring intently at him and his tool of the trade. Smells like alcohol, is that hairy moss? The London plane tree twitched its nose, shedding some bark. Ascending hairy moss 53 degrees. Liu Zheng silently pulled up his pants. Good stuff, hurry, flash in my mouth. The London plane tree opened its mouth eagerly. Answer me one question first. Hurry up, hurry up. What exactly are you? Isn't it obvious? I'm a tree. The London plane tree looked at him strangely. Are humans really this dumb nowadays? Then why can't it talk? Liu Zheng pointed to the camphor tree beside him. Because it's mentally disabled. The London plane tree answered. Mentally disabled? Exactly. All the trees on this street are mentally disabled. I'm the only unique genius. The London plane tree said proudly. Even if they're mentally disabled, why don't they have faces? He found a weak spot. Mental disability doesn't mean they can talk. Why would they need faces? That'd waste nutrients. The London plane tree said confidently. Admittedly, it made some sense. Fine. Liu Zheng shrugged and turned to look for another place. Hey, didn't I tell you to flash it in my mouth? The London plane tree shouted. I'm not into flashing things in mouths. He replied without looking back. I'm not human. Not a tree either. So troublesome. Just tell me, what will it take for you to let me drink? The London plane tree said. I want a vehicle. Liu Zheng stopped and cautiously asked. No. An electric scooter? No either. A bicycle at least? No. I'm a tree. Do you understand what a tree is? The London plane tree shook its branches vigorously, scattering leaves everywhere. Then what can you give me? Hurry, I have deliveries to make. Liu Zheng urged. All I have is this. A thick, long tree root broke through the soil and threw a white cane onto the ground. Name, human bone cane. Type, equipment. Quality, excellent. Effect, increases movement speed by 10%. Note, there was once a big con artist who loved selling canes to normal people. Later, he got his leg broken. Can it be taken out of the dungeon? Yes. 1p for an item, a very cost-effective trade. But Liu Zheng didn't immediately go to pick it up. Instead, he looked at the root that hadn't withdrawn. I'll ask you this. You're not planning to eat me, are you? He asked with a flicker in his eyes. This human bone cane couldn't possibly have grown out of the ground. How could? The plane tree instinctively wanted to deny, but its mouth kept opening and closing without producing any sound. Let me guess again. Are you incapable of lying? Liu Zheng raised an eyebrow. The plane tree simply shut its mouth. What's the best thing you possess? He rolled his eyes playfully, testing the waters. I can't lie, but that doesn't mean I have to tell you anything. Stupid human. With its deception exposed, the plane tree's attitude turned hostile immediately. Then let's make a deal, Mr. Tree. Liu Zheng spread his hands. I don't make deals with Huma. Oh, for fuck's sake. The plane tree erupted in curses. Find a newest release on novel, fire.net. You throw me the cane, I'll give you my urine. He suppressed a laugh. Why should I trust you? The plane tree said arrogantly. Want some alcohol? Not piss with alcohol flavor. Real liquor. Also juice, cola, coffee, milk tea. Stop. You can actually get these? The plane tree's branches straightened attentively. Don't forget, I'm a delivery man for the bloody restaurant. Liu Zheng pointed at his uniform. I know. If you weren't restaurant staff, I'd have eaten you already. The plane tree rolled its non-existent eyes. Several branches shot out like snakes, circling above his head in a clear threat. Liu Zheng's heart skipped a beat. So it wasn't about attack range. Certain conditions simply hadn't been met yet. The restaurant employee status really was protective camouflage. No wonder Bullhorse told him to be bolder outside. I can't guarantee I'll get them, but I promise any drinks I obtain will be traded to you. Liu Zheng said. Fine, human, you've convinced me. The plane tree's branches twitched twice. You have to say, I sincerely want to make a deal with you, human. It insisted. I sincerely want to murd. The plane tree cursed violently again. Liu Zheng silently watched its mental breakdown, leaves shaking wildly. All right, I sincerely want to make a deal with you, human. Finally, the plane tree accepted reality. Then answer me first. How can I safely complete our transactions? As long as you don't step on my soil or take my things without permission, I can't attack you. The plane tree answered readily. Around it lay a 2-meter diameter circle of near black soil. Then throw me the cane and give me a container for the urine, Liu Zheng requested. Sut, since when did humans get smart? Grumbling, the plane tree tossed over a human bone cane and a rusty tin can. Because the dumb ones all got eaten by you. He retorted coldly. What are you complaining about, human? You burn our limbs for warmth, eat our embryos, drink our sap. The plane tree said contemptuously. You're right. Liu Zheng nodded and returned beneath the camphor tree. He had neither interest nor time for botanical ethics debates. After emptying his bladder, Liu Zheng carried the tin can back to the plane tree. Standing at the edge of the black soil, he aimed the can's opening at the tree's mouth. Murd, what are you doing? The plane tree exclaimed. Feeding you filtered alcoholic urine? What's wrong? Liu Zheng was puzzled. So eager earlier, now suddenly picky? I'm a tree, understand? This mouth is decorative. My roots are the real mouth. The plane tree rolled its eyes dramatically. My mistake. He shrugged and poured the pungent filtered liquid onto a protruding root instead. Bien, that's the stuff. The plane tree looked intoxicated. Glad you like it. Well then, goodbye, Mr. Tree. I've got work. Liu Zheng dropped the can. Don't call me Mr. Tree. I have a name. Call me Delago. The plane tree said irritably. Sure thing, Mr. Delago. Liu Zheng obliged. You fucking... whatever. Not worth arguing with a stupid human. Listen, bring me a bottle of Ascension, Maudai, 53 degrees. I'll give you something truly valuable. Delago proposed. I'll try. Liu Zheng nodded. If Bullhorse got one bottle, a second should be possible. You won't regret it, human. To survive delivering for that restaurant, you'll need what I offer, Delago said meaningfully. Leaving the man-eating tree behind, Liu Zheng resumed his journey. The urination detour cost significant time, but his new acquisition compensated adequately. So how does this thing work anyway? He waved the cane experimentally. It's a cane, you paranoid idiot. Just a fucking cane. Delago's irritated voice carried from behind. Oh, thanks. Liu Zheng replied without turning. Nice. Even came with after-sales service. Tap, 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 tap. The rhythmic cane taps made his legs feel miraculously lighter. Walking faster with a cane than without. Supernatural stuff is fascinating. Shaking his head, Liu Zheng picked up pace. Time was running out. Pushing hard, Liu Zheng reached his destination with exactly 10 minutes to spare. Merlin Residential Area. The gatehouse contained a security guard leaning back with a peaked cap covering his face, apparently napping on duty. After studying the guard post, Liu Zheng decided against interaction. Fortunately, though gated, one could bypass the barrier by the vehicle entrance. Testing the waters, he stepped 1 foot past the boundary, observing the guardhouse. When no reaction came, he committed fully. This dungeon world operated on bizarre rules. Caution was mandatory without explicit prompts. Building 3, Unit 503. Which one's Building 3? The small complex revealed no markings after a quick circuit. Guess I'll have to ask someone. Liu Zheng sighed. Even food delivery came with excessive complications. Workers here truly suffered. Returning to the gatehouse, he knocked on the window. Hello. Liu Zheng called. The guard jolted upright, though his hand remained on the hat. What? The voice emerged raspy and high-pitched, like a chain-smoking castrato. Bloody restaurant delivery. Could you direct me to Building 3? At the restaurant's name, the guard's hat trembled slightly. One piece of meat. He stated. What meat? Any meat. One piece, one question. The guard clarified. Liu Zheng eyed the delivery box. The fish head inside would suffice. But stealing from orders surely carried penalties. His phone showed 6 minutes remaining. Since he couldn't take the delivery's contents, alternative meat sources were needed. Give me a knife, Liu Zheng demanded. Unnecessary. The guard removed his hat, revealing an eel-like head swaying in air. Its smooth, scaleless crown split open, exposing concentric rings of tiny teeth. It darted to Liu Zheng, gliding over his body like a predator seeking optimal striking position. Hurry up. If I miss the delivery, we're both screwed. Liu Zheng threatened through gritted teeth. Perhaps the warning worked. The eel head stopped its inspection and chomped down on his forearm. Agony exploded as flesh was excised. Cold sweat drenched Liu Zheng's forehead, but he refused to scream. Miraculously, when the eel detached, his arm showed no wound. That one. The guard pointed with stubby fingers toward a building. Thanks. Disregarding residual pain, Liu Zheng sprinted toward Building 3. Standing before the elevator, Liu Zheng checked the time. 4 minutes left. Fortunately, the elevator was already on the first floor. He should make it. Ding! The elevator doors opened, and he dashed inside, frantically pressing the close button. Luckily, nothing strange happened during the ride. 20 seconds later, the doors opened again. Liu Zheng charged out like a wild stallion, sprinting to the door marked 503. Hello, your delivery has arrived, he called out while knocking. No response came from inside, nor did anyone open the door. Hello, your delivery is here, he shouted louder. Still no reply. Open up. Your food's here. Liu Zheng's knocking grew increasingly violent until he started kicking the door. After a full minute of this standoff, the occupant finally snapped. Stop shouting. This isn't my order. How would you know without even looking? Liu Zheng challenged. Perhaps finding logic in his words, the door to 503 finally creaked open. A grotesquely obese man appeared, reeking of overpowering body odor, like a large dog that had rolled in garbage all day before eating half a pound of shit. Give me the receipt, the man demanded, extending a hairy paw. Here. Liu Zheng handed over the delivery slip. Not mine. I'm not taking it, the fat man declared after a glance. Is this Merlin residential area? Yes. Is this Building 3, Unit 503? Also yes. Then if this is Merlin residential area Building 3, Unit 503, why refuse? Liu Zheng's voice rose again. I don't care. I didn't order this. Unless. The fat man let out a creepy chuckle. Unless what? Unless you give me a piece of your flesh. He licked his lips, revealing yellow, rotten teeth. Huh. Liu Zheng sized him up, calculating the odds of forcing the delivery through violence. The conclusion? Not good. Ignoring supernatural factors, the man easily weighed over 400 pounds. In hand-to-hand combat, sheer mass provided absolute advantage. Not to mention his vital areas were protected by layers of fat, leaving little room for technique. What? Want to fight me? Tui. The fat man spat a glob of phlegm right before Liu Zheng's eyes. Just a stinking delivery boy. I'm not accepting it. What can you do? He exhaled rancid breath that could qualify as chemical warfare. Liu Zheng held his breath and checked his phone. 1 minute left. Running out of time? Don't hesitate. A piece of flesh for your life. Good deal. The fat man's voice suddenly turned soothing. Low-frequency vibrations resonated pleasantly in Liu Zheng's brain. 30 seconds. Why didn't you spit on my uniform earlier? Liu Zheng suddenly asked. I spit where I want. None of your business, the fat man snarled. Because you didn't dare. Afraid of hitting my work clothes. Bullshit. The fat man's expression twisted. Before he could react, Liu Zheng hurled the food container into the apartment. 5 seconds. No! An ear-splitting shriek erupted as the fat man lunged for the box. Delivery complete. Eat it or don't. I don't give a fuck. Liu Zheng slammed the door shut and braced against it. A tremendous impact struck the door almost immediately. Liu Zheng went flying into the hallway wall. The metallic taste of blood filled his throat as searing pain spread across his back. Probably no broken bones, though. The door burst open again, smashing against the wall with a thunderous crash. The obese man reappeared, still clutching the delivery box. "This is not my order," he articulated through chattering teeth. His eyes rolled upward unnaturally, as if avoiding looking at the container. "I don't care what you think. Only what I think matters." Liu Zheng pushed off the wall to stand straight. "Besides, time's up." He smiled. First delivery completed in 59 minutes and 59 seconds. "No." The fat man's terrified scream cut off abruptly. His face went slack as his body odor intensified exponentially. "Thank you." The words came mechanically before he closed the door, leaving only a lingering stench of decay. That delivery definitely wasn't cheap. Liu Zheng glanced at the 503 number plate before limping toward the elevator. "Congratulations on surviving your first delivery." Back at Bloody Restaurant, Bullhorse stomped a hoof in approval. "Thanks, boss. Your advice helped." Liu Zheng replied politely. "Of course. I'm Bloody Restaurant's 3-time excellent employee," Bullhorse declared proudly. "But you didn't warn me about customers refusing deliveries." Liu Zheng frowned slightly. "I'm not obligated to tell you everything. Besides, extra intel costs extra. What else can you offer?" Bullhorse said indifferently. "Fair point." Liu Zheng nodded. "Smart kid. Anyway, you delivered it, didn't you? Though it's some cost." Bullhorse eyed his arm. "You can see it?" Liu Zheng raised his unmarked arm. "Everyone can see it, except you," Bullhorse stated. "What? Only whole beings can perceive what's missing." Bullhorse's gaze held both pity and mockery. "Since you're decent, I'll let you choose how you die. After they've eaten you hollow. Then I choose drinking myself to death on Harry Moss." "Wishful thinking. You think we'd waste good booze on that?" Bullhorse rolled its eyes. "Speaking of which, boss, got any more Harry Moss?" Liu Zheng asked casually. "No Harry Moss, but I've got Harry Russian Moss. Want some?" Bullhorse snorted. "Sounds itchy. Never mind. Can you get another bottle?" "What? You hooked already?" Bullhorse gave him a sidelong glance. "No. Want to trade it for something," Liu Zheng admitted. "Could get more. What's your offer?" "No more credit." Bullhorse didn't press further. "Flesh. Your measly flesh isn't worth half a bottle of Harry Russian Moss." Bullhorse eyed him with disdain. "Name your price then." Liu Zheng shrugged. "Fine. Beat the gluttonous snake game. Whatever the reward is, I'll trade you a bottle of Harry Moss for it." Bullhorse pondered. Ascending Harry Moss 53 degrees, it emphasized. "Fine, fine. Ascending Harry Moss 53 degrees. Humans and your damn loopholes." Bullhorse grumbled. "What if there's no reward? The source of this content is novlfire.net. I'll still trade, all right?" Bullhorse grew impatient. "Deal." Liu Zheng nodded. "Oh, boss, if the order only has an address, does it count if I just leave it there without signature?" He recalled the recent delivery. "Exactly. That's why I said you got lucky. Those are the easiest." Bullhorse replied. "What if they won't open the door?" "Trick them. If that fails, scare them. If that doesn't work, climb through windows or break the damn door. There's always a way." It answered without hesitation. Impressive. Worthy of an excellent employee. Liu Zheng showed genuine respect. 3-time excellent employee. Bullhorse raised 3 legs for emphasis. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, violent pounding came from the storage locker. "Chow time, chow time." Bullhorse excitedly shook its bull horns, drool dripping from both sides of its lips onto the floor. Seeing this, Liu Zheng also walked toward his locker. Upon opening it, he found a takeout-style container inside, though lacking the iris flower logo. Just as he was about to open the box, he was suddenly shoved aside by a forceful impact. "What do you think you're doing?" Bullhorse glared at him with hostility. "Get on my meal?" Liu Zheng replied somewhat confusedly. "Don't you know the rules? Newbies eat only after senior staff pick first." Bullhorse shouted. "Then please, after you." He obediently handed over the meal box. "At least you know your place." Bullhorse arrogantly flipped open the lid with its horn and peered inside. TCH, lucky you. I don't like spicy food. You can have it. It curled its lips in disdain. Liu Zheng also looked inside. A curry-like mush covered with red chili powder. Name: Bloody Restaurant Staff Meal. Type: Item. Quality: Excellent. Effect: Restores stamina, repairs damage. Note: She lost everything, leaving only these scraps behind. Can be taken out of dungeon. No. Reading the system's note, his expression darkened. What? You don't like spicy food either? Bullhorse asked with feigned curiosity. I don't like curry, Liu Zheng said, suppressing his disgust. You'd better learn too. Staff meals of this quality don't come often. Bullhorse shook its head. Aren't staff meals fixed? Of course not. The staff meal changes daily. For a newbie like you to get this is hitting the jackpot. Bullhorse extended its dark brown tongue to lick its upper lip. Hitting the jackpot? Maybe. Just when he'd become damaged, he received an item that could repair damage. Moreover, the note was vague, perhaps not what he imagined. The aroma of spices and minced meat flooded Liu Zheng's nostrils, his empty stomach convulsing with anticipation. Just eat it. Nobody will know. One plate. No words. A voice whispered in his ear. Eat shit. Liu Zheng snapped the lid shut. Got a light, boss? He looked at the bullhead. What for? Need to burn something. If you're not eating it, don't waste it. Give it to me. I'll trade it for you. Just taking a small commission. Bullhorse suggested. No thanks. Liu Zheng shook his head. You're one weird freak. Bullhorse shook its large head and spat out a key. That locker over there. Help yourself. Liu Zheng took the key and opened the indicated locker to find a lighter, solid alcohol, and an alcohol stove. He tossed the solid alcohol directly into the meal box and lit it. Blue flames erupted as the yellow meat paste gradually charred into blackened carbon. Liu Zheng silently watched, something seemingly burning in his gaze too. You'll have to get used to it, kid. This world is all about eating or being eaten. If I ever become mush, I'd hope you clean your plate. Bullhorse said casually. He nodded without speaking. Bullhorse ignored him too, settling down to eat its own meal. Liu Zheng glimpsed its food, a large medium-rare steak of indeterminate origin, plus a huge beer with suspiciously thick foam. All right, drinks. Returning to his locker, he indeed found a soda can. Name: Hell Rock Cola. Type: Item. Quality: Excellent. Effect: Restores stamina and sanity. May cause random rock music auditory hallucinations. Note: Life is rock and fuck. Can be taken out of dungeon. No. Liu Zheng licked his dry lips and pocketed the can. With neither food nor drink, he moved his stool to a corner and leaned against the wall pretending to sleep. Lulled by Bullhorse rhythmic chewing, Liu Zheng drifted off. Wake up, wake up. An indeterminate time later, violent shaking roused him. Opening his eyes, Bullhorse's massive head loomed inches away, its nasal textures clearly visible. A what? He suppressed the urge to punch it. Orders came in. Get to work. Bullhorse stepped back, revealing 2 delivery slips impaled on its horns. Call me generous. Pick first since you're new. Bullhorse said with false magnanimity. Liu Zheng examined them. Both slips were upside down, contents illegible. Then I'll take your left. He deliberately drew out the words while watching Bullhorse's face. When he said left, Liu Zheng noticed Bullhorse's nostrils flaring. No time to think, he had to trust his gut. The one to the right of that. Damn it. Bullhorse's nostrils flared violently, emitting 2 hot gusts. S is by_novel_free.net. Its bloodshot eyes glared at Liu Zheng like an enraged fighting bull. Liu Zheng only returned a calm expression. Humph, tricky human brat. Take it then. Ultimately, Bullhorse didn't flip out. Thanks, boss. He clasped his hands prayerfully with sincere tone, then plucked the delivery slip from Bullhorse's right horn. Order: Premium Black Goat Spawn Eyeball Sashimi Large. Address: Heavenly Villa 301. Customer: Mr. Lee. Time limit: 30 minutes. Checking the map. The destination was 3 kilometers from Bloody Restaurant. Why fight over this order? He said exasperatedly. Named customer, tight deadline. What do you know? Mr. Lee's a super VIP, tips big. Now look at mine. Bullhorse shook its horn. Liu Zheng reached for the other slip. Order, Helm Maggot Rice Bowl. Address, Splendid Residence, Building 6 number 1502. Time limit, 20 minutes. Locating Splendid Residence on the map, 25 kilometers from Bloody Restaurant. Respect, boss. Liu Zheng cupped his hands respectfully. You better. Bullhorse raised its head proudly. But if I picked that one, wouldn't I definitely fail? A thought occurred to him. Pathetic humans like you can request vehicles for deliveries over 10 kilometers for a fee. Bullhorse replied, That's harsh. Liu Zheng said sincerely. At least real-world delivery apps charged monthly rentals. And we don't even get that option. Bullhorse grumbled. Not that it could use one anyway, but having the option denied rankled. Enough chatter. Get moving. It kicked Liu Zheng with a hoof. You're not coming with me? Couriers can't depart together. Bullhorse shook its head. That a rule too? No, that's my principle. Bullhorse said gravely. Walking with dead men. Liu Zheng approached the food cart to inspect the meal. The packaging was exquisitely refined, with intricate iris patterns and numerous ribbons wrapped around the box. Fortunately, the ribbon knots weren't too complicated, otherwise he'd have trouble restoring them later. Opening the lid revealed a transparent glass jar filled with thumb-sized eyeballs. The eyeballs were meticulously cleaned without any blood vessels, appearing remarkably fresh and glistening as if still attached to a lamb. Thick mucus clung to the jar walls. Whether added intentionally or secreted by the eyeballs remained unclear. Name: Premium Black Goat Spawn Eyeball Sashimi. Type: Item. Quality: Fine. Effect: Repairs defects, heals injuries. High probability of gaining flesh mutation status. Extremely low probability of obtaining flesh regeneration status. Note: the black goat of the woods with 1,000 young. Her spawn awaits the gospel. This thing seemed particularly ominous. Reading the system description, Liu Zheng felt an ominous premonition. But regardless, work had to be done. He repackaged the meal box and re-entered the staff passageway. On his second entry, Liu Zheng realized he'd grown accustomed to the dark silence. Strangely, the walls now felt softer and warmer, like a young woman's skin. He even found himself somewhat entranced. Ghhh. The familiar suffocating sensation returned. Liu Zheng instinctively grabbed his throat with one hand, snapping back to awareness. Only then did he notice his other hand had sunk into the wall, making some rather primal movements. Fuck. Liu Zheng yanked his arm back as if electrocuted, vigorously wiping it on his uniform. He never imagined he'd sexually harass a wall. If anyone found out, they'd revoke his citizenship and deport him to India on the spot. That said, the texture was surprisingly good. If I survive and return to reality, maybe I'll buy some slime toys to play with, Liu Zheng mused. Exiting the passage, he didn't head toward Heavenly Villa, but instead ran in the opposite direction. Soon, he spotted the plane tree again. I'm back, Liu Zheng waved. Here to take a piss. Delago asked excitedly. No. Got any moss then? Nope, not that either. Then why are you here? Delago closed its eyes disdainfully. I got this. Liu Zheng pulled a can from his pocket and shook it. Hearing the liquid slosh, Delago reopened its eyes. Oh, this stuff, it said with surprise. You've had it before? I used to love it until I got diabetes. Delago shrugged its branches. Trees can get diabetes. Now, it was Liu Zheng's turn to be surprised. Don't assume only humans have metabolism, Delago said proudly. So, do you want it? Liu Zheng wasn't particularly interested in these bizarre biological facts. Yes, Delago answered instantly. But you have diabetes? Liu Zheng squinted at it. A little drink doesn't count as drinking. If it doesn't say it has sugar, then it's sugar-free. Delago began spouting nonsense, filling the street with jovial atmosphere. Stop, no more preaching. Liu Zheng approached the black soil and opened the can. A pungent, burning odor assaulted his nostrils, rapidly spreading down to his lungs. After some thought, Liu Zheng brought the can to his lips. Hey, we're doing, Delago shouted. Don't be stingy, just one sip. Like you said, a little drink doesn't count. He waved dismissively. True to his word, he only took a small sip before pouring the rest for Delago. The plane tree closed its eyes as if enjoying rock music in its mind. Perhaps hearing something special, green sap began leaking from its eyes. Liu Zheng, having drunk too little, heard nothing. It reminds me of the first rain at sunset. My lost youth, Delago sighed. 300 years ago, Liu Zheng quipped. What nonsense! I'm only 18 this year, Delago fumed. My mistake, Liu Zheng said sincerely, eyeing its cracked bark. Could you realize it? Since the song was decent, what do you want in exchange? Delago asked. Is there any? Liu Zheng's voice cut off abruptly. He suddenly wondered, would mentioning gluttonous snake count as revealing restaurant secrets? Though the connection seemed tenuous, he wasn't taking chances. After considering his words, Liu Zheng rephrased, I need to beat a game. Do you have anything to improve my dynamic vision and reflexes? Or something that can clear it directly? You mean gluttonous snake? Delago's response surprised him. You know about it? I've eaten plenty of your restaurant staff's brains. Though they all tasted weird, Delago said disdainfully. Can you digest all their memories? Not exactly. Only fragments. And I can't know too much about the restaurant. Best you don't ask either. Delago swayed its canopy. Got it. Since you know, just pick me something suitable. Liu Zheng had no intention of pressing further. Last time he asked about the female boss, Bullhorse nearly beat him to death. Judging by appearances, Delago was probably stronger than Bullhorse. Lucky you, I've got just the thing. After the black soil churned, Tree Roots tossed a golden finger at Liu Zheng's feet. Name, bronze finger. Type, item. Quality, excellent. Effect, when used appropriately, grants 1s/L, save/load, opportunity. Note, life is a shitty game because it doesn't allow S/L. Later, pocketing the bronze finger, Liu Zheng sprinted toward Heavenly Villa. Behind him, Delago's rock music seemed to reach its crescendo. The plane tree wildly shook its branches as dozens of bone-adorned roots erupted from the ground, dancing violently in the air with eerie howls. Clattering bones of various shapes created a scene of demonic revelry. Heavenly Villa, 4 gilded characters spanned the marble archway, with an oval high-rise towering behind. 2 guards stood rigidly at the gatehouse, another inside the security booth, and 1 more guarding the underground garage entrance. Property fees here must be 10 yuan per square meter. Liu Zheng marveled at the staffing as he adjusted the takeout bag and approached the gate. Halt! What's your business? A muscular guard blocked his path, chest muscles straining against the uniform. Something ominous bulged at his waist. Bloody restaurant delivery. Liu Zheng squared his shoulders too. Though less impressive physically and sartorially, he more than compensated with attitude. Order slip. The guard extended a hand. Here. Liu Zheng produced the delivery receipt. Unauthorized personnel prohibited. Hand over the food. I'll deliver it, the guard declared after checking. Here we go, Liu Zheng thought. Of course the delivery wouldn't be straightforward. While the guard probably wouldn't steal or misdeliver, there was no guaranteeing who'd actually receive it. Restaurant policy requires hand delivery to the ordering party. Cut me some slack, brother. Liu Zheng attempted negotiation. Who's your brother? The guard sneered. Either hand it over or get lost. He clasped hands behind his back, looking down contemptuously. No compromise? Give me some meat, and I'll let you in. The guard licked his lips. Fine. Liu Zheng frowned but ultimately conceded. Us too. Suddenly, shadows loomed overhead. All guards had surrounded him with malicious grins. Huh. Facing encirclement, Liu Zheng smirked devilishly and pulled out his phone. Boss, finished the delivery yet? He asked respectfully. Get full chapters from noveifire.net. On my way back. What? Some trouble here. Guards won't let me in. Not my problem. Figure it out, Bullhorse snapped. I've got something good. Surely you'd like to see the game's completion reward. Fuck. A screeching break sounded through the phone. Can't help directly, Bullhorse said after a pause. But if reason fails, resort to physics. Got it. I see. Hanging up, Liu Zheng suddenly launched a flying kick that obliterated one guard's crotch. Should have said so earlier. He beamed at the guards with utmost benevolence. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the clouds. Looking at the security guard's contorted face, Liu Zheng felt an inexplicable sense of comfort. This dungeon world was filled with things that seemed familiar yet alien, constantly putting pressure on his psyche. The human-like yet inhuman natives also deeply irritated him from the core of his being. Liu Zheng had been suppressing his thoughts all along, forcing himself to remain rational to the point of numbness. Now, these familiar wails had returned. It felt less like being in a dungeon and more like returning to reality. The comforting laws of existence, scream when hit, die when killed, were back. Ha! Liu Zheng laughed maniacally as he tore open the security guard's uniform. A standard issue, sheathed dagger appeared before his eyes. Oh, so that's what it was. He drew the dagger and gripped it in a reverse hold, fist facing downward with the blade protruding from between his knuckles. Your luck just ran out. Liu Zheng ducked under a guard's punch and thrust upward, striking the neck. He'd never formally trained in weapon combat, but happened to know some dagger techniques. The unfortunate guard's eyes bulged as he grabbed at the dagger, trying to stop Liu Zheng. But in the next second, Liu Zheng yanked the blade free, severing 2 fingers' worth of flexor muscles in the process. High-pressure arterial blood sprayed onto Liu Zheng's face, covering it in crimson. This only excited him further. Thud! A powerful punch connected squarely with his right cheek. Liu Zheng shook his head and looked at the guard who'd hit him. The man's face had lost all traces of amusement, leaving only stern seriousness. Don't be so tense. Why not smile a little? Liu Zheng coaxed gently. The guard remained silent, throwing another punch at his face. Liu Zheng pushed off with his right foot, executing a textbook left sidestep to evade, then struck the guard below the ear with his dagger-wielding fist. The hard metal hilt hurt his palm, but the guard fared much worse. Overcome by violent dizziness, the guard swayed before collapsing toward the ground. Liu Zheng considerately caught him, then used the dagger to slice open both sides of his lips. Seemingly unsatisfied with the opening, he inserted his fingers and forcibly stretched the wounds apart until the red gums and white molars were exposed. See? What a sweet smile. Liu Zheng nodded approvingly, addressing the remaining guard. That guard let out an incomprehensible shout before charging madly, swinging his baton. Liu Zheng could have easily dodged, but a violent tracheal spasm stopped him. The baton struck his head squarely, blood flowing down his forehead to cover one eye. Damn it, Liu Zheng cursed, desperately trying to focus. But concussion wasn't something willpower alone could overcome. His vision blurred. Through the haze, he saw the guard raising the baton again. Without thinking, Liu Zheng threw his whole body into the guard's chest. Caught off guard, the man could only bring the baton down on Liu Zheng's back. Once, twice, 3 times, the attacks gradually stopped as the guard rested his head on Liu Zheng's shoulder. Shoving the man away, Liu Zheng left the dagger buried to the hilt in his chest. Huff, huff! Liu Zheng sat on the ground, gasping heavily, not just from throat discomfort, but also the stinging pain in his back and throbbing lungs. After half a minute's rest, he used the guard's corpse to pull himself up. Though severely injured, the job still needed doing. Fortunately, while the elevator hadn't stopped at the first floor this time, Heavenly Villa had 1 elevator per household. As the doors opened, he staggered to Unit 301's entrance. Ding, ding, ding. Liu Zheng rang the doorbell. "1 moment, please." A woman's voice came from inside. He frowned slightly. Wasn't this Mr. Li's place? About 10 seconds later, the door opened to reveal a Gothic-dressed maid in white stockings looking up at him. Her expression remained utterly unfazed at the sight of Liu Zheng's bloodied head. "I'm a delivery person from Bloody Restaurant. This is Mr. Li's order." Liu Zheng initiated the conversation. "Your efforts are appreciated. Please hand it to me." The maid replied calmly, her voice and demeanor as composed as a multi-generational head butler. "Apologies, but the restaurant requires personal delivery to the recipient." He showed no intention of handing it over. Then please wait while I consult my master. The maid didn't press further, turning to re-enter and ascend the stairs. Several minutes later, a silver-haired elderly man descended with the maid support. Though thin and heavily wrinkled with few age spots, his eyes shone clearer than any youth's. He wore pink silk pajamas embroidered with spore plant patterns. "Is my sashimi here?" the old man asked loudly. "Are you Mr. Li?" "That's me." The old man nodded. "Forgive me, Mr. Li, I'm new. Could you provide something to verify your identity?" Liu Zheng inquired. Though potentially offensive, better safe than sorry. Google see ovalfire.net. "Of course, young man." The old man smiled tolerantly, producing a phone from his pajamas. "Xiaojio, please call Miss C for me." "At once, master." The maid took the phone and dialed a number. Almost supernaturally, Liu Zheng memorized the digits. "Hello, Miss C. Apologies for disturbing you. Your employee is here with delivery and wants identity confirmation. Could you verify for him?" After the call connected, the old man spoke briefly before handing the phone to Liu Zheng. Accepting it, Liu Zheng pressed the receiver to his ear. "Hello, boss. I'm a new deliverman, Liu Zheng," he said respectfully. "I know. His identity checks out. Deliver the order." The unmistakably emotionless voice of Si Shui came through. "Understood, boss." Before Liu Zheng could finish, the dial tone sounded. "Well, young man, may I have my order now?" Mr. Li smiled. "Of course. Here's your delivery." Liu Zheng handed it over. Mr. Li glanced at the receipt and sighed. "This today? What a shame. Is there an issue with the order?" Liu Zheng asked. "No issue. I quite enjoy this dish. Unfortunately, I've been ill recently, and my doctor advised against eating facial organ foods." Mr. Li lamented. Whether referring to aesthetic features, eyes, brows, ears, nose, mouth, or medical senses, eyes, ears, mouth, nose, tongue, eyeballs were included either way. "Then I wish you a speedy recovery," Liu Zheng said politely, turning to leave. "Wait, young man. Such fine ingredients shouldn't go to waste. Why don't you eat it?" Mr. Li called after him. "Me?" Liu Zheng turned back, shocked like a catfish spirit. "Well played. The trap had been waiting here all along." "Indeed, Xiaojio doesn't eat raw food." Mr. Li looked at the maid with paternal affection. "Young man, surely you wouldn't refuse such a simple request," he said with a smile. Liu Zheng looked at him, then at the maid. One was a shriveled hunchback, the other tender and delicate. Even injured, he could easily handle them. Yeah, right. Even Delago couldn't casually attack restaurant staff, while Mr. Li could directly call the restaurant owner. These two definitely weren't human either. "I have one condition." After a brief silence, Liu Zheng spoke. "Any reasonable request will be granted." Mr. Li said magnanimously. Given his status and wealth, money, positions, properties, and women meant nothing. As for what constituted an unreasonable request, only he would know. "I want chopped chili peppers, garlic, soy sauce, and vinegar." However, Liu Zheng's response took him by surprise. "Some scallion oil would be even better." Liu Zheng sniffed. "Haha, interesting young man, come inside. Xiaojio, get our guest what he needs." Mr. Li laughed heartily. "Yes, master." The maid went to the kitchen, while Liu Zheng followed the old man into the living room. The interior decor wasn't elaborate, but rather quite simple. No crystal chandeliers, no gilded ceilings, nor the mahogany furniture elderly people typically favored. The color scheme was primarily black and white, making the spacious hall feel rather empty. Yet the abundant greenery throughout helped soften the cold atmosphere. Interestingly, after they sat facing each other, Mr. Li didn't initiate conversation, but instead started reading a newspaper. This relaxed Liu Zheng. Not that he was socially anxious. Okay, maybe a little. But more importantly, this meant he wouldn't have to discuss anything restaurant-related. Though Mr. Li seemed familiar with the owner, that rule should still apply. Curious, he glanced at the newspaper but could only make out words like arrival, suppression, and citizen rank reduction due to the small print. "Master, I've brought what our guest requested." After a while, the maid returned carrying a large tray. On it were the condiments Liu Zheng wanted, plus a pair of chopsticks and a bowl. "Good work." "Young man, your items are here. Please eat." Mr. Li set aside the newspaper. "All right." He picked up the chopsticks and began eating heartily. "Could you change the music?" Mid-meal, Liu Zheng suddenly stopped and asked, "Young man, we're not playing any music." Mr. Li looked at him strangely. "No music? Then what am I hearing?" Liu Zheng looked up as the music grew louder. So loud he couldn't hear what Mr. Li and the maid were saying. Auditory hallucination. Liu Zheng suddenly remembered drinking some Hell Rock Cola. But this isn't rock music. The music was ethereal and drawn out, mixed with incomprehensible whispering that sounded like insects crawling through humus. Nothing like rock music, more like gospel. Shub-Nigurath. He suddenly uttered a string of bizarre syllables. "No, the latest _episodes are on _the novel for.net." Hearing this, Mr. Li let out a shrill scream before exploding. His scattered flesh and blood flew like magnets into the maid's gaping mouth. Then the maid tore off a shield-shaped pendant from her neck, engraved with what looked like a fishbone symbol. "By Intisiscambal's name," she shouted in an aged voice. An invisible force dispelled the distant malice. "Hell, Rock Cola? Should I call you lucky or unlucky, young man?" The maid smiled wryly, but with Mr. Li's voice. In her pupils, Liu Zheng's reflection was rapidly distorting. "Warning, sanity decreasing. Warning, sanity decreasing. Warning, flesh mutation status acquired. Warning, permanent sanity cap reduction. Temporary insanity, irritable temper acquired." A series of system alerts jolted Liu Zheng awake. He shook his head, feeling much clearer. "Am I better now?" He instinctively raised a hand to check his wound, only to see a tentacle. Liu Zheng tumbled off the sofa, scrambling backward until he hit the wall, but the tentacle followed relentlessly. He had to accept this was now his arm. "What happened to me?" Liu Zheng asked with a slight tremble. "Don't panic, young man. You've just undergone some cosmetic changes." The maid reassured him. "Mr. Li, you possess the maid." He noticed the maid's voice. "No, child. I was always Mr. Li." The maid shook her head with kindly warmth. "Wouldn't you like to see your new look?" She pointed to the full-length mirror by the entrance. Liu Zheng approached the mirror, face to face with a monster within. The creature had 4 tentacle-like arms and powerful hoofed legs, with tumorous flesh spreading upward to its head. Most horrifying was its face, ears, nose, and lips all gone, leaving only pitch-black eyeballs and a fong-filled maw. After a silent moment, Liu Zheng smiled at the monster. The monster likewise opened its maw, exhaling a strong odor of decaying vegetation. "System, how long will this last?" he asked. "After dungeon completion, can be removed using game points." The system replied. "That's good." Liu Zheng sighed in relief. Living like this permanently would be worse than death. "Young man, will you finish eating?" The maid inquired. "Of course." He shuffled his new hooves toward the dining table. "If I'm not human anymore, then damn it, I'll eat all I want." 1, 2, 3. Acquired flesh rebirth status. Status: flesh rebirth. Effect: gains near immortal physical regeneration ability. When Liu Zheng swallowed the last piece, the system notification appeared again. Finally, something good happened. He allowed a satisfied burp. "Seeing you eat so happily puts my mind at ease," the maid said contentedly. "Should I call you Mr. Li or Xiaojiu?" Liu Zheng casually leaned back on the sofa, using his tentacle to wipe his mouth. "Either is fine. Names are just labels after all. Then I'll call you Xiaojiu. Thanks for the meal. I should get going." He stood up as he spoke. "Wait, young man. I haven't given you your tip yet." The maid said, "What would you like?" She swayed her hips as she approached Liu Zheng. "Money, supernatural items, or me?" The maid traced circles on Liu Zheng's mouthparts with a delicate white finger. Her? Definitely not what Liu Zheng wanted. Even if she weren't an old man, even without the busted-maid outfit, she had zero appeal. Money sounded good, though. If Mr. Li was generous enough, he might repay Bullhorse and even buy another bottle of Ascension Moss. As he thought this, an uncontrollable idea swelled in Liu Zheng's mind. "I want a big, Powerful supernatural item. Preferably something explosive. He waved his tentacles wildly, slamming them against the floor with loud cracks. How interesting. The maid, initially annoyed, revealed a sly smile upon hearing his request. It would be amusing to see that woman lose her temper. She murmured to herself. What did you say? Nothing. Wait here, I'll fetch something. The maid walked upstairs with feline grace. Liu Zheng waited where he stood. His four eyes constantly scanned the surroundings while all his tentacles twitched restlessly. Fortunately, he retained enough rationality to know he shouldn't cause trouble here. Finally, the maid descended from upstairs. Use it well. This is quite rare. She giggled while placing yellow amber on Liu Zheng's tentacle. Name: Fossil of the shit sea frenzied maggot. Single use. Type: item. Quality: fine. Effect: releases massive amounts of unstable ammonia gas upon activation. Note: killing isn't enough. You gotta humiliate them too. Can be taken out of dungeon. No. Looking at the pale, plump worm preserved for who knows how many millennia, Liu Zheng felt a chill. Dying to this thing would truly mark the end of his human life. Wait, he wasn't exactly human anymore. Never mind then. Thanks. Goodbye. Liu Zheng pocketed the amber and left without looking back. Any longer, and he might have smashed the maid's head with his tentacles. See you next time, young man. From the corner of his eye, he thought he saw Mr. Li waving at him. Returning to Heavenly Villa's entrance, Liu Zheng found the security guards' corpses still lying there. Hasn't anyone come to clean this up? He complained while opening his character panel. Everything happened too fast earlier. He hadn't had time to check properly. Status: flesh mutation. Effect: causes uncontrollable physical mutations in player. Doesn't alter genes or bloodline. Current mutation effects: strength plus 30, constitution plus 20, perception plus 15. Liu Zheng swung a tentacle with full force, smashing a guard's corpse into paste. Excellent. Very powerful. He nodded approvingly. Temporary insanity. Irritable temper. Effect: player becomes extremely irritable to point of losing rationality. High mental attributes help alleviate symptoms. Duration: 3 dungeon runs. Flesh mutation and irritable temper. Why do I feel like the villain here? Staring at the pile of corpses, a thought suddenly flashed through Liu Zheng's mind. 15 minutes later, he walked toward Bloody Restaurant while humming. Boss, I'm back. Liu Zheng greeted. Bullhorse was playing with its phone when it lazily looked up at his voice. How much did Mr. Li give you, holy dash? Bullhorse's eyes bulged wider than its nostrils. What the hell happened to you, kid? It sprang up, tail hairs bristling. Even by excellent employee standards, Liu Zheng's current appearance was rather horrifying. Long story. By the way, do I still count as a human citizen looking like this? He asked curiously. Your essence hasn't changed, so technically yes, but also no. As long as City Hall doesn't send notice, your status won't change. Bullhorse pondered before answering. When would City Hall send notice? No idea. Except for Employment Department, other City Hall branches are pretty inefficient. Bullhorse shook its large head. All right then. Quick, tell me how much tip you got. It urged. Mr. Li gave me this. Liu Zheng produced the fossil of the shit sea frenzied maggot. What the hell is this thing for? Bullhorse asked suspiciously. Check latest chapters at novelfire.net. Apparently releases massive ammonia gas. You, get that away. Bullhorse immediately covered its nose. Don't let the cafeteria crew see this, or even I can't protect you. After Liu Zheng put away the fossil, it added disdainfully. I thought we couldn't enter the cafeteria. Sometimes when they're short-handed, they call us to help. Rare though, only happened few times since I got here. Bullhorse explained. Dangerous. Of course it's dangerous, but the benefits. Bullhorse stopped mid-sentence. Hey kid, when are you playing Gluttonous Snake? I still want to see the clear reward. It nagged. Not now. Boss, can you get me some paper and pen? Liu Zheng requested. What for? Need them to adjust to my new body. What a pain. Wait here. Bullhorse regurgitated the key again, unlocking a cabinet in the lower right corner. Take what you need. Liu Zheng retrieved a notebook and fountain pen. The notebook's cover bore a name, by Longzi. Flipping it open revealed several pages filled with incomprehensible, twisting script. That guy was from the Snakefolk clan, supposedly a modern poet before retro trends made him unemployed. Bullhorse sounded rather gleeful. Name: Snakefolk Poetry Manuscript. Type: Miscellany. Quality: Common. Effect: None. Note: Final works of a talented poet. Certain beings might appreciate them. Can be taken out of dungeon. Yes. Miscellany? This was Liu Zheng's first time seeing this item type. He thoughtfully examined the note before tearing out the poetry pages, folding them neatly into his pocket. You should change into work clothes. Your current look is an eyesore, Bullhorse said disdainfully. Not only ill-fitting, but torn in places, exposing things better left unseen. Do wear clothes cost money? Yours counts as accidental damage. Should be free. Let me check. Bullhorse took out its phone and babbled into it. Done. New uniforms coming. As it spoke, a white thread descended from the ceiling. Pure white giant spider slowly descended along its silk thread, its front two limbs holding a stack of clothes. It lowered itself before Liu Zheng, their 8 eyes and 4 eyes staring each other down. The giant spider impatiently threw the clothes on the ground and quickly scurried away. Hey, that's some terrible service attitude. Liu Zheng waved his tentacle, nearly smacking the spider's rear. Supply handlers having bad attitudes is normal. But you, kid, your temper's really grown. Bullhorse remarked. Can't help it, I've got irritable temper now. He shrugged. I'd advise you to show more restraint. The restaurant's different from outside. I'll try. Liu Zheng nodded. He picked up the new uniform and pulled it on. The new uniform was a cloak with side openings to accommodate his tentacles. Its generous size perfectly concealed his form. You look just like those cultists from the old district. Bullhorse teased. Really? I think it looks decent. He sat cross-legged on the floor, placing his notebook on a folding stool to practice calligraphy. Liu Zheng's face remained stern, like a startled deep-sea fish. His slender, tentacle tips coiled around the pen, winding round and round as if strangling prey. Heaven. He wrote the first character. Unsurprisingly crooked, fountain pens weren't designed for octopuses or jellyfish. Earth. Liu Zheng wrote the second character. Straighter lines this time, though every sharp angle became rounded. Where righteousness dwells, it manifests in myriad forms. Below as rivers and mountains, above as sun and stars. Ignoring the bizarre shapes of his characters, he continued writing until completing the entire passage. Isn't it strange for a faceless monster to be copying Song of Righteousness? Liu Zheng asked himself. Don't know what that is, but everything you write looks weird now. Bullhorse added salt to the wound. Fair point. Staring at Bullhorse's large face, he suddenly asked, Boss, have you ever eaten humans? Kid, think becoming non-human makes you tough? Want to test me? Bullhorse sneered, rising to its feet. Its muscles bulged visibly, fur gleaming with metallic sheen. Even the executive chef and head waiter don't dare raise their voices at me. Yeah, I've eaten people, men, women, old, young. Got a problem. Bullhorse stomped, leaving a shallow crater. Flying debris cut Liu Zheng's tentacle, but the wound healed before blood could seep. Bullhorse snorted. Just an immortal punching bag. Your fur must be high maintenance. No shit. Monthly grooming costs 1/3 of my salary. Bullhorse smoothed its fur with visible pain. Then you wouldn't want this stinking up your coat? Liu Zheng produced the fossil of frenzied feces worm. TCH, I'll just take extra baths. Bullhorse's pupils contracted slightly, but it remained defiant. How about adding this to the equation? He produced a lighter. Fuck. Bullhorse shuddered violently. While the explosion might not kill it, the flames would definitely scorch its precious fur. Are you fucking insane? What did I do to deserve this deathmatch? Bullhorse demanded, half shocked, half furious. Because I'm sick. You are sick. Bullhorse nodded. I mean literally, irritable temper. Liu Zheng said seriously. I just want to survive, but got beaten half dead immediately, surrounded by man-eating monsters where wrong words mean death flags, forced to eat inedible delivery food, hearing weird gospel, and becoming a monster myself. The most ridiculous part, after all that struggle, I still don't get paid. Bull Horse, shouldn't I be angry? He stared at the tuft of hair on Bull Horse's head. Payday's in a month, no? Bull Horse asked confused. What did you say? A flame flickered to life. Angry. Definitely angry. Anyone not angry is a coward. Bull Horse immediately corrected. Good. Now lean your head here. What for? Bull Horse eyed him suspiciously. Scared? It's not like this can kill you. Liu Zheng said. Let's see your trick. Bull Horse resolved that if Liu Zheng tried anything, it would kill him even at the cost of going bald. Bull Horse's massive head approached as Liu Zheng rummaged through his pockets, producing a pack of cigarettes. Smoke, boss? He asked, smiling. Bull Horse's face darkened. Yeah. It opened its mouth. Liu Zheng stuffed 3 cigarettes between Bull Horse's lips and lit one for himself. Smoke swirled, soon filling the break room with cloying sweetness. Just in gold 1916? Where'd you get these? Bull Horse blew 2 smoke rings from its nostrils. Same as the lighter, confiscated from Heavenly Villa security. Liu Zheng inhaled, savoring the throat burn. Previously, this would have triggered violent coughing fits. Though flesh mutation didn't cure his illness, it rebuilt his atrophied respiratory muscles. Bull Horse lifted its chin proudly. For original chapters, go to novelwhiteconcave-sided-diamond-fire.net. Liu Zheng ignored it. Bull Horse flicked its tail irritably. This world's about eating or being eaten. Not just humans. I've eaten bull horses too. It took a deep drag. But I've never actively hunted humans. Those dead couriers weren't my doing. Just smoke, Liu Zheng said flatly. Man and Bull Horse smoked in silence until the pack was finished. Besides ascension moss, what else can you get for drinks? He tossed the empty pack up and smacked it away. You want to bargain with that tree? You know it. Duh, you just got here. Bull Horse scoffed. Boss is mighty. Liu Zheng offered mild flattery. Stop. Your compliments make my fur stand. Feels like you're plotting my death. Bull Horse waved its hooves defensively. I can get premium stuff, worth half that tree's assets. It pondered. But the deal was for ascension moss. Changing terms depends on the reward's value. Fine. Liu Zheng nodded, taking out his phone. He clamped it between his knees for tentacles poised for action. Begin. He tapped continue. Level 21. Gluttonous Snake's speed increased dramatically with more obstacles. Yet Liu Zheng found it easier. Between his 4 eyes and 4 limbs, the stats boost from flesh mutation nearly doubled his reflexes and dynamic vision. Soon he reached level 25, the final stage. How did the last guy reach level 24? He panted slightly. Later stages' difficulty grew exponentially. Without becoming inhuman, he'd have stalled at level 22. Never said it was a human. Bull Horse shrugged. Liu Zheng rolled his eyes. Bull Horse ignored him. Save. He produced the bronze finger. The item dissolved, gilding the next level button on screen. Phew. Liu Zheng exhaled deeply and pressed confirm. The moment Liu Zheng pressed the confirm button, his vision blurred. When he opened his eyes again, he found himself in an endless grassland. He only had time to utter a puzzled sound before a huge black shadow engulfed him. Then Liu Zheng was lifted into the air. 2 massive fangs pierced through him, injecting venom that rapidly dissolved his body. His nearly immortal flesh rebirth ability failed to activate properly, and soon only half of his body remained. He turned his head and saw 2 vertical pupils as large as spotlights staring at him. Load save. The system notification sounded. The next second, Liu Zheng returned to the resting room. Whoa, you cleared it. Bull Horse exclaimed in shock. No, I just loaded the save. He shook his head and looked at the screen. This text is hosted at novel-fire.net. The words next level had already reverted to black. No wonder no one could beat this game. Who would have thought the final level was actually being transported inside the game, and being the one eaten? Oh, Bull Horse responded. Don't you want to know what the last level is? No. If I knew, I'd be unable to resist playing. Bull Horse shook its head. That's actually quite wise. Liu Zheng ignored it and started thinking about a way to clear the level. Charging head-on was definitely impossible. The enemy not only had venom that could dissolve flesh rebirth, but also far surpassed him in strength and speed. Recalling how he had just been held in that creature's mouth, he got an idea. Boss, can you estimate how powerful the explosion of this thing would be? Liu Zheng took out the fossil of frenzied feces worm. Kind of have a feel for it. Bull Horse nodded. Then please hit me with an equal amount of force. He said, where should I hit? Bull Horse raised its hoof. Try the tentacles first. Liu Zheng stacked 4 tentacles on the ground. All right. Bull Horse didn't hold back and stomped down. Bang! Fragments of stone scattered, and the concrete floor was crushed into a deep pit. Liu Zheng's 4 tentacles were instantly torn into a bloody pulp. Ugh! He gasped sharply. Although his body structure was reconstructed, the pain still existed and was even clearer due to heightened senses. Liu Zheng looked at the torn parts of the tentacles, where flesh buds rapidly grew from the wounds. A few seconds later, he regrew 4 tentacles. You really are a monster. Bull Horse twitched its mouth. Not without a cost either. Liu Zheng shook his head. His figure was noticeably thinner. Obviously, if flesh and body were separated, he had to consume flesh from other parts to repair. That's still pretty messed up. Bull Horse complained. Liu Zheng was standing, still letting it hit him. If he wanted to wear Bull Horse down, even if it eventually killed him, it would be utterly exhausted. If there happened to be a delivery order, it probably wouldn't finish it. Got anything to eat, boss? Liu Zheng felt very hungry. Don't call me boss. You're the one who owes me every day. Bull Horse rolled its eyes. Though annoyed, it still handed Liu Zheng a can. Name, expired Bull Horse meat can. Type, item. Quality, inferior. Effect, restores stamina. Small chance to get food poisoning status. Note, a can long overdue for consumption. Preserved until now due to its owner's hesitation. Liu Zheng opened the lid, and a strong aroma of spices burst out. The fat inside had liquefied, and uniform chunks of meat floated on the surface. Feigning ignorance, he raised the can and poured it into his mouth. Unheated stewed beef, of course, didn't taste good, but because his body craved nutrients, Liu Zheng was still full of appetite. Soon, the entire can of bull horse meat was swallowed. Visibly, his physique became plumper again. This time hit my upper body a bit harder. Liu Zheng curled up, wrapping 4 tentacles around his knees. You're not actually enjoying being hit, are you? Bull Horse mumbled as it mercilessly kicked him. Pia! Liu Zheng was sent flying and slammed against the wall. The huge sound echoed through the resting room, and his mind was in chaos. He felt like he had been run over by a steamroller. Both upper and lower halves were a complete mess. Only the head and heart, protected in layers, remained intact. Still not dead? Just those eyeballs can cause this effect. Bull Horse exclaimed in surprise. Maybe, Liu Zheng said with difficulty, but a series of notes flashed through his mind. Shub-Nigurath. He slid down the wall as flesh rebirth began to take effect. Half a minute later, Liu Zheng's body was fully restored, though much thinner. Boss, some food again? He stretched out tentacles that were only half as thick as before. You brat. Bull Horse eyes widened. You don't want all your earlier efforts to go to waste, right? Damn. Bull Horse scratched its head in frustration and took out 6 more expired Bull Horse meat cans. Please help me open them, Liu Zheng said weakly. If the completion rewards don't satisfy me, I'll roast you alive. Bull Horse ground its big teeth with a creak. Using its horns, it opened all the cans, then one by one poured the contents into Liu Zheng's mouth. After a force-feeding session, he returned to his original size and even gained a little weight. Apparently, this world didn't strictly follow physical laws. After stretching his limbs, Liu Zheng stared at the phone screen for 2 seconds and pressed the confirm button. After the familiar dizziness, the black shadow enveloped him again. Liu Zheng looked up. A huge blood-red mouth was just inches away. Your delivery has arrived. He posed like a diver and plunged into the giant snake's mouth. The giant snake froze for a moment, then wildly shook its head, trying to throw him out. Liu Zheng wrapped his tentacles around the tips of the venomous fangs to temporarily stabilize himself. He glanced around, feeling it wasn't safe enough. The giant snake seemed to realize something and thrashed even more violently. Trying to refuse delivery, he loosened his tentacles, curled into a ball, and jumped deeper into the snake's mouth. Then, Liu Zheng got stuck. He could feel his bones being crushed by the muscular esophagus of the giant snake. In a few minutes, he would become a compressed biscuit sliding into its stomach. This helpless despair could crush anyone. Fortunately, Liu Zheng was not human. In the darkness, a fat maggot blinked its tiny eyes and released a fart that had been held in for tens of thousands of years. Immediately after, a spark ignited, spreading into boundless flames. Amidst the fierce explosion, he lost consciousness. "Wake up, wake up!" After a series of shouts, Liu Zheng gradually regained consciousness. He opened his eyes just as Bull Horse raised its hoof. Bull Horse casually lowered its hoof. "Cleared this time?" it asked. "Should have cleared it." Liu Zheng opened his phone, but found the gluttonous snake game had disappeared. Where did the reward go? He searched his body and finally found something in the right pocket. Name: Paradise Island Double Vacation Voucher. Type: Item. Quality: Perfect. Effect: Upon use, grants a paid 15-day vacation to Paradise Island, allowing one companion. Note: once you have been to Paradise Island, every other place becomes hell. Can it be taken out of the dungeon? No. Liu Zheng stared thoughtfully at the colorful voucher in his hand. System: does the 15 days on Paradise Island count as survival time? He asked. Yes. The system's answer was concise. 15 days equals 360 hours, 5 times the requirement to clear the dungeon. Even considering that the clearance rating factors in multiple aspects, it should at least reach an A grade. In other words, he was already on the express train to clearing. A faint smile appeared at the corner of Liu Zheng's mouth, but he immediately realized he was celebrating too soon. Paradise Island Double Vacation Voucher. Bullhorse Big Head leaned over, hot breath puffing from its nostrils. Holy crap, the clearance reward is this thing. Its tone was full of surprise. You really want this? Liu Zheng tentatively asked. Of course. Do you know how long it's been since I had a vacation? Bullhorse replied without hesitation. Besides, it's a double voucher. My wife and I haven't seen each other in half a year. 15 days is enough to make a little Bullhorse. It said excitedly. Hearing that, a picture of Bullhorse in a maid outfit flashed through Liu Zheng's mind. Bullhorse, our deal might be off, he said after a moment of hesitation. What do you mean? Bullhorse's eyes narrowed, and the hot breath it exhaled became even more scorching. I really need this vacation voucher. I need it too. If you dare to renege on our deal, believe me, I'll kill you. Bullhorse lowered its head, aiming its sharp horns at Liu Zheng. Its 4 sturdy hooves scraped the ground, muscles rolling like waves. Liu Zheng had no doubt it could ram him through the wall. But he wasn't afraid. Instead, he stared back defiantly. Liu Zheng was gambling that Bullhorse wouldn't just snatch his stuff. After all, he was immortal. If he lost the bet, he could surrender and lose only half. I'm not trying to cheat, just want a fair trade, Liu Zheng said. Putting aside that the vacation voucher guaranteed clearance, it was itself a perfect grade item. A mere bottle of Ascension Maudai was obviously not enough for the trade. So what do you want? Bullhorse snorted heavily before speaking. You know its value and understand my situation. You decide what I need, Liu Zheng said. You really are the craftiest, boldest, and luckiest human I've ever met. Wait. Bullhorse stared at him for a full 2 minutes before finally speaking. After saying that, it headbutted the door open and left. Half an hour later, it returned to the lounge. Here, Bullhorse dropped a box in front of Liu Zheng. It looked utterly miserable. Both its horns were broken down to half, its nose completely dented. Its body was covered in wounds and bruises, one hind leg hanging limply in the air with half the bare bone exposed. A dining knife, seemingly silver, was even stuck in its chest. Boss, what happened to you? Liu Zheng casually asked. None of your business. Hurry up and check the goods. Ugh, Bullhorse gasped in pain. All right. He opened the package. Inside the box was a bottle of red wine. An ordinary glass bottle with no decoration or label. The stopper was not wood, but a tiny skull. Name, Vlad 3 limited edition. Type, item. Quality, perfect. Effect, strength and constitution plus 15. Perception plus 20. High chance to awaken vampire bloodline. Low chance to awaken special bloodline descendant of Dracula. Drinking with blood from other supernatural creatures increases probability. Note, a fine wine brewed from the heart's blood of the pierced duke after being pierced, made with a secret exclusive recipe. Even at the Bloody Restaurant, it's the top-tier drink. Can it be taken out of the dungeon? Yes. All attributes increased, and it could awaken bloodlines. Truly a perfect grade item. Liu Zheng shook the bottle. The wine inside rippled with a ruby-like glow. Give this to that tree. It'll sell you its roots. Bullhorse said proudly. What's the best thing there? He asked. How should I know? But must be good stuff. That guy is self-employed, way richer than us wage slaves. Bullhorse said with a hint of bitterness. All right. Liu Zheng put away the wine and handed the vacation voucher to Bullhorse. I thought you'd want that bottle of Ascension Mount High too. Bullhorse said, surprised. Would you get it to me? Give your grandma a hoof. Bullhorse spat on the ground. But since you're on the right track, I can wait a week before going on vacation. It said, turning its head. That's really good news. Liu Zheng smiled. Having Bullhorse as a newbie guide NPC definitely made him feel more at ease. The trade complete, Bullhorse lay on the side, repeatedly admiring the vacation voucher. By the way, what exactly is Paradise Island? Liu Zheng asked. It's an artificial island built by the City Hall, especially for outstanding talents from various industries to vacation. It has the most advanced entertainment facilities, the most beautiful scenery, the richest cuisine, and the most professional staff. The key is all of it is free. Bullhorse said with longing. Sounds just like paradise. He felt the pitch was familiar. Nonsense. Otherwise, why would it be called Paradise Island? Once you get there even once, it's worth being fired the next day. Bullhorse said excitedly. There's a story. Boss, want to hear it? Since Bullhorse had helped him a lot, Liu Zheng decided to remind it. Spit it out. Bullhorse said irritably. The source of this content is novelfire.net. Once there was a closed dungeon where people worked under constant surveillance, living a dull life. But every so often, a lucky person was chosen to go to the legendary Paradise Island, never needing to work again, just enjoying life. But actually, those people were clones. The so-called journey to Paradise Island was being sent for dissection, having their organs transplanted to their originals. That was the plot of Escape from Clone Island. Liu Zheng had found it quite shocking back then. Interesting. Where did you hear that? Bullhorse asked. I made it up myself. Imaginative, but unfortunately, Paradise Island really exists. I have a relative who went. Bullhorse licked its nose. How did he get the chance? Spent a lifetime's savings to buy a scalper's ticket. After coming back, he committed suicide. Bullhorse said. Why? Because he knew he would never get the chance again. Bullhorse said calmly. What about you, boss? I'm different from him. He was a widower, and I have a wife. Besides, I'm young and an outstanding deliverman at the Bloody Restaurant. Even if you don't trade with me, I can save up for another 10 years to buy a scalper's ticket. Bullhorse said proudly. Impressive, impressive. Liu Zheng gave a thumbs up. Keep it low-key. Just a casual question. Boss, are your injuries serious? He suddenly asked. I'm just barely alive enough to kill you. Bullhorse replied with a fake smile. Huh. Another order came in. Bullhorse glanced toward the door. The hinge board was pushed open again, and that bony, skeletal hand slowly stretched inside. I'm really curious. Is it just a hand? Liu Zheng asked. No idea. Why don't you pull it in and find out? Bullhorse egged him on. Let me turn into a non-human too first, then maybe. TCH. Bullhorse made a shushing sound and ignored him. Liu Zheng walked over and picked up the new delivery order. Dish, 1 Fishman family bucket. Address, Green Osmanthus Garden, Crazy City, Building 4, Room 606. Time limit, 1 hour. He opened the map. At his current speed, It would take roughly half an hour. Looks like a simple order, just like the first one. By the way, boss, how do I know in which situations I could deliver physically? With his current strength, he shouldn't have to be as careful as at the beginning. No way. Even I can't be completely sure. Bullhorse shook his head. If you can negotiate, then negotiate. If not, then just damn well do it. In the bloody restaurant, don't expect to live long enough to retire. It said lazily. All right then. Liu Zheng shrugged. After checking the dish, he headed out straight to Delago. From far away, he could already hear the chainsaw-like twitching song of the plane tree. AUX arms, sit-ins. Formes vos battalions. Marchins, marchins. A tree singing the Marseillaise, and solo at that, quite romantic. Liu Zheng chuckled inwardly, but his footsteps unconsciously matched the rhythm. Thick hooves stomped on the asphalt like war drums, echoing through the street. Delago seemed to notice and sang even louder. Chuan sang imper, abruve nos silence. When he arrived near the black soil land, Delago waved all its branches wildly, giving a perfect ending to the performance. A fine accompaniment, makes my roots spin, love comes from Fra. Holy shit. Delago turned to look at Liu Zheng, its features all twisted in shock. That last line wasn't French, right? Liu Zheng said with fake wide eyes. Of course, cursing should be in English. Wait, how did you end up like this? Delago was stunned. I ate raw black goat kid sashimi and drank hell raw cola. That's how. He shrugged his tentacles. Uh-huh. Serves you right for stealing my cola. Delago laughed heartily. Hey, we're business partners at least. Can you show some sympathy? Liu Zheng said speechlessly. I don't even have a heart, let alone sympathy. Did you lose your brain too? Delago rolled its eyes. Fine, I'll just keep that thing for myself then. It turned to leave. Wait, you brought hair moss? Delago asked excitedly. Hair moss? What kind of quality is worth me trading a Paradise Island double vacation voucher for? Liu Zheng sneered. Seriously? Delago's eyes widened. It definitely knew the value of the Paradise Island double vacation voucher. What kind of drink was worth that? It flashed through its mind, dozens of legendary fine wines. Watch closely. Liu Zheng opened the wine box, then immediately closed it. Although only a moment, Delago still saw the bright red blood wine. La vache! Quickly, show in my mouth. Delago screamed. Green saliva oozed from its lips, dripping onto the black soil. Can you really afford the trade? Liu Zheng said arrogantly. Foolish human, my wealth exceeds your imagination. Delago sneered back. Don't waste my time with useless stuff. You know I only want what's practical for me. It emphasized. Well, Delago was a bit troubled. Although it lived off the land, it didn't have many collectibles of that level, even fewer suitable for Liu Zheng. Should it really bring that thing out? Delago hesitated. It had paid a great price for it, and its actual value was far higher than a bottle of wine. But that was the Vlad 3 limited edition. Missing out on such a wine would be a betrayal to its noble French bloodline. Putain, it's traded, Delago said forcefully. Then, a tree root broke through the soil, holding a storage box in front of Liu Zheng. Inside the box was a neatly folded yellow vest. Name, Legendary Deliverman's Vest. Type, item. Quality, perfect. Effect 1. All attributes increase by 50 during delivery. Effect 2. Immunity to most rationality loss during delivery. Effect 3. Attacks against most targets deal true damage during delivery. Can it be taken out of the dungeon? No. Note: negative reviews or survival. You can only choose one. Fierce, utterly fierce. Liu Zheng looked at the yellow vest with a hunger even greater than Delago's when it saw the blood wine. A luxurious effect with absurd numbers. This wasn't just an item, it was straight up a cheat. How about it? Enough to trade for your wine. Delago said proudly. Enough. I'm just curious. How did you get this? He asked. To become a legendary deliverman, strength surely wouldn't be weaker than Bullhorse. With a vest boost, beating Delago shouldn't be a problem. Don't ask what you shouldn't, Delago said with a disgruntled look. Come on, man, what's there to hide? Liu Zheng encouraged. Who said I'm hiding anything, man? This was a Valentine's Day gift from him. Delago glanced at him disdainfully, then revealed the truth. Valentine's Day gift? Liu Zheng looked at its rough bark, old subway phone face. That's what he thinks. To me, it's just a transaction. Delago snorted. Transaction? What kind of transaction? His confused gaze swept across Delago's trunk, finally resting on its mouth. Oh, Liu Zheng seemed to understand everything. Enough of that, come drink. Before Delago could react, he took out the Vlad 3 limited edition and poured it onto the roots. Slow down, slow down. Do you know what wine tasting means? Delago said with pity, quickly extending more roots to catch the spilled wine. Moments later, the entire bottle was empty. Qualpied. ssnover.net. Delago let out a satisfied groan. It felt like every chloroplast in its cells was cheering. Pleasure doing business. Liu Zheng put away the yellow vest and turned to leave. His order wasn't finished yet. No time to indulge Delago's drunken antics. After walking a dozen meters, Liu Zheng put on the vest, which automatically transformed into a style suitable for him. A warm current surged into his body, filling him with strength. Liu Zheng swung his tentacles forward for swinging wildly in the air, roaring like industrial fans. If only I had a bucket of ice in this summer, who wouldn't be dazed by this breeze? He thought proudly. Too bad he couldn't keep this form in reality. Otherwise, he'd either be dissected for research or made into sashimi. Stopping the giant windmill, Liu Zheng sprinted full speed. The scenery vanished rapidly from his sight, like game textures failing to load in time. The bone cane kept stabbing the ground, sparks about to fly. Suddenly, he stopped. From a building straight ahead to his right, Liu Zheng sensed a gaze full of malice. The malice was so thick, it stood out among all the hidden peering eyes. Squinting, he approached the 3-story building. As he got closer, the malice deepened. At the same time, that gaze seemed to retreat. Scared, Liu Zheng was stunned for a moment, then stretched his mouth into an exaggerated arc, revealing a set of sharp fangs. He raised his tentacles and launched a furious barrage of strikes at the door. The thick rolling shutter door twisted under the heavy blows, the whole building seeming to shiver. Peeping bastard, if you've got guts, come out and face me head on. Liu Zheng shouted wildly. Soon, the rolling shutter door collapsed with a crash under his one-sided assault. Inside the building was pitch black. Only a phosphorescent flash flickered briefly. Rationality loss immunity succeeded. The system notification flashed quickly. I thought you were so scary, but turns out you're just cowards who bully the weak like me. He looked around disdainfully. No one responded. Many spying eyes quietly vanished. TCH. He spat a mouthful of foul-smelling saliva on the ground and continued toward the delivery address. Before long, Liu Zheng arrived at his destination. Green Osmanthus Garden, Crazy City. It was a fairly large residential complex, estimated to have about 60 or 70 buildings. Perhaps because his perception had been enhanced, he could finally see clearly inside the community from outside. The exterior of the buildings looked relatively new, but the walls and ground were covered with smooth green vine-like plants, giving off a somewhat unsettling vibe. Rationality decline immunity succeeded. The system notification appeared again. Losing rationality again? That's a bit ridiculous, isn't it? Liu Zheng was somewhat dissatisfied. If it weren't for the legendary Deliverman's vest, those 2 previous drops in rationality would probably have caused him to temporarily go crazy again. However, without the attribute boost from the vest, he wouldn't even be able to see inside the complex. In this strange world, having too high attributes wasn't necessarily a good thing. He recalled the first time he delivered the aberrant-eyed salmon head pizza. After eating it, there seemed to be a chance to gain the spiritual vision status. He wondered what this world would look like under the spiritual vision state. Putting away these dangerous thoughts, Liu Zheng approached the community guard booth. The facilities in Green Osmanthus Garden were obviously inferior to Heavenly Villa. Inside the guard booth, there was only one security guard, whose appearance and aura were much worse. However, it was still slightly better than Merlin residential area. At least this guard looked human. Stop! What are you doing here? The salt and pepper-haired security guard shouted. Delivery. Liu Zheng pointed to the vest on his body. The vest style was the same as the restaurant's uniform, only differing in color. Where are you delivering to? Building 4, room 606. He replied, There's no building 4 here. You're at the wrong place. The guard waved his hand dismissively. Isn't this Green Osmanthus Garden crazy city? Liu Zheng asked suspiciously. It is Green Osmanthus Garden, crazy city, but our community doesn't have a building 4. The guard was certain. Liu Zheng gave the guard a glance, then dialed a phone number. Boss, could the address on the order be wrong? Liu Zheng asked. Did you trade with that tree? Bullhorse didn't answer immediately, but instead asked about something else. Yes, I did. What did you exchange for? Bullhorse asked, quite interested. I already answered one question for you. Liu Zheng didn't satisfy his curiosity again. TCH, you're no longer human, so unsociable. The address isn't wrong, but it might not be expressed in a normal way. Bullhorse said, I see. Liu Zheng seemed to have understood. Hurry up and say, what did you exchange for? Bullhorse urged. The legendary Deliverman's vest. Holy crap, you're unbelievably lucky. Bullhorse exclaimed, his tone full of envy and jealousy. Boss, I'll deliver the meal first and tell you all about it when I get back. Liu Zheng hung up and then walked into the complex. What are you doing? The guard came out of the booth and blocked him. I'm going to look for it myself. He said, Don't you understand human language? I told you there's no building 4. This is a high-end community. Outsiders aren't allowed in without permission. The guard said impatiently. Unless, Liu Zheng offered. Unless you give me a pack of cigarettes, or the guard eyed him hungrily. I see you've got quite a bit of meat on you. You could give me a bite or 2 instead. The familiar extortion ritual. The security guards in this world really were all villains. Cigarettes? Liu Zheng had already finished smoking with Bullhorse. Meat? He definitely had some now, but none of it was extra. When you're human, you have to pay tribute. When you're not human, you still have to pay tribute. Otherwise, wouldn't his mutation be for nothing? Come on, let's take a photo together. Liu Zheng stretched out a tentacle and put it on the guard's shoulder. What are you doing? The guard asked uncomfortably. Oh, nothing. Last time I forgot to take a photo and killed someone, so there was no comparison. I can't forget again this time. He smiled and then pressed the photo button with another tentacle. Click. The shutter sound rang out, and the screen displayed a gloomy-faced guard and a cheerful, sunny young man. Get full chapters from novel fire.net. Are you threatening me? The guard grumbled. Thinking that way means you must have suffered a lot, huh? Liu Zheng looked at him sympathetically and then swiped through the photo album. Come on, smile more. The world will be a better place. See, he's smiling beautifully. On the screen were stacked corpses. The topmost corpse had a bloodied smile blooming on its face. Recognize the uniforms they're wearing? He whispered into the guard's ear. Why, yeah, I recognize them. The guard swallowed nervously. You only make a few bucks a month. Why bother risking your life like the guards at Heavenly Villa? Liu Zheng said gently. Don't scare me. Your method works on them, but it doesn't work on me. The guard's eyes flickered, and his tone became firm again. Oh yeah. Suddenly, Liu Zheng's third tentacle curled into a fist and slammed hard into the guard's ribs. Ah! The guard screamed in pain, curling up like a boiled crayfish. Just as Liu Zheng was about to press the attack, the guard's hair suddenly swelled and exploded outward. Steel needle-like strands pierced Liu Zheng's body, skewering him through and through. A stinging pain radiated all over Liu Zheng's body, and more terrifyingly, he felt something inside himself being sucked away by those hairs. So many tricks. He lowered his head and bit down on the hair with his razor-sharp mouth parts stretched to their limit. Though incredibly tough, they were only appetizers before the legendary bite's strength reinforced by the legendary Deliverman's vest. The broken hairs snapped with a sound like a rubber band, and with every strand broken, the guard's complexion grew paler. No, he violently shook his head, retracting his hair, then leapt far away. You're just a human. How can you bite through my hair? The guard shouted in horror. Want to know? Give me some meat, and I'll tell you. Liu Zheng extended his long tongue and licked his teeth. The pierced wounds on his body had already healed, and even the bloodstains on his skin were reabsorbed. Not impossible. Come in, then. The guard went back inside the booth and beckoned to him. No need. I'll deliver the meal first. Liu Zheng looked at the open booth door. Don't you want to know where Building 4 is? The guard quickly asked. I should be able to find it myself. He said confidently. The owner of room 606 is a lunatic. Don't you want to know about him? The guard added. Oh, tell me. Liu Zheng showed interest and walked toward the booth. That idiot. Last time I kindly greeted him, and he said I interrupted his inspiration. He cursed me out and threatened to report me. The guard said angrily. Inspiration? He caught the keyword. You don't know? That guy's a novelist. I heard. The guard suddenly stopped talking. Heard what? Liu Zheng pressed. Come in and talk. There are cameras outside recording us. The guard pointed to the surveillance camera above the community gate. Fine. Liu Zheng took several big strides, then stepped on the edge of the booth entrance. You really want me to go inside, don't you? He looked at the guard with a half smile. The guard's expression darkened even further. Next time you lie, remember to manage your facial expressions. Have confidence. Don't be like those internet celebrities. And once you're in, don't come back out. If I see you wandering around outside later, I'll kill you. Liu Zheng kindly warned him, then slammed the booth door shut. Leaving behind the guard's changing expression, he strode into the complex. Knew it. Looking at the sign for Building 3A in front of him, Liu Zheng rolled his eyes. He had no idea where this annoying habit came from, writing Building 4 as 3A, writing Building 18 as 17A, or just skipping altogether. He took the elevator to the 6th floor and found the door to room 606 in the northeast corner. Hello, your delivery has arrived. Liu Zheng knocked on the door. No response. He knocked a few more times harder, and finally, some movement came from inside. Leave it at the door. I'll get it later. A weak yet irritable voice shouted. Leave it at the door? That shouldn't count as a delivery, right? Sorry, the restaurant requires the recipient to sign for deliveries. Please open the door to receive it. Liu Zheng said cautiously. No time. Don't bother me. The voice inside grew increasingly irritable. Really not opening. He was starting to lose patience. No. If you bother me again, I'm calling the police. The voice screamed sharply. So this world actually had police? Even if it did, Liu Zheng wasn't scared. Last time he wiped out all the guards at Heavenly Villa, and no one came after him. This time, he was only knocking. Still, Liu Zheng called Bullhorse. The number you dialed is out of service area. The automated voice played. Fine, playing hard to get, huh? Looks like asking Bullhorse for help wasn't going to work this time. Liu Zheng stared at his phone screen, and suddenly a string of numbers appeared in his mind. Sishued definitely knew more than Bullhorse. No pain, no gain. He shook his head sharply, dismissing the crazy idea. Open the door. I'll throw the delivery in and leave right away. Won't waste a second. Liu Zheng shouted. No, please, stop bothering me. The person inside wailed. What a lunatic. He was speechless. None of these delivery customers were normal people. Can't the restaurant just screen their clients? Grumbling, Liu Zheng raised his tentacles. No door opening means getting hit with grass. That's how it works these days. His tentacles knocked on the security door in every direction, up, down, left, right, giving him the strange sensation of playing the drums. Liu Zheng was having fun, but the person inside couldn't stand it anymore. Stop knocking. The security door suddenly swung open outward. A pale-faced person glared at him. Wow, it's actually a girl. Liu Zheng was surprised. The girl was petite, wearing an oversized t-shirt that reached her knees, crookedly exposing one shoulder. Her facial features and face shape were very youthful, looking just like a middle school student. However, other parts of her body were quite mature. I'm not signing for it. Leave quickly, or I'll really call the police. The girl threatened in a rather androgynous voice. No wonder he couldn't tell her gender earlier. Find a newest release on noelfire.net. Sorry, I'll leave immediately. Liu Zheng bowed apologetically, his tone sincere. The girl's expression softened slightly. She was about to close the door when a black shadow suddenly flew past her ear. Goodbye, Liu Zheng said with a smile, and thoughtfully helped her close the door. Ah, A delayed scream erupted from inside a few seconds later. He perked up his ears to listen, as if enjoying wonderful music. Bullying a girl was a completely different kind of fun compared to smashing the heads of those burly guys. However, although the sneak attack succeeded, Liu Zheng didn't immediately drop his guard. From his first delivery experience, as long as it wasn't time yet, these customers could still refuse to accept the order. He stretched out 4 tentacles and leaned forward, firmly bracing against the door. Sure enough, loud thuds against the door came from inside soon after. 1 hit, 2 hits, 3 hits. The fierce pounding made Liu Zheng's head buzz. It seemed that having heightened senses wasn't always a good thing. It made him lose reason and tormented his 5 senses. They've got some strength. The security door kept being pushed open slightly, then held firmly by him again. Through the cracks, he vaguely saw the girl's furious, distorted face. Without the flesh mutation and the legendary Deliverman vest boost, he probably would have been thrown out the first time. Ah! The girl, unable to open the door, finally lost her temper. Sawtooth-shaped bone spikes erupted from her pale arms, transforming into 2 mantis-like forelimbs. Damn! Liu Zheng's eyes were sharp and quick. He immediately jumped aside. The next second, accompanied by a teeth-grinding metallic slicing sound, the heavy security door shattered into pieces. Take your delivery and get lost, or I'll kill you. The girl hooked the delivery bag with her bare foot and snarled fiercely. Can you fight me? His gaze didn't look at the delivery bag or her crystal-clear little foot, but fixed on those ferocious, serrated limbs. If he wanted to block that strike head-on, it wasn't impossible. His body's physical strength had leveled up again. Such cutting injuries posed little threat to his flesh rebirth ability. But who knew if she had other tricks up her sleeve? Let's make a deal, Liu Zheng suddenly said. What deal? The girl was momentarily stunned. Don't you all want me? I've got plenty on me. Who wants your fat meat? The girl said disdainfully. Only you hard labor types need that kind of stuff. Oh, Liu Zheng nodded. Successful bait. This woman was definitely no ordinary flashy bitch. She didn't even want meat, obviously a higher-level opponent than the enemies he'd met before. If he could outsmart her better than fighting head-on. Then here's another deal. I'll teach you how to write novels. You sign for the delivery. He thought for a moment. Teach me to write novels? You. The girl chuckled, a clucking sound like a little hen who only knew how to eat people. What do you publish your novels? Print, paper, or online serial? Liu Zheng asked. Online serial. The girl replied. Free platform or paid subscription? Paid subscription. Her expression gradually grew serious. Male or female audience? What genre? He asked again. Male audience, rebirth career story. The girl answered honestly. What's your average subscription? Not signed yet. My new book submission got rejected. She said shyly. Oomph. Liu Zheng scoffed. I've also written rebirth career stories. Averaged over 3,000 subscriptions. Then I kept failing and switched to being a reporter. Liar. Then why are you delivering food? The girl questioned. Collecting material. He said lightly. Is that so? The girl wasn't a fool and still looked suspicious. Enough talk. Hurry and show me your manuscript. Liu Zheng glanced at his phone. 20 minutes left, enough to read the beginning. All right. The girl looked at his 4 tentacles and reluctantly agreed. She took an electronic notebook from her pocket and handed it to Liu Zheng. In just 3 minutes, he scanned through the 7,000 characters of the opening. What kind of crap is this? Liu Zheng evaluated bluntly. That's too harsh. The girl was displeased. The protagonist is set as an average-looking, gloomy guy. Toxic. Why? The girl asked. All readers are handsome bastards. How can they relate if you write like this? Liu Zheng said with righteous severity. Huh. The girl first showed a face of disdain, then suddenly seemed to realize something. Girlfriend betrays, silently sends a breakup text. Extremely poisonous. Liu Zheng continued. Why? Are you seriously still with such a scumbag? The girl asked in confusion. Breaking up is necessary, but it's someone else's ride now, so you have to stand up and kick hard. He sneered coldly. That's disgusting. The girl gave an even more disdainful look, then quickly took notes. The protagonist plans to get rich by writing web novels. Super toxic. How is that toxic? The girl looked even more puzzled. Where's the conflict in character relationships in writing web novels? How will your plot develop later? Liu Zheng fired 3 questions rapidly. Seems like you're right. So how should I get rich then? The girl asked for advice. Sell adult toys. He thought for a moment before saying, Huh. The girl was stunned. Just write that. Guaranteed your submission will pass. Liu Zheng said confidently. Even the legendary deliverman can only be a simple tree. This market must be a blue ocean. Okay, fine. The girl was intimidated by his aura and had no choice but to agree. Can you receive the delivery now? Liu Zheng pointed at the delivery bag on her foot. Humph. I'm going to submit my work soon. If it passes, I'll have a gift for you. If not, you're dead meat. The girl grabbed the delivery bag and turned to walk toward the bedroom. He stood by the door, waiting until the deadline. All done. Liu Zheng hummed a tune as he walked to the elevator. Back at the community entrance, the security guard was obediently stationed in the guard booth. Really listens to advice. He patted the glass of the booth, smiling brightly. The guard looked straight ahead, ignoring him completely. Just fought a crazy guy in room 606, badly injured. Want to try to take the place back? Liu Zheng tempted him. The guard turned his head, said nothing, but his gaze was very clear. Who the hell are you trying to fool? Forget it if you don't want to try. He shrugged and walked toward the bloody restaurant. The guard watched his back. His black and white hair bobbed up and down, but in the end, he lowered his head. Phew. Turning the street corner, Liu Zheng let out a long breath. The weakness from losing attribute bonuses made him uncomfortable, but at least he was still alive. The legendary deliverman's vest effects only worked during deliveries. He had suspected the effects would disappear on the return trip, and now it was confirmed. His harsh words to the guard earlier, including the provocation just now, were all part of Liu Zheng's plan, not just because of his irritable temper condition. Better take a different route. He checked the map and chose a different path from the one he came on. That phosphorescent light was some kind of weird thing, but for now, it seemed the residents of this world held grudges easily. After taking the detour and spending more time, Liu Zheng returned to the bloody restaurant. No bull horse in the break room, only a cleanly finished employee meal. Got food again. He opened his locker, and sure enough, there was an employee meal and a bottle of drink inside. Name, Bloody Restaurant Employee Meal. Type, item, quality, common. Effect, restores stamina. Note, a family must be neat and tidy. Can be taken out of the dungeon. No. The meal box contained an oyakodon, a chicken and egg rice bowl, with a skewer of grilled quail eggs. Huh. It hasn't been touched. Liu Zheng was somewhat surprised. He didn't think Bull Horse would treat him differently. Could it be that Bull Horse also can't open someone else's locker without permission? This chapter is updated by NovelFire.net. Liu Zheng immediately thought of a possibility. The more he thought about it, the more likely it seemed. He stared at the yellow vest he was wearing for a while, then took it off and put it in the locker. Time to eat. Liu Zheng picked up the employee meal, sat on a small stool, and began to enjoy his dinner. The drink was just a bottle of ordinary tea. He guessed the sentient plane tree wouldn't be interested, so he drank it himself. After eating and drinking his fill, he leaned against the wall and rested a bit. Bullhorse came back from outside. Quick, quick! What did you trade with that tree? As soon as it came in, it asked impatiently. The legendary Deliverman's vest. What the hell? Where's the vest? Let me see it. Bullhorse eyes widened. I put in the locker. Liu Zheng replied. Are you crazy? Why put clothes in the locker instead of wearing them? Bullhorse asked in confusion. He said nothing, just gave a polite smile. Oh, so you figure I can't open your locker anymore, huh? Bullhorse wasn't stupid and quickly caught on. Boss, you're wise. Liu Zheng flattered him gently. Always using little tricks. Even if I beat you to death, I can still open your locker. Bullhorse said contemptuously. The boss is so loyal. I wouldn't do that. He laughed. Loyal? When did you get the illusion that we have a good relationship? Bullhorse mocked as it lifted its hoof. I told Delago that if I don't find it tomorrow, it'll spread that you have a Paradise Island double vacation voucher. Liu Zheng said calmly. You're bluffing. Bull Horse said confidently. I wouldn't dare bluff the boss like you, he said with a seemingly aggrieved tone. So what if it's true? Even if I Bull Horse put the vacation voucher on my forehead, who dares to take it? Bull Horse said proudly. Of course, but boss, you don't want your remaining half horn broken too, right? Liu Zheng looked at the top of its head. The other injuries had healed, but only half a horn remained. Don't mention my horn. Bull Horse suddenly flew into a rage. Okay. He made a zipper gesture. Forget it. Keep it for yourself. That thing only has sentimental value, to me anyway. Bull Horse snorted. Actually, I could give it to you. Liu Zheng added again. You're that generous? Bull Horse squinted at him. Since starting work, this guy had been trying to swap things like a middleman rather than a deliverman. Boss takes care of me so well. It's only right to offer tribute. Of course, a little extra subsidy would be even better. The item description said the legendary deliverman's vest couldn't be taken out of the dungeon, so rather than waste it, better to swap for something else. What do you want? Just so you know, I'm not as well off as that tree. Bull Horse pursed his lips. Just pick something that makes me live a few days longer. Liu Zheng said. That's a high demand. Bull Horse sized him up. You living this long is already surprising to me. It said seriously. Most people would have died after delivering to Mr. Li. The high tips weren't so easy to get. Green Osmanthus Garden, Crazy City, wasn't a good place either. Although it wasn't a luxury complex, it was full of all sorts of people. It's all because you're protecting me, boss. Liu Zheng said respectfully. I can't protect you. I really don't have anything suitable here. Bull Horse shook his head. Unlike that tree, it wasn't a hoarder. Things either got used or exchanged. Just get a couple of bottles of Ascension Moss. He said generously. You wish. If I had some, I'd drink it myself. Last time I just got a bottle of Vlad 3, and those kitchen guys nearly killed me. Bull Horse glared. Then no choice. I'll take it to trade with Delago. Liu Zheng said regretfully. You dare. Bull Horse roared. Boss, I have to survive. He said calmly. After staring at each other for a few minutes, Bull Horse snorted. No items, but I can give you a chance to make some extra money. After considering for a moment, it said, What kind of extra work? Liu Zheng asked. You'll know when the time comes. And it might not even work out. It depends on your luck. Nyoto replied. Oh, right. The vest can't be given to you immediately. He still needed it for delivering orders. Before leaving the dungeon, he would leave the vest in the resting room. That's fine. I'm not in a hurry to use it. Without a full set, it won't help me much. Nyoma said. So it's a full set? Liu Zheng was surprised. Delago hadn't told him about this. Exactly, it should be a vest, a hat, and a delivery box. Nyoma recalled. A perfect grade vest alone was already a top-tier item. If he could get the full set, it would at least be epic grade, right? Liu Zheng felt fascinated, but he also knew it was just wishful thinking. By the way, who exactly is this legendary deliverman? Is he from our restaurant? Liu Zheng was curious. Yes. Nyoma nodded. Have you met him before, boss? Never. When I arrived, he was already gone. Nyoma shook his head. Did he resign or die? How would I know? But he worked at the restaurant for 30 years. If he was going to die, it would have happened long ago. Nyoma said, Aren't you also planning to save up a decade or so of wages to buy scalper tickets? You actually believe my bragging? Nyoma rolled his eyes. Since coming back from Paradise Island, I have to find a way to escape. Continuing at the restaurant, I'd be lucky to live until my little calf is born. Liu Zheng seemed to catch a trace of sorrow on Nyoma's big face. There's no surveillance in the resting room, right? He looked around. Don't know. Even if there is, it doesn't matter. Everyone says so. Nyoma was indifferent. Is the restaurant not good? It's not bad, just not easy. Nyoma shook his head. All right, enough. No more orders today. Let's sleep. He went to lie down on his straw mat, and soon his snoring filled the air. Since Nyoma said so, Liu Zheng relaxed as well and found a comfortable position in the corner to fall asleep. When he woke up to the alarm, he still couldn't believe it. He had actually survived another day in this strange world. Even more surprisingly, aside from a few minor ailments, he was doing all right. Could it be that I'm some kind of innate delivery saint? Liu Zheng amused himself with the thought. Quit joking. Hurry up and eat breakfast. Work starts soon. Nyoma shouted. Oh! He opened the cabinet, and sure enough, there was a staff meal waiting inside. A bowl of miscellaneous noodles that looked unidentifiable, topped with a layer of small pink spheres that resembled apple snail's eggs. The quality was only common, and it only restored stamina. Boss, please go ahead. Liu Zheng took the initiative to offer his meal box. He knew this was the real reason Nyoma reminded him. Not bad, kid. Nyoma lowered his head and slurped half of it in one gulp. Especially those pink eggs. They were practically sucked clean. Fishman eggs have a nice bite to them. Nyoma praised. He puffed his cheeks and chewed vigorously, the fishman eggs crackling crisply in his mouth. The rest is yours. Nyoma returned the meal box to Liu Zheng. Thanks, boss. He took the box and calmly started eating. Come to think of it, Nyoma snatching food wasn't entirely bad. He didn't want to eat those disgusting eggs anyway. After finishing the miscellaneous noodles, Liu Zheng picked up the drink bottle. Name: Essence of Red-Eyed Snake Mackerel. Type: Item. Quality: Excellent. Effect: Produces a thorough bowel movement. Can cure some poisoning. Note: At first, he only thought it was a fart. Can be taken out of the dungeon. Yes. The semi-transparent plastic container was balloon-shaped, and the liquid inside gleamed with an oily shine. This is basically an enema, isn't it? Liu Zheng was speechless. Putting this in a staff meal. Are they afraid no one would sneak off to the bathroom? Oh, if they don't allow bathroom breaks in a restaurant, then no problem. He stuffed the plastic container into his pocket. No way was he going to drink this. Better to trade it with Delago. After Nyoma finished his own staff meal, the ghost hand came again to assign orders. Still 2 orders, but this time Nyoma didn't let Liu Zheng choose. He just took one and left directly. Liu Zheng went to the door and took the remaining one. Dish: a serving of large intestine sashimi platter. Address: Green Osmanthus Garden, Crazy City, Building 1, Unit 201. Time limit: within 1 hour. Why another order from Green Osmanthus Garden? Liu Zheng frowned. Though reluctant, once an order came, he had to deliver it. He opened the cabinet and switched to the legendary vest, then stepped out of the resting room. Opening the meal box on the delivery cart, a horrifying stench immediately filled his nostrils. This is way too smelly. Liu Zheng hurriedly covered his nose with a tentacle and looked inside the box. There were over a dozen pieces of large intestines stacked neatly, each sausage looking thin-skinned and fully stuffed. Name: Large intestine sashimi platter. Type: Item. Quality: Excellent. Effect: Restores stamina and heals injuries. Note: Life is uncertain. Large intestines wrap small intestines. Can be taken out of the dungeon. Yes. First an enema, now large intestine sashimi. He and Old 8 really couldn't get along today, huh? Liu Zheng was about to close the box when he suddenly felt something was off. He opened the item description and carefully read the note again. Suppressing his nausea, he cautiously rummaged through the sausages. After some searching, he finally found a special intestine. It was thinner, longer, and inside had many fuzzy protrusions. Clearly, this was a small intestine. Liu Zheng had learned this during his hospital watch. So, you were waiting for me here. Liu Zheng smiled coldly. He put the delivery order and meal box back on the cart, then returned to the resting room. A few minutes later, the ghost hand pushed open the wooden board again. By the way, Nyoma only said not to talk to the person preparing the meals, not that we can't communicate. Looking at the ghost hand slowly extending inside, Liu Zheng suddenly had an idea. Thinking about how close he had been to delivering the wrong meal, that idea quickly turned into a burst of anger. Bang! He slammed a heavy fist against the door panel. The ghost hand seemed startled, its 5 fingers curling sharply. Ha ha! Seeing this, Liu Zheng laughed heartily. The ghost hand put down the delivery order, gave him a straight middle finger, then withdrew from the resting room. You little thing, quite the temper. This chapter is updated by novelfire.net. Liu Zheng smiled carefreely. After waiting half a minute, he stepped out again. The delivery cart already had a new meal. Just to be safe, he checked the food again. This time, no problem, just large intestines, no damage or spoilage. And the item description had a subtle change. Name, large intestine sashimi platter. Type, item. Quality, excellent. Effect, restores stamina and heals injuries. Note, was it intentional or just careless? Can it be taken out of the dungeon? Yes. Holding the meal, Liu Zheng walked into the dark corridor. Mr. Tree, I'm here with another delivery for you. Liu Zheng said with a cheerful smile as he approached the dark soil. How many times have I told you, don't call me Mr. Tree? It sounds awful. The plain Tree said disdainfully. Then, boss die? He tried a different title. I'm just called Delago, not surname Die, and given name Lego. The plain Tree, Delago, exclaimed in frustration. All right, then what's your surname? Liu Zheng asked good-naturedly. My surname. Why the hell do you care? Just say what you came for. Delago snapped angrily. This guy, surely he knows his own surname? He was a little suspicious. Of course, he wouldn't blatantly call him out on it. I brought you a bottle of this. See if you like it. Liu Zheng took out an essence extract from the red-eyed snake mackerel. Oh, it's this stuff. Delago perked up. You know it. Cleansing enema. Who doesn't know it? But I heard red-eyed snake mackerel is no longer supplied. Where did you get it? Delago asked. It was in the staff meal. Liu Zheng replied. TSK. No wonder the restaurant is so rich and generous. Delago admired. You're a local tycoon. Do you really need something like this? Liu Zheng half-joked. The landlord's family doesn't have surplus either. Besides, whether I can get anything depends on luck. There's no restaurant freedom here. If I want something, I have to buy it myself. If I could buy drinks myself, I'd be the last person to do a loss-making deal with you. Delago sighed. In these recent trades, it's basically been a small loss each time. The time he swapped for the legendary Deliverman's disguise was an even bigger loss. If there was a better option, he wouldn't be doing such foolish things. Is it really that bad? Then this bottle of cleansing enema is yours. Liu Zheng generously offered. Don't try it on me. You humans are cunning, always expecting tenfold returns for every bit you give. Delago snorted. No wonder you're a genius among trees with French noble blood. My little schemes can't fool you at all. He applauded vigorously. You have some eye for it. Yesterday, I ate a bunch of black death birds. I really need a detox. So, what do you want to trade? Delago asked. I had a bit of a conflict with the security guard at Green Osmanthus Garden, Crazy City. Do you have something to deal with him? Liu Zheng inquired. Last time he managed to bluff that guy. This time it might not be so easy. You have a disguise. What are you afraid of? If you can't beat him, you can always run. Delago said oddly. The disguise expires right after delivery. He explained. Oh, that. Delago suddenly realized. It had always hidden the disguise deep in its roots and hadn't taken it out to admire it for a while. So it had almost forgotten. There is something, but that bottle of cleansing enema won't be enough. Delago rolled its eyes. You said red-eyed snake mackerel is out of stock? Other cleansing enemas shouldn't be as effective, right? Liu Zheng raised an eyebrow slightly. Damn it, why does a human have such a good memory? Delago grumbled. The premium on this stuff is quite subjective, so just now it wasn't exactly lying that the cleansing enema isn't worth much. But Liu Zheng caught the loophole in its words, so Delago couldn't deny it forcefully. The roots dug through the soil and finally pulled out a pair of sneakers. Name, fashion skateboard shoes, single use. Type, item, quality, excellent. Effect, instant slide to 100 meters away upon use. Notes, my skateboard shoes, stylish, most stylish. Can it be taken out of the dungeon? Yes. 200 meters should be enough to get out of the security guard's attack range. Liu Zheng nodded with satisfaction and put on the skateboard shoes. To be honest, wearing shoes on hooves was a bit awkward. He thought of those cats and dogs wearing shoes put on by their owners and empathized deeply. Let's go. Liu Zheng waved his tentacle. Go, go, go. Delago said impatiently, then closed its eyes. Want me to chat with you a little longer? He couldn't help teasing it. What's there to chat about with a human like you? Delago squinted. Well, no other trees talk to you. By the way, staying alone here every day must be lonely, right? Liu Zheng actually felt a bit sympathetic. Yeah, guess why the trees are all idiots? Why? Because I absorbed all their nutrients. Delago sneered coldly. Impressive, let's go. Liu Zheng gave a thumbs up, then stared fixedly at it. What are you doing? Delago was baffled. Nothing, I just want to see what happens when a tree drinks a cleansing enema. He said with interest. Damn it, if you don't leave now, it'll be you who ends up with a mess. Delago became furious. You should drink more and see how your temper smells, all pent up. Before Delago could explode, Liu Zheng fled hastily. He awkwardly walked all the way to Green Osmanthus Garden, Crazy City. The security guard on duty was still the half-gray-haired one. He wasn't in the guard booth, but was outside smoking and pacing. Seeing Liu Zheng from afar, his face darkened and he hurried back into the booth. Now Liu Zheng was not happy. He walked over and pounded hard on the window. The security guard gave him a sidelong glance and ignored him. Hey! Liu Zheng swung his tentacle and started hitting the glass fiercely. Not bad, this glass was really good quality. After a while of beating, there wasn't a single crack. Are you crazy? The guard finally lost his patience and shouted. Why are you yelling so loud? Liu Zheng yelled back, even louder. What do I care what you're doing? Hurry up and deliver your damn takeout. The guard retorted, speechless. Not rushing the delivery, give me a cigarette first. Fat chance. The guard refused without hesitation. So stingy, I'll return the favor with a pack next time. Liu Zheng tried to persuade. Believe you? Yeah, right. Get lost, get lost. The guard said impatiently. Seriously won't give me one? No, this content belongs to novelfire.net. Fine then. Liu Zheng shrugged and swung his tentacle again. This time, the rhythm was even more violent than before. After drumming on the glass for 10 minutes, the guard finally couldn't take it and lit 3 cigarettes, handing them over backwards. Buy one, get 2 free. So generous? Liu Zheng laughed. Feeling great, good for the road. The guard said with a smirk that was anything but sincere. Generous. Liu Zheng bit the cigarette tip, patted the guard's shoulder, then walked into the community. The guard stared at his back, eyes filled with both anger and surprise. By the way, might as well check 606 while the disguise is still active. Once inside the community, Liu Zheng suddenly had a bright idea. That woman's writing was decent, but her starting point and gimmick were lacking. If she followed his guidance and made changes, signing her would be no problem. Although she didn't seem very wealthy, every little bit counts. Thinking this, Liu Zheng's hooves instinctively turned toward Building 3A. Arriving at room 606's door, the security door had already been replaced with a new one. He didn't really understand these residents of this strange world. Doors that could be dismantled by hand were useless for protection. This was probably just for ceremonial show. Liu Zheng shook his head and pressed the doorbell. Who is it? It was still that ambiguous voice. Me, the delivery guy from yesterday. He replied. Ah, coming. After hurried footsteps, the door opened. The young girl was only wrapped in a towel, her wet long hair hanging over curves it could barely cover. You really didn't have to rush so much. Liu Zheng spoke, staring intently. Senior, please accept my knees. The girl kowtowed so hard she almost dropped her bath towel. Not that extreme, not that extreme. Liu Zheng reached out his hand to steady her. If he got too serious, he'd probably get chopped into mince. Yesterday, I revised the draft as you said, and it got approved right away. The editor is very optimistic and said they want to promote me. The girl said excitedly, Congratulations, congratulations. It's all thanks to your good teaching. By the way, what kind of gift do you like? I'll go buy it right away. The girl asked. Remember it for now. I'll tell you when I think of something. Liu Zheng thought for a moment and said. At the moment, he didn't have anything special in mind, so it was better to keep this opportunity. This woman seemed quite strong. She might come in handy at critical moments. Okay, then remember my phone number. The girl recited a string of numbers. Liu Zheng memorized them in one go. The mental attribute seemed related to memory. Now he was practically photographic. By the way, what's your name? He asked. Although he couldn't store numbers, he still needed a way to address her. He couldn't just call her a dead loser. Hearing his words, the girl looked a bit conflicted. What's wrong? Liu Zheng asked curiously. Well, sorry, we don't seem that close yet. The girl hesitated as she said. Giving a name requires a certain level of familiarity. Even the Japanese aren't this pretentious. He was speechless, but considering how strange this world was, maybe names had other meanings here. Fine, then I'll just call you novelist. Liu Zheng shrugged. Really sorry. The girl gave a deep bow. Very big, very deep. When she lifted her head, she naturally met Liu Zheng's even deeper gaze. Should I show you my chest? She suddenly got a bright idea and started to untie the bath towel. I'm in a hurry. Next time for sure. He waved his tentacle. All right. If you ever need anything, come anytime. Other parts are okay too. The girl said seriously. Looking into her sincere eyes, Liu Zheng wasn't sure whether to call her conservative or bold. He could only say she really just looked human. Leaving now, Liu Zheng left Building 3A and headed to Building 1. There was no doorbell at 201, so he could only tap on the door a few times with his tentacle. It didn't hurt. The tentacle was very tough, similar in texture to rubber. The surface was covered with scales like chitin, making a hissing sound on the metal door that grated on the ears. Luckily, the door opened after only a few taps. What's the matter? A little boy wearing a one-piece panda pajama stared at him expressionlessly. Delivery. Liu Zheng held up the takeout bag. Oh, the panda boy took the bag. Oh, that's it, he said, somewhat surprised. What else? The panda boy retorted. Aren't you supposed to refuse the delivery? Liu Zheng said. So far, no one had honestly signed for a delivery. Mr. Li did sign, but she didn't eat it herself. Do you think I'm some small fry? The panda boy said coldly. Suddenly, Liu Zheng felt a deep malice. He instinctively wanted to jump back, but found himself unable to move. The panda boy glanced at him, then opened the takeout box. He picked at the large intestines with chopsticks, then grabbed one to chew. Yellow-green filling dripped down the corner of his mouth, making Liu Zheng feel a bit sick. Very fresh. The panda boy smiled with satisfaction. Thank you for your recognition of our restaurant's dishes, he said politely. The panda boy's gaze suddenly focused on Liu Zheng's abdomen. Your intestines look good too. He showed an innocent smile. Sorry, that's outside the delivery range. Liu Zheng said calmly. If you want to sell some, come find me. Remember to eat well. The panda boy patted his belly and then closed the door. Phew, Liu Zheng exhaled heavily. If he hadn't discovered the loophole in the first batch of large intestine sashimi, he probably would have been dead by now. In front of the panda boy, Liu Zheng didn't even have a chance to escape. This guy was terrifying. Liu Zheng raised his tentacle and wiped the fluid oozing from his scalp. He took a deep breath. The familiar smell of decaying plants gradually calmed him down. A bit overconfident, huh? Liu Zheng smiled wryly. He had thought that as long as he didn't act recklessly, self-preservation wouldn't be a problem. Now, it seemed he was still far from that. Back at the community gate, the security guard was still smoking in the booth. Seeing Liu Zheng come out, he just glanced coldly and ignored him. Liu Zheng didn't bother to chat and walked straight out. Passing by the landscape rock at the entrance, suddenly a messy tuft of hair burst out from the shadows. Been waiting for you. He sneered inside. Even though he wasn't a smoker, he knew that 3 cigarettes were for dead people. Without hesitation, Liu Zheng used his skateboard shoes. His figure instantly turned into an illusion and appeared 100 meters away. A blood-red path stretched from the community gate all the way to beneath him, paved with countless scraps of flesh. Chill. Liu Zheng stared at his lower half cut in half and gasped. The cut was neat and clean, sharper than an amputation saw. It was a shame the ground had worn it down so badly, or it could have been used as surgical teaching material. Not just his lower half. All his tentacles were severed as well. It was obvious the security guard had learned his lesson and planned to first disable his mobility, then slowly finish him off. Too bad. Liu Zheng had skateboard shoes. He turned to look at green osmanthus garden. A humanoid figure with black and white hair was staring at him desperately, but didn't take a step forward. See you next time. Liu Zheng shouted loudly. If conditions allowed, he would have waved politely. The humanoid opened its mouth and let out a sharp explosive screech, then collapsed and dispersed. Okay, Next time I'll bring you some cigarettes. Liu Zheng said seriously. Friction on smooth ground, friction. He hummed as he crawled forward on the ground like a pupa. His tentacles and hooves still needed some time to grow back. Since he had nothing else to do, he might as well train his abs. He crawled all the way back to Bloody Restaurant, where Bull Horse was cooking. On the large alcohol stove sat a stainless steel pot, bubbling and simmering. Compared to what was in the pot, Liu Zheng was more curious about how Bull Horse had lit it. It didn't even have tentacles. You got beaten up again, huh? Bull Horse glanced at him and said with glee. Liu Zheng looked even skinnier than before going out. Living in this world, how can you not get cut? He waved his hand. But I don't get cut, Bull Horse said proudly. Look, freshly slaughtered. It pointed at the pot. Thick green liquid floated with a bunch of heads whose skin was split open. From the facial features, they looked human. But judging by their size, they shouldn't be people. Even a dwarf's head wouldn't be only half a palm in size. If they were babies, their hair shouldn't be so thick. Also, they were ugly, old and ugly. What the hell is this? Liu Zheng asked disdainfully. Underground rat men. They tried to steal the takeout, but I wiped out the whole nest. Bull Horse replied. Who still dares to steal takeout? He was a bit surprised. So far, the restaurant's reputation seemed solid. Those who picked fights with him used coaxing and trickery. Even a street boss like the Plane Tree didn't dare to make a direct move. SSNOVLFIRE.net. The security guard at Green Osmanthus Garden probably dared to sneak attack him because he had started it first. There are always those who want money, but not life. Oh, it's cooked, Bull Horse said cheerfully. It lifted the stainless steel pot and was about to pour some into its mouth when it noticed Liu Zheng's gaze. Want some? It said reluctantly. You enjoy it yourself. He politely declined. You don't appreciate good things. Ratman's skin is the best aphrodisiac. I wouldn't tell just anyone. Bull Horse said mysteriously. What are you trying to do? He looked at Bull Horse warily. It was just the two of them in the break room. I'm not interested in men, especially since you're not even human. Bull Horse gave him a sidelong glance. Got it, you're not into ma. If you dare say it out loud, I'll beat you until you're as big as they are. Bull Horse pointed to the Ratman heads boiling in the pot. Liu Zheng wisely shut his mouth. This stew is for tonight's black market. Bull Horse said. Black market? That's right. As long as you have money, you could buy anything in the black market. Bull Horse introduced. Is this the side hustle opportunity you mentioned earlier? Liu Zheng recalled their previous conversation. Exactly. Trading with that tree only earns you a little money. But a night in the black market can make you 10 times its net worth. Bull Horse tempted him. Then why are you still so poor? He asked sincerely. Nonsense. When have I ever been poor? Bull Horse snapped angrily. You can't even afford new clothes, got beaten half to death over a bottle of red wine, and you have to mooch off my staff meals. Liu Zheng listed off the facts. That's called a compliance test, got it? You simple-minded human. Bull Horse argued. I can even afford moss tea. How am I short of a few staff meals? It grumbled. He replied perfunctorily. You little punk looked down on Bull Horse. I won't waste time with you. Just say if you dare to go or not. Bull Horse rolled its eyes. Is it dangerous? 9 times out of 10 you'll die. Bull Horse said. Then I have no choice but to go. Liu Zheng smiled. Sometimes I really don't get you humans. Bull Horse scratched its head. You say you're timid, but you dare to go to such a dangerous place. You say you're brave, but you chicken out so quickly every time. High risk, high reward. Liu Zheng was calm and composed. The difficulty of this dungeon couldn't be overcome by just hiding. If it weren't for him risking his life a few times, would he have the stats he has now? Besides, there was the gambling agreement hanging over him like the sword of Damocles. It's not that easy for you to go. The black market only opens after midnight. By then, all the orders are gone. Bull Horse said, Deliverman rule number 2, do not leave the rest area without orders. But as an excellent employee, I can go out and I can bring you along. Bull Horse continued, but no matter how much you earn in the black market, I get half. Bull Horse glared at him and then said, very reasonable. Liu Zheng nodded. Don't think I'm just asking for a big cut. Bullhorse saw through his thoughts. When you don't have orders, you're not really a restaurant employee. Anyone can mess with you, especially at night, when filth runs rampant. Without me covering you, you'd be a fat target. It said, "Boss, you just said there are no orders at night. Does that mean orders can't be placed, or no one places them?" Liu Zheng asked a different question. No one places them. The kitchen only has one person on duty at night. Even I think the food that guy makes is awful. Bullhorse replied, "I see." Liu Zheng thought for a moment, then took out his phone and dialed a string of numbers. Bullhorse stared at him without expression, watching to see what trick he was up to. "Who is it?" The other side of the phone sounded like keyboard tapping. "It's me, the delivery guy," Liu Zheng said. "Ah, it's Senior." The keyboard tapping suddenly paused. "Does Senior have any instructions?" The novelist said hesitantly. "It's like this. Can I trouble you to place an order at midnight?" Liu Zheng said. "The longer the delivery time, the better." He added, "Sure." The novelist agreed readily. "But if you do it, Senior can't check my health anymore." "That's a pity." Liu Zheng hung up and turned to see Bullhorse staring at him as if he'd seen a ghost. "What's wrong?" he asked, confused. "You've only been here 2 days, and you're already cozying up to customers?" Bullhorse was shocked. "Cozying up sounds too harsh. We're just purely transactional." Liu Zheng corrected him. "Is the tentacle guy trending now?" Bullhorse looked at its own hooves, doubting the course of its own life. "It's mainly charisma. So, can I go to the black market now?" he asked. You're pretty awesome," Bullhorse said grudgingly. "Don't be upset. Same terms. You still get your share of the profits." Liu Zheng smiled. "What dirty tricks are you up to this time?" Bullhorse watched him cautiously. It didn't believe this human would suddenly become generous. "You said there are scalper tickets for Paradise Island, right?" "That's right." Bullhorse nodded. "How much is a single-person vacation ticket?" Liu Zheng asked. "About 500,000, I think." Bullhorse thought for a moment. 500,000. His monthly salary was 1,000, which meant working without eating or drinking for more than 40 years. Get full chapters from velfire.net. So you said saving for over 10 years would be enough. A single-person vacation ticket cost 500,000. A double-person ticket would start at $1 million. I'm an excellent employee. Can you compare to me? Bullhorse looked at him disdainfully. If it weren't for the high pay, no way it would be working here. "Oh, can you buy scalper tickets in the black market?" Liu Zheng asked again. "You can, but that level of goods requires a guarantor." Bullhorse replied. "Then it's settled. If the money earned is enough to buy a single-person vacation ticket, you help me get one, and you keep the rest." He said, "What if it's not enough?" "What's not enough, you still get half." Liu Zheng said. "Why do you think you can earn that much?" Bullhorse asked. "You're not losing anything anyway." He shrugged his tentacles. "Besides, you should have a way to help me earn money, right, boss?" Liu Zheng smiled. "Otherwise, it wouldn't have brought it up." Bullhorse rolled its eyes and went back to eating the stewed ratmen noisily. Watching it chow down noisily, Liu Zheng couldn't help licking his lips. "Got anything to eat, boss?" He had consumed quite a bit this time. Just staff meals probably wouldn't be enough to replenish him. "No, you refused just now." Bullhorse used its massive body to block the pot. "I'm not fighting you. Anything else?" Liu Zheng said helplessly. "No, if I had anything, would I be fighting you for food?" Bullhorse said without hesitation. "That can food last time. Gone. Not a single can left. If you're hungry, go gnaw on yourself." Before he finished speaking, Bullhorse started yelling. "No food, some drinks at least. Haven't had water all morning." Liu Zheng complained unwillingly. "Who told you to trade everything with that tree?" Bullhorse showed no sympathy. "You must have something to play with. You don't want me watching you eat forever, right?" He persisted. "Why are you so annoying to Bullhorse?" Bullhorse was driven crazy by him, so it got up and opened a cabinet, taking out a book. Here. If you keep bothering me, I'll cook you." It threw the book to Liu Zheng and went back to eating. Liu Zheng picked it up and saw it was a Sudoku magazine. "That works." He took out a pen from his pocket and returned to his small stool. Although it wasn't an item, doing Sudoku could indeed restore his sanity. He spent the whole day doing it. Finally finished, Liu Zheng let out a long breath. "You finally woke up, kid," Bullhorse said in a sinister tone. What happened to me? He asked in confusion. Look at the time. Bullhorse pursed his lips. Liu Zheng took out his phone, which showed the time. 11:30 p.m. At this hour already. He shuddered and glanced at the Sudoku magazine. Something about it felt off. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. Even if you can't finish it, I'll kick you awake. Bullhorse said. Kick awake? More like kick to death, I bet. Liu Zheng chuckled. Hurry up and get your meal out. I'm starving. Bullhorse shouted. Liu Zheng pulled out 2 staff meals from the cabinet, a bowl of ramen and a box of sushi. The drinks were a bottle of raw cola and a bottle of sake. After the offerings were made, he finished the remaining staff meal and drank the raw cola. Liu Zheng opened his pants and glanced down, snorting. Nothing was glowing. This Japanese food clearly wasn't authentic. He pocketed the sake, planning to give it to the plane tree. That tree seemed to prefer alcohol over drinks. He checked the time again, 11:56 p.m. Now it was a matter of whether the novelist was reliable or not. Fortunately, the novelist proved trustworthy. At exactly midnight, the ghostly hand reached in. It placed down the delivery order and gave Liu Zheng the middle finger. Then, without waiting for a response, it slipped back out. Ha ha! Bullhorse burst into earth-shattering laughter. His 2 thick lips were lifted by the airflow. How did you piss it off? After a long while, Bullhorse stopped, gasping for breath. The last meal had a problem, so I scared it a bit. Liu Zheng shrugged his tentacle. This little thing sure held grudges. Serves it right. It didn't slap you twice. That's already good. Ha ha. Bullhorse continued laughing. Liu Zheng ignored him and picked up the delivery order. Dish: 1 serving of mermaid lantern fried rice. Address: Building 4, Room 606, Green Osmanthus Garden, Crazy City. Time limit: 3 hours. 3 hours? Bullhorse leaned in with his big head. Your partner really went all out, he said with surprise. We're just friends. Liu Zheng corrected seriously. That friend of yours is pretty loyal. My wife wouldn't even give me this much. Bullhorse said with some jealousy. Is it expensive? Liu Zheng asked. Of course. You think who can afford bloody restaurant? Ordering proactively and customizing delivery time. This single order can keep you busy for a year. Bullhorse explained. That's highway robbery. Liu Zheng said sincerely. How else would the boss make money? Bullhorse chuckled. This time it wasn't me who brought it up. Liu Zheng eyed him warily. Last time he mentioned the boss, one of them got scared half to death, and the other got beaten half to death. Is Bullhorse brave again this time? Don't mention that. Bullhorse waved his hoof. The boss loves it when people praise her for being cold-hearted, ruthless, and greedy. Does she also like being hung on street lamps? Liu Zheng said with half-closed eyes. Never heard that, but I did hear she enjoys golden baths. Bullhorse said mysteriously. Golden? Bath. He only knew about milk baths and rose baths. What's a golden bath? Just melting gold and pouring it into an iron bathtub to soak. Bullhorse explained. Awesome. Liu Zheng gave a thumbs up. That woman really isn't human. Could have been the boss herself. Enough chit-chat. Let's go. 3 hours isn't a lot of time. Bullhorse urged. The two left the passageway. Liu Zheng pulled out the map. Where's the black market? He asked. Here. Bullhorse tapped the northwest corner of the map with his horn. Huh. Liu Zheng looked at the location and felt a little familiar. After a few seconds of recollection, he took out the initial letter. Flipping it over, sure enough, the black market's location overlapped with one of the dots. The city hall actually marked the black market's location. That's unlike their style. Bullhorse leaned over and said, Really? Liu Zheng said casually. Maybe the system marked it. What about the other 3 places? He pointed at the other dots. That one is the Chaos Club. That's the landfill. And the one in the center is the city hall. Bullhorse explained one by one. What kind of place is the Chaos Club? Liu Zheng asked. Don't know. Never had orders from there. You better pray you don't get one either. Newest update provided by novel_free.net. Bullhorse shook his head. Why? From what the black market folks say, last time the city hall sent 3 squads in, none came out. Bullhorse said, Are the squads strong? How do they compare to you guys? Liu Zheng asked seriously. I was speaking in general terms. General terms, you get it? Bullhorse was stunned for a moment, then exploded in anger. Got it, big shot, continue. He quickly reassured. Continue my ass, let's go. If I weren't counting on you to make money for me, I'd kick you to death with one hoof right now. Bullhorse said angrily. This was Liu Zheng's first time going out at night, and he clearly felt the difference. Those secretive eyes watching from the shadows almost solidified into substance, like countless tongues licking over him. He felt itchy all over. Feeling ticklish, huh? Bullhorse teased. Yeah, a bit. Liu Zheng admitted with a nod. Night is different from day. If I weren't here, they'd have rushed out and torn you apart long ago. Bullhorse said. Who are they? He asked. Everything. Some like to eat people, some eat anything, and some have been eaten dry. Like this one, Bullhorse said, suddenly stomping hard on the ground. The asphalt concrete cracked instantly, and dark green blood slowly seeped out from beneath. Bullhorse kicked aside the rubble, then stuck his horn into the ground and pulled out a bizarre creature. Its skin was pale, its body resembled a fat toad, and its head had a cluster of pink tentacles with no eyes. Good stuff, Bullhorse said happily. He stuffed the creature into his mouth, biting off its head and half its body in one bite. Tastes like chicken, super crunchy. Bullhorse licked his lips in satisfaction. This thing was rare, hardly ever coming out even on Bloody Night. Having this bite made today's trip worthwhile. Want some? Noticing Liu Zheng's gaze, he hesitated before asking. After all, he was counting on this guy to share the loot, couldn't be stingy. Liu Zheng looked at the pale corpse, and the system prompt flashed brightly above it. Name: fresh corpse of a moon beast juvenile. Type: item. Quality: fine. Effect: spirit +5, perception +5, small chance to gain auditory hallucination status, extremely small chance to awaken isolated daughter bloodline. Remark: the moon is watching you. Can be taken out of the dungeon. Yes. Warning: the isolated daughter bloodline conflicts with the player's current state. Forced awakening will cause uncontrollable consequences. Without the system warning, he wouldn't have considered eating it. After turning into a tentacle monster from eating a black goat's eyeball, eating this would probably erase his human form entirely. Coward has no luck with food. Bullhorse mocked, and then bobbed his head as he walked forward. Liu Zheng followed closely behind. Along their path, green bodily fluids dripped continuously. Pairs of blood-red eyes emerged from the darkness, emitting excited roars. Liu Zheng stopped in his tracks. What's up? Bullhorse asked. Sounds like someone is singing. He said. The singing was faint, almost imperceptible. Without the vest enhancement, he probably wouldn't have heard it. Why didn't I hear it? Discover more novels at novi.fir.net. Bullhorse pricked up his ears. Je vois la vie en rose. Illinois me dit de mots d'amour. Liu Zheng softly hummed the lyrics he caught, a smile slowly forming on his face. Oh, it's Mr. Tree. That tree? Yeah. Who else would be singing on the street at this hour? Bullhorse scoffed. Is it far from here? He asked. Just over a kilometer. Bullhorse thought for a moment. That's not bad. Boss, should I go say hi? Liu Zheng asked. Why? You want to be its backup dancer or something? Bullhorse teased. Gotta be polite. He smiled. You humans are always so busy with nonsense. Go if you want, but I don't want to see it. Bullhorse said in annoyance. All right. Liu Zheng headed in the direction Bullhorse pointed, while Bullhorse followed at a distance. Before long, Liu Zheng spotted Delago. No need for him to be a backup dancer. Delago was already rocking out on his own. Thousands of roots burst from the dark soil, wildly dancing with his branches and leaves. Countless bones and collectibles clashed, ringing out like a percussion ensemble. Though it was an extremely gentle ballad, Delago somehow sang it with a heavy metal vibe. Mr. Tree, Liu Zheng called several times before Delago turned his face toward him. It's you annoying guy. Coming to me so late. What good stuff did you get this time? At first, he looked disdainful, then excitement quickly followed. Nothing like that. Just passing by. Heard you're singing, so I came over to say hi. Liu Zheng said. TCH. Delago turned his face away, ready to keep singing. But actually, I did bring you something. He pulled out some sake and placed it on the ground. If you get tired of singing, have a sip to soothe your throat. I'm off. Liu Zheng waved his tentacles, then turned to leave. Hey, wait. Delago called after him. The city's most talented rock singer, the esteemed French noble Delago, at your service. Liu Zheng turned back with a smile. This gentleman never freeloads. So, tell me, what do you want in exchange? Delago tried to keep calm, but his mouth stretched so wide it almost showed his inner bark layer. This is just a gift between friends. If you want to return the favor, just give me some info. Liu Zheng said helplessly. The bottle of sake was ordinary quality, not worth trading for anything valuable. Though generous, this tree was no fool. What kind of info? Bullhorse plans to take me to the black market to make money. Got any advice for me? He asked. Bullhorse here too. Delago looked around and soon spotted Bullhorse hiding in a corner. He spat a mouthful of tree sap onto the ground. Almost at the same time, Liu Zheng heard a hiss from the corner. Do you two have a grudge? He asked curiously. That bastard tried to trade fake wine. I caught him and beat him up. Delago snorted. Liu Zheng was instantly impressed. To beat up Bullhorse, a 3-time excellent employee, definitely made Delago the street boss here. You've already beaten him, so let's just move past this. He tried to reason. Move past him, I ass. That bastard mixed herbicide into the wine and made me sick for days. Delago said fiercely. You knew it was fake and still drank it? Liu Zheng was speechless. How else would I know how fake it was? Delago said righteously. You're right. He admitted defeat. I haven't been to the black market, so I have no info for you. Delago said. Fine then. Good night. Wait. Delago called again. What? Take this. I don't like owing favors. A root hung down, holding a writhing chunk of meat. Name, emergency ration. Type, item. Quality, excellent. Effect, automatically used after becoming a shell, restoring some missing parts. Note, having more friends is always beneficial, especially when you're hungry. Can it be taken out of the dungeon? No. A life-saving item, a good find. Liu Zheng was about to step forward and take it, but suddenly stopped. He looked down. The moonlight was blocked by Delago's dense branches, leaving the ground beneath in pitch darkness. Liu Zheng bent over almost a half. Then, he smelled the rank scent of soil. Impossible to guard against. Liu Zheng sighed. Eating a piece of meat is so hard. Delago sighed even deeper. Let's run through the process again. He suggested. Sigh. I really want to trade with you, human. If the trade isn't enough, you can make it up next time. Delago resigned himself. All right, come forward. Liu Zheng stretched out a tentacle and took the chunk of meat. At some unknown time, the moonlight shone down again, illuminating the twisted human face on the meat. You keep going. I'm leaving first. He turned and left, leaving Delago sulking there. What did you trade for this time? Bullhorse asked. This. Liu Zheng showed the emergency ration. Oh, nice. Bullhorse's eyes lit up. With this, maybe we can make a big score. It whispered. Boss, what did you say? Nothing, let's go. The black market closes soon. It hurried him. Half an hour later, they finally arrived. A deep alley, its entrance shrouded in a constantly shifting, slick black mist. Stick your hand in. Bullhorse told Liu Zheng. What? Rules of the black market. They check visitors' identities to keep other things out. Bullhorse explained. What other things? Enough with the questions. Are you here to make money or do research? Hurry up, Bullhorse said impatiently. Liu Zheng rolled his eyes and stretched his hand into the black mist. The touch was strange, like passing through a layer of cooled lard. Ouch! He suddenly bared his teeth. Something inside bit him, not hard but painful. On the other side, Bullhorse also stuck his hoof in. Soon, it let out the same cry. I thought you were used to it by now. Liu Zheng teased. Moron, I'm not a masochist. Bullhorse rolled his eyes and rubbed his hoof, wincing. Besides, my hooves are so delicate. Seconds later, the black mist turned red. Okay, we can go in. Bullhorse charged forward. As it entered, Liu Zheng felt an intense sensation of being watched, really picking on the weak. He sneered, stepping into the red mist. In an instant, suffocation enveloped him. Liu Zheng felt as if he had fallen into a giant block of butter that was constantly churning and squeezing him. He held his breath and swam forward, waving his 4 tentacles. Phew! It took Liu Zheng a full half-minute to swim through that oily mist. I thought you were going to drown in there, Bullhorse said with schadenfreude. Drowning wasn't a risk. Getting greased to death was more likely, he replied while observing his surroundings. There was no bustling crowd scene as he had imagined. The interior of the black market remained eerily quiet. Only faint light seeped through the cracks of doors lining both sides of the pathway. Which door do we enter? Liu Zheng asked. That depends on how you plan to acquire startup capital. Bullhorse said. You don't have any money? The little money I had was spent on that red wine last time. Did you really think it was stolen? Bullhorse exclaimed. You paid money and still got beaten that badly. Discounted prices naturally come with getting discounted first, Bullhorse said as if it were obvious. Oh, so what options do we have? He asked. 2. First, you pawn that vest you're wearing, earn some money, then redeem it later. Bullhorse said. No way. Liu Zheng flatly refused. Without the enhancement from the legendary Deliverman's vest, his combat power would drop by at least 2/3. Then we can only choose the second option. You sell meat. Bullhorse shrugged. Sell meat. Liu Zheng's expression shifted dramatically. Life is precious indeed, but dignity costs even more. Let's be clear, I'll only be a host boy. He gritted his teeth. Dream on. I want that job too. The worst host boys in the black market are incubuses. You think a tentacled freak like you qualifies? Bullhorse said disdainfully. Then what did you mean? Oh, you meant actually selling meat. Liu Zheng suddenly understood. He remembered those security guards asking him for meat. Exactly, Bullhorse said. You're too fat right now anyway. Perfect time to lose some weight. Amid its sarcastic tone, the two moved toward the third door on the right. As soon as they entered, a wave of heat washed over them. Liu Zheng narrowed his eyes as the intense firelight inside stung his eyeballs. Over a dozen furnaces stood in rows, each holding a large iron cauldron. Countless chunks of meat hung from meat hooks suspended from the ceiling beams, dangling above the iron pots. Behind the iron pots, a massive figure stood with its back to them, intently turning iron skewers in the fireplace. His physique was so enormous that he almost completely blocked the fireplace's flames. Pink muscle bundles bulged prominently, covered with crisscrossing scars. It was hard to imagine how one person could have so many scars, as if he had endured every form of punishment in the world. Oink! Bullhorse greeted him. Its unusually polite tone made Liu Zheng glance sideways in surprise. Check latest chapters at innoviellafire.net. Hearing his name called, Oink turned around. A pig's head, apparently of the Yorkshire large white breed. But his eyes were unmistakably human, even more profound and resolute than most humans. Long time no see, Bullhorse. I thought you'd already been made into delivery food by now, Oink said calmly. His voice was deep and powerful. If you didn't look at his face, you could easily imagine a charming, mature man. Besides you, nobody can turn me into a dish, Bullhorse said proudly. So, you're here to sell meat again today? Which part this time? Hooves, horse intestines, or beef tongue? A faint smile appeared on Oink's face. I've got nothing left for you to cut. He's the one selling meat today. Bullhorse pushed Liu Zheng forward. Oh, looks like good quality meat. Oink rested his chin on his hand as he appraised him. A hint of humanity, a touch of deformity, and the distinct scent of black goat. He said leisurely, as if evaluating a fine dish. You've heard the gospel too? Oink suddenly asked. Probably, I guess. Liu Zheng replied. That memory was somewhat fuzzy, as if something had washed over it. Excellent. Haven't seen ingredients of your quality in a long time. Oink nodded, appearing somewhat excited. So, how much are you selling? He stared at Liu Zheng. What's the price? He asked. For meat of your quality, I can give you 2,000 per pound. Oink said after some thought. How many pounds do I have? Liu Zheng didn't know his own weight. 15 pounds. Oink replied. 30,000, equivalent to 2.5 years of his salary. Is this price fair? Liu Zheng asked Bullhorse. You should be celebrating, kid. I only fetch 1,500 per pound. Bullhorse said somewhat jealously. Becoming an empty shell for 2.5 years' salary doesn't sound very cost-effective. He shook his head. Meat can be regrown. Employees at your restaurant should have plenty of such opportunities. Oink said. Liu Zheng knew he was referring to those foods that could compensate for deficiencies. I remember if someone sells all their meat at once, the purchase price doubles, right? Bullhorse suddenly spoke up. Correct. Oink nodded. Desperation-induced madness makes the meat texture firmer and the flavor more unique. He extended his grayish-white tongue and licked his pig snout. Then he'll sell everything. Bullhorse quickly said. When did I? Liu Zheng started to object, but saw Bullhorse frantically signaling him with its eyes. He paused, then remembered the props advanced to him by the plane tree. So that's it. This really is a high-stakes gamble. But all right then. The reason? Oink looked at Liu Zheng with interest. Shut up. Bullhorse started to speak, but was cut off by Oink. The pig-headed man slowly stood up, facing both of them. The iron skewer in his hand held an entire pig front leg, its skin already roasted golden brown. Fat continuously dripped from it, sizzling as it hit the charcoal fire. I was asking him, Oink said in a deep voice. The standing pig-headed man appeared even taller, his head almost touching the ceiling beams. Liu Zheng noticed an old ligature mark around his neck. Bullhorse shrugged and closed its mouth. Clearly, it didn't want to confront Oink. The reason? The pig-headed man asked again. Of course, because I need money. Liu Zheng looked at him strangely. Who sells meat if not for money? What will you do with the money? Oink didn't get angry, but continued questioning. Buy the bloody restaurant and make it work for me. He pointed at Bullhorse. Hey, you bastard. Bullhorse glared and was about to hit him, but stopped by Oink's gaze. You're so exploited that you need to sell meat, yet you want to use the money to exploit others? Oink's tone seemed to carry a chilling coldness. Just boasting. I'm struggling to survive right now. Need something practical to keep me going. Liu Zheng said with a smile. Interesting. I'll take your meat. Oink laughed 3 times, then casually threw the iron skewer into the fireplace. Orange flames suddenly surged, reducing the front leg to ashes. Such waste. Liu Zheng swallowed saliva. He recognized that wasn't a front leg. Want to eat? Pick one. Oink pointed at the iron pots. Every guest who sells all their meat gets a bowl of soup from me. Now let's see your luck. Liu Zheng didn't stand on ceremony, examining each pot one by one. The floating ingredients on the surface were all the same: onions, carrots, celery, rosemary, cilantro, and so on. Beneath the soup's surface lay a thick murkiness that revealed nothing. Simultaneously, the system provided no prompts whatsoever. He thought for a moment, then extended his tentacles. Looking is fine, but touch anything and I'll chop wherever you move. Oink had seen enough. Doesn't count toward payment. After a pause, it added, TCH. Liu Zheng clicked his tongue. Then this one. He pointed to the pot, right in the center. For no particular reason other than symmetry. Seems your luck isn't great. Oink shook its head, retrieving utensils from the cabinet behind it. Soon, a brimming bowl of meat soup was placed before Liu Zheng. Drink up. Finish it so you can get on the chopping block. The pig-headed man said gently. Liu Zheng looked into the bowl. The broth appeared much clearer than it had in the pot, with several red-eyed flies struggling in the soup as if still alive. Name: Hell Dragonfly Spicy Soup. Type: Item. Quality: Inferior. Effect 1. Taste bud numbness. Duration varies by constitution. Effect 2. Permanent constitution reduction by 5 points. Can be taken out of dungeon. Yes. He looked at the spicy soup with a troubled expression. Not because it contained hell dragonflies. Having eaten eyeball sashimi, this was nothing. Mainly because all the effects were negative, and the most terrifying was the permanent constitution reduction. Liu Zheng's actual constitution was only 12 points. This would wipe out nearly half. If he cleared the dungeon and then removed his flesh mutation status, he'd probably become half paralyzed on the spot. Can I get this to go? Liu Zheng asked seriously. I can pack you to go. Oink replied, just as seriously. Sigh. He sighed, lowered his head, and took a sip. Extreme spiciness punched his taste buds hard, while the aftertaste of sulfur delivered a second blow to his brain. HSS ha, HSS ha. Liu Zheng stuck out his tongue, saliva madly secreting, but it was like trying to put out a fire with a cup of water. Tasty, Oink asked. Not spicy. Enough. He recovered slightly, speaking word by word. With that mouth of yours, you'll need at least 8 hours of stewing. Oink chuckled dryly. What? Can't bite through sashimi. Liu Zheng continued talking tough. I don't eat humans, though you humans have eaten me. After all, I'm half human. Oink shook its head. But I'll sell your meat to them, just like you did to me. It said flatly. Like bloody restaurant. The moment these words left his mouth, the firelight in the room instantly dimmed. Oink's shadow stretched infinitely, expanding into a demon god holding a giant axe. You didn't tell him? It tilted its head to ask Bullhorse. I didn't expect him to ask either. Bullhorse looked helpless. Wait, how do we get to supplying the restaurant? You're supposed to be ingredients. Since when do you have this much initiative? Bloody Restaurant used to have a classic dish, live roasted suckling pig. The firelight in Oink's eyes blazed brightly again. I was that pig. In the suffocating silence, Liu Zheng slowly spoke. Was it fragrant? Fragrant your mother. Bullhorse cursed loudly, kicking Liu Zheng over with one hoof. After knocking him down, it delivered several more fierce kicks. All 4 tentacles trampled into meat paste. His brain seems to have broken since he stopped being human. Please don't mind him. It shouted while continuing to kick. You want to protect him? Oink saw through its intentions. After all, he calls me boss. Bullhorse said humbly. You can't protect him. Oink also shook its head. Let me try, we all came from a breeding farm. You wouldn't actually kill me. Bullhorse lay on the ground, exposing its belly. It even wagged its tail. That move, you learned it from Black Claw. Oink frowned deeply. Black Claw's long dead. Bullhorse said, Oh, no wonder I haven't seen it coming to sell meat lately. Made in a dog meat hot pot. Oink asked, when treasure hunting in the landfill got gutted. Bullhorse said flatly, This chapter is updated by NovaIF.ir.net. It was always that stupid. Oink sighed. I told it back, then to stay obediently in the sewers, or come be my guard if necessary. Dogs always want to be strays sometimes. Bullhorse said, Oink responded faintly, its shadow shrinking back to its feet. All right, lie down here. It dragged over a wooden slaughter table from the corner, soaked through with layer upon layer of bloodstains and filth. Hurry up. Bullhorse kicked Liu Zheng. Liu Zheng walked over and lay face down on the slaughter table. Why won't you look at me properly? Scared, Oink mocked. I always see pigs slaughtered face down, he said in a muffled voice. You seem very eager to anger me. Oink said coldly. I'm not doing it on purpose. I just can't control it. What Bullhorse said is true. My brain has problems. Liu Zheng explained. Irritable temper made him uncontrollably angry, and occasionally he couldn't help provoking others. Doesn't matter. You won't need to control it soon. Oink said, raising the butcher knife. First cut, it removed the head. Second cut, it removed the limbs. Third cut, it removed the organs. Final cut, it split him in 2. Liu Zheng clenched his teeth, not making a sound throughout the entire process. He imagined himself as a tree, and Oink was merely pruning his stray branches. Perhaps this self-hypnosis worked. Liu Zheng's sensations grew increasingly dull until he barely felt any pain at all. All done, Oink announced loudly, tearing off its dirty apron and throwing it over his face. Liu Zheng's eyes remained wide open. He saw nothing, heard nothing. So this is what being an empty shell feels like. His final thought flashed through his mind before descending into permanent silence. Emergency ration has been automatically used. The system's cold voice suddenly rang out. Squirming chunks of meat appeared out of nowhere, then crawled into Liu Zheng's mouth on their own. So that's what he was relying on. Oink watched with crossed arms, a cold smile playing on its face. You never said it wasn't allowed. Bullhorse said with a playful laugh. This is the first time and the last time. Oink said seriously. Of course, of course. Bullhorse wiped cold sweat from its brow. Although it had dared do this knowing the pig-headed man's temperament, Only upon hearing these words did it truly relax. Who knew if Oink might suddenly lose it? It had once hacked through half a restaurant. You have high hope for this human. Oink looked at the still, unconscious Liu Zheng and suddenly asked. Otherwise, Bullhorse would never dare play such tricks, risking its wrath. He got me a double-person vacation ticket to Paradise Island and even got Plainhead's vest from that tree. Bullhorse dropped its smile. I think this kid might actually accomplish something. Is that so? Oink suddenly walked to a furnace and lifted the entire pot. Then it pried open Liu Zheng's mouth and poured all the broth from the pot into it, completely ignoring how his mouth parts were changing color from the scalding. Then let's wait and see with some anticipation. Tip. Wake up, wake up. Liu Zheng was slapped awake by a series of rapid, stinging blows. He opened his eyes to see Nyoto's large face filling his vision. Big shot, you should brush your teeth after eating, he said instinctively. Never seen you brush yours either, Nyoto retorted with an eye roll. Hurry up, we're running out of time. It extended its broken horn and hooked Liu Zheng up to his feet. Did we get the money? He asked while stretching his limbs. He felt no different than before selling his flesh. Perhaps the emptiness only affected him when completely butchered into an empty shell. Here, Bullhorse opened its mouth and spat out a wallet. Liu Zheng picked it up and opened it to find a thick stack of bills printed with patterns he couldn't decipher. Where to next? He asked. You still need to deliver takeout, so we can't hit the entertainment venues, Bullhorse said regretfully. It had cooked that pot of rat person soup specifically for tonight's activities, but this kid just wouldn't follow the usual script. Making money comes first, Liu Zheng comforted. True. Let me think what you can actually do. Bullhorse fell into deep thought. No boxing matches for sure. Even a flyweight could knock you out with one punch, if first ruled out. Liu Zheng didn't argue. With his current strength and speed, he could win championship belts effortlessly in the real world. But in this bizarre realm, he could only bully the security guards at residential compound gates. Smuggling's out too. I'm going on vacation in a few days. No time to find buyers. Treasure hunting won't work either. You clearly have no eye for quality. Bullhorse proposed several schemes only to shoot them down one by one. Forget it, let's go. It strode toward a particular door. Going where? To gamble, of course, Bullhorse replied. So many people. Liu Zheng marveled at the bustling crowd in the gambling hall. Though, there were hardly any actual humans. Besides himself, the most humanoid creature was a demon with goat horns and a tail. The other customers could only be described as creatively designed. If these things showed up in the real world, they could star in 20 or 30 horror movies with designs to spare. Noticing Liu Zheng's scrutiny, the demon politely raised its glass in greeting. Don't mess with that one, Bullhorse warned. Is it dangerous? Liu Zheng obediently looked away. Won't start fights, but it's the high roller here. If it sets eyes on you, that money won't last through one round, Bullhorse explained. Then why bring me to gamble? He asked incredulously. He thought Bullhorse had some guaranteed winning strategy. This was it. Duh, besides gambling and robbery, what else makes you rich overnight? Then why not just rob someone? Liu Zheng asked seriously. With their combat skills, robbery would be ridiculously easy. You want to die? I don't. But I'm not completely unprepared either. Bullhorse opened its mouth and spat out an iron box. Liu Zheng took it but stared at Bullhorse's large mouth instead of opening the box. What? It asked irritably under his gaze. Just curious how much stuff you can pull out of there, Liu Zheng said. None of your business. Now open it, Bullhorse urged. He opened the iron box to reveal a playing card. Joker, the clown card. Usually 2 in a deck, called the Big and Little Kings in the real world. Name, Lucky Joker card. Type, item. Quality, fine. Effect. When holding this card while dressed as a jester, luck increases. Effect scales with costume authenticity. Can be taken out of dungeon. Yes. The jester on the card wore blood-red lipstick with an intensely genuine smile. Where am I supposed to find a jester costume? Liu Zheng said exasperated. Already prepared. Bullhorse shoved its hoof into its mouth, digging around until it pulled out a garish jester outfit and a multicolored fool's cap. You had this ready all along, didn't you? He watched its performance with a twitching lip. Duh, you think I just throw money away? Then why all that fake analysis earlier? Gotta follow procedure. Otherwise, how would you know I'm reliable? Bullhorse shrugged. Under its watchful eye, Liu Zheng changed into the jester costume. The clothes were loose enough to wear over his vest. What about the makeup? He pointed out the flaw. Easy. Bullhorse suddenly thrust its head forward, using its broken horn to slice Liu Zheng's tentacle. Blood gushed out. See? Lipstick acquired. It said triumphantly. If we win money, I'm beating you 80% to death, Liu Zheng said expressionlessly. As long as you help me earn my retirement fund, 90% death is acceptable, Bullhorse replied indifferently. Huh. He dipped his finger in blood and painted a bright red smile on his face. Lucky Joker card activated. The system prompt immediately sounded. Where should I start? Liu Zheng asked, scanning the surroundings. The gambling hall wasn't large, but had complete facilities. All the gambling equipment he recognized was present, though recognition was the extent of his knowledge. You're a lucky jester now, so start with luck-based games, obviously. Bullhorse nudged him toward a pachinko machine. This type of machine was distinctly Japanese in the real world, popular to baffling degrees. Whether in Tokyo, Osaka, or even low-population Hokkaido, pachinko parlors could be found everywhere, especially among middle-aged and elderly men who would rush in early to claim their favorite machines, sitting all day with lunchboxes and cigarettes. Liu Zheng had never played proper pachinko, but he'd experienced the elementary school special edition back home. A wooden board, some nails, glass marbles, and a boss smoking on a folding stool. He'd lost considerable pocket money to those. Hey you, get us some chips, Bullhorse shouted. Soon, a half-person high slime oozed over. Mushy dishy, wobby baboo, it made indistinct sounds. Give it the money, Bullhorse told Liu Zheng. Ow, Liu Zheng asked. The thing didn't exactly have hands to receive anything. Just throw it in, Bullhorse replied. He let the wallet drop onto the slime's body. The wallet slowly sank into the slime's form before disappearing entirely. Liu Zheng noted with surprise that its body only appeared transparent. Gudgy gudgy, puru puru. After more gurgling sounds, the slime wriggled away. In its place remained a pile of mucus-covered chips. What did it say just now? Liu Zheng asked while collecting chips. Said the casino's running a promotion today. Get 1,000 chips free with 10,000 deposit, Bullhorse explained. Then we can't lose? Dream on. Look at your chips. Bullhorse gestured with its muzzle. Liu Zheng looked at the chips in his arms, black, red, yellow, and white chips. Black worth 1,000, red worth 100, yellow worth 10, white also worth 1,000. Follow current novels on novifire.net. The white ones are complimentary. Can't cash them out. They only get converted if you win. You think the casino's stupid? Bullhorse said. Oh. He picked up a yellow chip and tossed it into the pachinko machine slot. This thing of yours isn't working too well. Liu Zheng looked at the chips before him. Half an hour had passed, and he'd only made $500. To put it bluntly, what could that even buy? Clearly you're just too unlucky. Even a Joker card can't save you. Bullhorse insisted stubbornly. This won't do. He shook his head and stood up. What are you doing? Bullhorse quickly asked. Changing gambling methods. Liu Zheng looked around and walked toward a gambling table. Do you even know how to play? Bullhorse questioned doubtfully. Texas Hold'em? I've played plenty, he said confidently, then plopped down in an empty seat right across from the dealer. The dealer lifted its head to glance at him, yellow vertical pupils flashing with greed, a trickle of drool dripping from its scaly mouth. Can I file a complaint against it? Liu Zheng pointed at the dealer. May I ask what the guest wishes to complain about? The dealer spoke up. Its voice carried a strange hissing quality. You're drooling at me. I believe you're sexually harassing me, he stated righteously. The guest misunderstands. The dealer chuckled awkwardly. I have no interest in mating with humans. I merely wish to eat your flesh. It explained. Ha ha. The other gamblers burst into laughter, some mocking, some with ill intent. I don't care what you think. I care what I think. Liu Zheng waved his hand, treating the laughter as nothing. Can I complain about it or not? He asked Bull Horse again. You can, but Bull Horse scratched his head. Good. You go call your supervisor. Liu Zheng pointed at a passing server and shouted. Me? The jellyfish-headed server pointed at itself. Yes. Hurry up, or I'll file a complaint against you too. Liu Zheng said seriously. There's no need for that, guest. Don't forget, you'll have to leave eventually. The dealer wore a cold smile on its face. Who the hell are you threatening? Before Liu Zheng could speak, Bull Horse lost his temper. Come on, let's step outside right now and settle this. Whoever chickens out is a mama's boy. He stood up on his hind legs, his expanding shadow completely enveloping the dealer. Bull Horse might act submissive around Oink, but that didn't mean just anyone could throw punches at him. My apologies, I spoke too loudly. How would you like to resolve this? Anger flashed across the dealer's face before it spoke again. You tell him. Bull Horse tilted his chin toward Liu Zheng. Get us 2 drinks, then change dealers. He said, Very well. May you both have prosperous gambling luck. The dealer said stiffly before leaving the table. Somehow, the other gamblers' laughter had also stopped. A minute later, 2 glasses of whiskey were delivered by a server. The new dealer also arrived, a female succubus. And damn, was she something. Well, Liu Zheng didn't really get a chance to look at her face. Handsome, it's my first day on the job. Please don't file any complaints against me. The succubus dealer winked at him. That depends on how you deal the cards. Liu Zheng said coldly. How about dealing them like this? The succubus dealer slipped a card between her 2 hemispheres, then leaned forward. You're sexually harassing me. I'll let it slide this time, but don't let it happen again. He reached in and retrieved the card. Then thank you, handsome. The succubus giggled, a strange light flashing in her eyes. Not just anyone could touch her chest. This human actually remained unaffected. Deal the cards. Liu Zheng urged. His time was running short. Okay. The succubus opened a new deck and dealt 2 whole cards to each player. Liu Zheng looked at his whole cards, a pair of 9s. 1 club, 1 diamond. How to put it? Not great, not terrible. Worse than big pairs like aces or kings, or strong-suited hands like AK or KQ, but better than unpaired hands or small pairs. He scanned the other gamblers, then frowned. In Texas Hold'em, reading opponents' expressions is an important skill. But that technique was hard to use now, since some gamblers didn't even have faces. Bull Horse, smash my face in. Liu Zheng said suddenly. Huh? Bull Horse looked completely confused. Hurry up, don't you want to win money? Since when do you get to order me around? Bull Horse grumbled, then kicked Liu Zheng in the face. He controlled his strength perfectly, just enough to disfigure Liu Zheng without damaging his eyes or brain. Snorting out 2 clumps of bloody foam from his smashed nostrils, Liu Zheng threw out a white chip. Raise. S is by N0V3L.fire.net. Starting that strong already? Bull Horse was startled, almost reaching out with his hoof to pull the chip back. If I've got pocket aces and don't raise big, I shouldn't be playing. Liu Zheng didn't hold back at all. You looking for a beating or something? Bull Horse eyes widened dramatically. Besides, you don't have pocket aces, you have pocket 9s. Both the dealer and gamblers turned their attention toward them. Were these 2 here to perform crosstalk or to gamble? Did they even know how to play? Fold. The dog-headed creature sitting next to Liu Zheng thought for a moment, then threw away his cards. Fold. 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 Out of 6 players, 4 chose to fold. The remaining eel-headed creature looked at his whole cards again, then smirked coldly at Liu Zheng. Do we know each other? He squinted his eyes. The eel head didn't speak, just continued smirking coldly. Now, I remember, almost didn't recognize you without your uniform. Liu Zheng said with sudden realization. During his first delivery, this guy had bitten off a piece of his flesh. Today, it wasn't wearing a security uniform. Its slender eel head grew directly from its chest cavity, looking like a swaying flower arrangement. Your flesh, very fragrant. The eel head finally spoke, its words slow and mocking. Thanks, you look pretty good too. After I win your underwear off, I'm going to swallow your dead fish head whole. Liu Zheng said seriously. Deal the cards. He threw a yellow chip to the succubus dealer. Boss is so generous. The succubus dealer slipped the chip into her cleavage, giving Liu Zheng a sickly, sweet smile. After the first bet, 3 community cards were dealt. A heart ace, a club 5, and a heart king. "Handsome, it's still your turn to speak," the succubus dealer said. "With 3 aces, what more is there to say? Raise." Liu Zheng threw out his remaining 5 white chips. "I have an ace." "I don't believe you." The eelhead stared at him for a long moment before speaking slowly. "If you don't believe me, then call." Liu Zheng leaned back, a tentacle bringing the whiskey to his lips. "That's enough already. He's got pocket aces, you've got pocket 9s. Why would you call?" Bullhorse tried to persuade him. "If you keep undermining me, I'm going all in right now." Liu Zheng glared at him. "You wouldn't dare." Bullhorse slammed his hoof on the ground. "He's got a..." He opened his mouth to shout. Fine, 3 aces it is." Bullhorse covered his mouth. "Tui tui." Liu Zheng spat violently. This bastard's hoof smelled like a composite stench of corpses. "Hurry up. I'm waiting until the flowers wither." He rinsed his mouth with whiskey and urged. "Fold." The eelhead squeezed its whole cards, finally giving up. "TCH, you got away fast." Everyone watched closely. 3 aces. Liu Zheng flipped over his whole cards, slamming them hard on the table. The pair of 9s lay together like 2 people achieving life's great harmony. "Oh, turns out they're not. My apologies, my apologies." He smiled cheerfully as he gathered the chips toward himself, completely ignoring the other gamblers' murderous stares. "Human, I will definitely eat you." The eel-headed creature stared at Liu Zheng, enunciating each word clearly. "Then go take a number first. There are way too many things that want to eat me. Deal the cards, deal the cards." Liu Zheng aimed for 2 seconds, then precisely tossed a red chip into the succubus dealer's betting circle. "You there, get this gentleman a pink, fluffy bunny." The succubus dealer didn't deal immediately, instead calling over a passing jellyfish server. "Handsome, this one's on me." She threw another flirtatious glance. In the slightly yellow beer floated a pink rabbit with half its skin peeled off. Red blood slowly seeped out, but was immediately absorbed and assimilated by the alcohol. "Not bad at all." Liu Zheng took a massive gulp. Burp. The succubus dealer opened a new deck of cards and began dealing. The pattern on the back of this deck was different from the previous one. The last one had a giant withered tree, while this one featured a blood-colored crescent moon. Liu Zheng picked up his whole cards, using his hand to block Bullhorse's line of sight. "Another pair of aces, sigh." He put down his cards and sighed. "Again, I don't even need to look to know you don't have a pair of aces." Bullhorse's forehead veins bulged violently. He felt like this guy had gone mentally unstable since entering the black market. "If I have a pair of aces, you eat this table," Liu Zheng said angrily. "If you don't have a pair of aces, you eat this glass." Bullhorse refused to back down. "Come on then," he said as he moved to flip his cards. "Handsome, revealing your cards now counts as folding," the succubus dealer reminded him. Consider yourself lucky." Liu Zheng released his tentacle, putting on an act. Bullhorse rolled his eyes dramatically. "Is the casino just going to watch them mess around like this?" A gambler with a screw-shaped head complained discontentedly. "That's not within the prohibited range," the succubus dealer said with a smile. "I raise." Screwhead looked at his whole cards and tossed out 2 red chips. "Call, call, call." This time nobody folded. All gamblers chose to call. "Even with a pair of aces you dare to call? Do you even know how to play poker?" Liu Zheng grumbled indignantly. "If they still believe you have a pair of aces, then they're the ones who don't know how to play." Bullhorse said quietly from the side. "Whose side are you on anyway?" He glared at Bullhorse. "You win, you're awesome." Bullhorse shut his mouth. 3 community cards were dealt. A queen of diamonds, an 8 of diamonds, and a 5 of diamonds. "Raise," the gambler in the small blind position said eagerly. He looked like a lump of fermented dough, puffing up like it was heating when he spoke. His chubby little white hand pushed forward, sliding out a black chip. It made Liu Zheng feel hungry just watching. "I have 3 queens. Dare you to call?" The dough ball challenged him. "With a flush, I'm afraid of your 3 queens. I'll raise you." Liu Zheng licked his healing mouth parts and tossed out 2 black chips. Weren't you supposed to have a pair of aces? How are you making a flush? Bullhorse couldn't hold back anymore. None of your business. Can't I have 2 diamond aces? He rolled his eyes. Fine, fine, fine. Bullhorse conceded. Call. Fold. Call. Fold. 2 other players chose to call, including the eel-headed creature. I am the flush. You await death now. It said slowly. If you can't speak properly, then don't speak. Learning some sign language would be better than embarrassing yourself. Liu Zheng mocked. Die! The eel-headed creature flew into a rage. Its slender neck suddenly shot out, snapping toward his head like lightning. Pretty fast. Liu Zheng's eyes narrowed slightly. He hadn't expected the eel-headed creature to be quite strong, its speed almost matching that of Green Longan Madness City security guards. However, he wasn't the same helpless human who could only let others slaughter him anymore. He raised his tentacle to block, but someone was faster than him. Bullhorse stood up on his hind legs, iron hooves stomping down with a sound like beating drums. The eel-headed creature was pinned beneath the bull's hoof, like a venomous snake subdued by a divine bull. Don't act like I don't exist, Bullhorse said leisurely. The eel-headed creature opened its mouth to bite his ankle, but couldn't even break through the fur. Bloody Cafe's 3-time excellent employee wasn't an easy title to earn. No fighting, please, otherwise I'll have to call security. The succubus dealer interjected at the appropriate moment. A chilling gaze swept over them, making Liu Zheng shiver involuntarily. He looked over and saw a person wearing a cowboy hat tossing a coin in the corner. His left hand rested on his waist, near an unusually large revolver. Nobody doubted that bullets from this gun could shatter anyone's head, just livening up the atmosphere. Bullhorse, let it go, Liu Zheng said calmly. You won't even call me boss, huh? Bullhorse pursed his lips but still lifted his hoof. The eel-headed creature quickly retracted, even bouncing a few times. It glared viciously at Liu Zheng, but ignored Bullhorse completely. Deal, deal, Doughball urged. It didn't care about their grudges. It just wanted to win money. The succubus dealer revealed the 4th community card, the 8 of clubs. Ha-ha! Doughball let out a series of high-pressure cooker-like laughing sounds, its surface puffing up dramatically. Let's see if you still dare to call now. It tossed out 5 black chips. A full house, 3 of a kind, plus a pair. Beats my 4 aces? I'll crush you, loser. Liu Zheng didn't hesitate to throw out 10 black chips. There isn't even a single ace on the table. How the hell are you getting 4 aces? Bullhorse felt like he was going crazy. If you don't understand, then shut up. That person there, get me another. Liu Zheng suddenly closed his mouth. He stared fixedly at a bat-headed server. It was holding a curly-haired little girl upside down. Dull, lifeless eyes, purplish skin. She was most certainly already dead. Yes, if she were still alive, why wouldn't she be crying? Read full story at novelfire.net. Don't act impulsively, kid. Bullhorse Hoof quietly rested on his shoulder. This world is just like this. The staff meals you've eaten contained crocodile meat, too. Then why don't you eat those bullhorse meat cans? Liu Zheng retorted. I just choose not to eat them, but I can't save them either. Bullhorse said calmly. Oink is so strong, yet he could only burn down that pig farm. He chopped up half the restaurant, but still had to hide in the black market in the end. Don't you want to live? Then focus on surviving first. He patted Liu Zheng's shoulder. Hey, you there, I want that. Liu Zheng remained silent for a moment, then shouted loudly. Sorry, sir. This was ordered by the guest at that table over there. The bat-headed server said politely. I'll pay extra. This isn't about money. The bat-headed server shook his head. Hey, how about giving this to me? Liu Zheng grabbed 2 black chips and threw them toward the customer he pointed at. A crocodile with a bird's nest hairstyle. The chips traced a beautiful arc, landing right in the center of the nest. The crocodile slowly looked up, then gradually extended its short little arm to retrieve the chips. It looked at Liu Zheng, then at Bullhorse, and slowly nodded. Now can you give it to me? Liu Zheng said. Very well, she's yours. Need any processing? We offer steaming, yellow braising, and clay pot rice preparations. The bat-headed server asked. Just give me a takeout box. Soon, The bat-headed server brought over a takeout box, an extra-large clear plastic container. Liu Zheng placed the little girl into the plastic box. Her pale little face faced him. She looked as if she was smiling and as if she was crying. He was silent as he took off the clown costume and draped it over the takeout box. The lucky clown card has expired. The system's cold voice sounded. That's it. Without the lucky clown, how are we supposed to win? Bull Horse sighed. Who said you have to wear a clown's suit to be a clown? Liu Zheng smiled. Hey you, bring me a knife and some needles and thread. He shouted to the jellyfish-headed server. I am fucking called Soft Drift. The jellyfish-headed server finally couldn't hold back. Okay, you there. Hurry up. Liu Zheng tossed a red chip over. Got it, just watch. The jellyfish-headed server immediately floated away. Soon it returned with a table knife and a box of needles and thread. A beauty like you must always carry a mirror, right? Liu Zheng asked the succubus dealer. Very perceptive. The succubus dealer smiled and took a silver mirror inlaid with rubies from her chest. He looked into the silver mirror. That face inside looked uglier than last time. Each flesh rebirth made him drift further away from being human. Liu Zheng smiled and shoved the table knife into his mouth. One cut, then another. He neatly reopened the healed mouthpiece. Then he pushed the needle through the upper oral cavity and into his own temple. Tying a dead knot, his mouth corners were pulled high. A wildly grinning smile. Not enough yet, Liu Zheng muttered to himself. He didn't hear the system's prompt. Another cut. He split open his tentacle. Blood spurted out. The tentacle rolled and wrapped over his face several times until the whole face was stained blood red. Except for the mouthpiece. Miss, lend me your foundation. Liu Zheng tossed another red chip. Here you go. The succubus dealer generously pushed a box to him. It too was inlaid with rubies, clearly valuable. Liu Zheng opened the box and raised an eyebrow. Inside was a full box of white metallic powder. Lead powder, huh? Works. He shoved the mouthpiece straight into the lead powder. A sour, bitter taste stung his palate. Liu Zheng wiped off the excess powder and looked into the mirror. A blood-red face, dead white mouth, a grin stretching to his ears. The lucky clown card has taken effect. The system prompt sounded. I'm fucking awesome. He nodded in satisfaction. Bullhorse stared at him like he'd seen a madman. Deal the cards. The succubus dealer glanced at Liu Zheng and dealt the fifth community card. A 10 of diamonds. Doughball looked at the card. Its doughy skin fluttered slightly. There were already 4 diamonds on the table. If that human had any diamond at all, he could make a flush. Although it had 3 queens, the chance to make 4 of a kind with QS was very low. But Doughball was reluctant to fold. It had already thrown 6 black chips out earlier. Folding meant wasting it all. Bad car, man. I've been waiting till I'm tired. Liu Zheng slurred. Fold. Doughball hesitated for a long time, but in the end chose to fold. It wasn't a gourd. Earlier it had only been bluffing Liu Zheng. Too cowardly to make pancakes. Go make buns instead. Liu Zheng sneered. You were about to say you had a straight flush, right? Bullhorse cut in. You stole my line, you bastard. He got angry. The moment you open your mouth, I know what crap you're about to pull. Bullhorse laughed. When we get back, I'll shit in your mouth. All in. Liu Zheng pushed all his chips forward. Fold. A hooded customer, his face shrouded in mist, tossed away his cards. Doughball, dog-headed creature, screwhead, and Mistman all folded. Only eel-headed creature remained. Diamond, say here with me. I don't believe you, you big talker. When it's only about flushes, the one with the ace wins. It had an ace, so it was the largest. Unless Liu Zheng really did have a straight flush. But eel-headed creature wasn't worried. It still had another card that could lock Liu Zheng out. Tomorrow, I'll order delivery. Eel-headed creature's eyes were cold like a viper. Winning this much money was enough for it to request a designated delivery. I might burst you. Liu Zheng shot back. But everyone could tell he was a bit all bark and no bite this time. I'll raise. This handsome guy already went all in. The succubus dealer shook her head. He still has chips. Eel-headed creature looked at Liu Zheng. I bet you're meat. Eel-headed creature opened its oral cavity and drooled. Tomorrow it could eat Liu Zheng, though it might not get his meat. Then put more money up. Liu Zheng sneered. Fine. Eel-headed creature pushed out another 30 black chips. Handsome guy, are you calling? For original chapters, go to novair.net. The succubus dealer asked. Seeing eel-headed creature really raise, a cold sweat broke out on Liu Zheng's forehead. Weren't you so cocky? Keep being cocky then. Doughball taunted. You already folded. Shut the hell up. He shot back. If you're so great, call. 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 Other customers clamored too. Their eyes, overt and covert, fixed on Liu Zheng like they were staring at rotting flesh. Maybe forget it. No money's better than no life. Bullhorse advised. I want money, not life. Call. Liu Zheng said viciously. Your meat will be mine. Eel-headed creature laughed wickedly and flipped its whole cards. A diamond ace and a diamond 9. Bullhorse's face darkened. That diamond 9 meant Liu Zheng could no longer form a straight flush. This time I can't save you, but I can help you take the coffin out and bury you. Bullhorse pointed at the takeout box at his feet. Thanks. Liu Zheng was a bit moved. At least you call me boss once. Bullhorse patted his shoulder pityingly. But it wasn't necessary. Liu Zheng shook Bullhorse's hoof off. Everyone straight flush. He laughed madly as he slapped his whole cards onto the table. The other customers scoffed. Everyone knew a straight flush here was impossible. But immediately their laughter choked off, as if someone had clamped their throats. Liu Zheng's whole cards were, shockingly, 8 of hearts and 8 of clubs. You fucking did it again. Bullhorse slammed the table. Hey, your chips fell. Liu Zheng complained. Oh, sorry. Bullhorse hurriedly bent down to pick up the chips. You stupid human. The other customers cursed and left the table. Playing with such a lunatic wasn't fun, even if you won. Losing felt even worse. I will wait for you. Eel-headed creature looked at Liu Zheng deeply, then left too. Haha, we've hit the jackpot. Bullhorse looked at the pile of chips stacked like a small mountain and laughed in a sound worse than crying. Though it still wasn't enough for retirement, it was enough for it to run out of the restaurant. Impressive. Applause broke out. A demon holding a wine glass walked over and sat opposite Liu Zheng. Let's bet a round. It smiled. Bullhorse crying got louder than its laughter. Goodbye, Liu Zheng said decisively. Huh? Bullhorse looked at him in surprise. I'm just crazy, not stupid. He rolled his eyes. Yes, you're absolutely right. Bullhorse beamed with delight. What if we add this? The demon gestured to the side, and a flaming door appeared out of thin air. It reached in and pulled out a delivery box. Name, Legendary Deliverman's Delivery Box. Type, Item. Quality, Perfect. Effect 1. Place delivery order and food items in the box, and it will automatically verify if they match. Effect 2. Food placed in the delivery box will not spoil or deteriorate. Effect 3. After successful delivery, automatically duplicates one portion of the delivered food, limited to fine quality and below. Can be taken out of dungeon. No. Remarks, mine, all mine. Good stuff. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Liu Zheng was practically drooling. The first 2 effects could be ignored, but that last effect was absolutely explosive. After all, Bloody Restaurant's delivery items started at excellent quality, with some even reaching fine quality. With this delivery box, it meant he could get several excellent quality or above items for free every day. Even if the effects weren't satisfactory, he could trade them with Bullhorse or the Plane Tree. Plus with this, the Legendary Deliverman 3-piece set only needed the hat now. Liu Zheng was quite looking forward to what effects the Legendary Deliverman set would have. Where's the hat? He asked. The hat isn't in my possession, but if you beat me, I can give you a clue. The demon said. For original chapters, go to novel_free.net. Fine. Liu Zheng nodded, but got kicked by Bullhorse. What are you doing? He said angrily. Don't you think you agreed too readily? Bullhorse reminded him. Liu Zheng froze for a moment, then shuddered in realization. Are you messing with me? He looked at the demon. I'm just letting you follow your desires. The demon shook its head. Huh, let's go. He called to Bullhorse. You can't leave now. If you agreed, you must gamble. The demon sighed. Doesn't your casino regulate this? Liu Zheng looked at the succubus dealer. Can't help it, handsome. Who told you he's the boss? The succubus dealer spread her hands, looking helpless. Why the hell didn't you say so earlier? He glared at Bullhorse. How the hell was I supposed to know? Bullhorse felt wronged. Let's make a run for it if we have to. Liu Zheng looked toward the exit. Then his pupils contracted. The cowboy was leaning against the door, gun loaded. Can you take him? He whispered. Can't do it. This bastard is stronger than that tree. Bullhorse shook his head. No need to be so tense. The demon's voice came through. I just want to play one hand with you. You can fold any time. Its tone was gentle. You've got the bigger fists, so whatever you say goes. Since things had come to this, Liu Zheng could only return to his seat. The demon smiled and sat opposite him. Lilith, deal the cards. The demon snapped its fingers. Handsome, good luck. The succubus dealer made an encouraging gesture toward Liu Zheng. Hey, I'm your boss, aren't I? The demon said wryly. But he's better looking than you. The succubus dealer giggled as she dealt the whole cards to both players. Liu Zheng picked his up. One ace of spades, one ace of hearts. Now he really had a pair of aces. He thought for a moment, then tossed out one white chip. They were free anyway. No big loss if he lost. The demon smiled slightly and chose to call. After confirming it wouldn't raise, the succubus dealer dealt 3 community cards. One ace of clubs, one 8 of spades, one 3 of hearts. Liu Zheng raised his eyelids. Now he had 3 aces, and the demon's best possible hand currently was 3 eights. Even if it had 2 suited cards, the probability of getting a flush would be about the same as him getting 4 aces or a full house. As for a straight flush, given the current community cards, the probability was too low. Should he raise? Liu Zheng struggled internally. His original plan was to win over 500,000, so Bullhorse could help him buy scalper tickets to Paradise Island. He'd only made a few tens of thousands so far, nowhere near enough. If he had a weak hand, Liu Zheng would obviously fold immediately. After all, the demon said it was just one hand. But with such a strong hand and high winning probability, folding would be a pity. Raise. He tossed out all his white chips. They couldn't be cashed out anyway. Call. The demon still wore that smiling face, showing no emotion whatsoever. The succubus dealer dealt the 4th community card, Ace of Diamonds. Liu Zheng's pupils shook. Now he had a guaranteed winning hand. All in. He pushed all his chips forward without hesitation. Fold. The demon was equally decisive. It gently waved its hand, and the black chips were pushed to Liu Zheng by an invisible force. Good luck. The demon applauded. Continue. Continue. Liu Zheng's expression shifted several times before he finally spoke. The second round began. He picked up his whole cards, King of Clubs, Queen of Clubs. Raise. He tossed out one white chip. Call. The demon naturally had no reason not to call. The succubus dealer dealt the first round of community cards. Jack of Clubs, 10 of Clubs, King of Diamonds. This hand, he could probably make a flush, maybe even a straight flush. Liu Zheng pondered for a few seconds, then tossed out another white chip. You're really cautious. The demon remarked with feeling, then chose to call. Liu Zheng chuckled. Of course, his money was bought with flesh. The succubus dealer dealt the 4th community card. King of Hearts. 3 kings? Liu Zheng thought for a moment, then raised another white chip. Call and raise. The demon tossed out several black chips, exactly matching his remaining white chips. Call. He hesitated for a few seconds, but didn't fold. The succubus dealer dealt the final community card. 5 of Clubs. Not a straight flush, but a flush was still good. Liu Zheng thought for a moment, then tossed out one black chip. A small loss wasn't really a loss. Call and raise. The demon threw out several black chips, exactly matching what he'd won in the previous round. Liu Zheng fell into thought. Based on the visible cards, the only hands that could beat him were an ace-high flush or a full house. The probability wasn't that high. Even if he lost, he'd just return to his starting point. Call. Liu Zheng made his decision. Showdown time. The demon revealed its whole cards, 9 of Clubs and 8 of Clubs. What a pity, it said with genuine regret. Liu Zheng expressionlessly collected the chips. Continue. Continue. The third round began. He looked at his whole cards. 8 of spades, 9 of spades. Raise. Another white chip. Call. First round of community cards. 3 of spades, 10 of spades, jack of spades. A flush already? Liu Zheng was somewhat surprised. His luck was getting better and better. Though it was possible the demon also had a flush. Raise. He tossed out all his remaining white chips. No loss anyway. Call and raise. The demon threw out a pile of chips exactly equal to Liu Zheng's white chips plus all he'd won previously. Liu Zheng frowned. This guy either had a flush or 3 of kind, but his winning odds were clearly higher. Call. The 4th community card, 7 of spades. Straight flush. Phew. Liu Zheng secretly sighed in relief. Now, even if the demon had the ace of spades, he didn't need to worry. Raise. He tossed out 1 black chip. Call and raise. The demon pushed forward a stack of chips, exactly matching what Liu Zheng had left. All in. Liu Zheng stared intently at the demon for a long time, but ultimately chose to call. No one could hold a straight flush and choose to fold. A voice kept repeating in his ear. The 5th community card was dealt. Ace of spades. Handsome. Do you still want to raise? The succubus dealer asked. I'm out of chips. He shook his head. What a pity. Then we'll finish after this round. The demon smiled. It opened the flame door again, preparing to put the legendary Deliverman's delivery box inside. No, I want to raise, Liu Zheng suddenly said. Aren't you out of chips? I still have meat and this vest. His eyes were completely bloodshot. Fine, since you insist. The demon shrugged and closed the flame door. Your chips aren't enough. Liu Zheng gritted his teeth. Then raise. The demon generously pushed out a stack of chips and placed the delivery box back on the gambling table. Show your cards, it said with apparent calmness. Tentacles curled around the whole cards, about to slam them on the table. Boom! Everyone looked over. The casino door had been kicked open. The pig-headed man calmly stepped over the cowboy's body, ignoring the revolver aimed at his back. Oink! Heavenly Butcher. The gamblers whispered his name in hushed tones. Oink! This isn't your territory. The demon frowned. Is there a rule saying I can't come gamble? Oink retorted. The demon was left speechless. Wake up, you 2 idiots. Oink walked over to Bull Horse and Liu Zheng, giving each of them a solid slap. The force was so great that they spat out bloodied teeth. Damn, who hit me? Bull Horse first raged, then immediately switched to an obsequious smile upon seeing Oink. Oink, what brings you here? If I hadn't come, you'd already be on someone's slaughter table by now, Oink said bluntly. Liu Zheng also regained his senses. He immediately realized Bull Horse's warning hadn't taken effect, and even Bull Horse itself had fallen under the demon's mental influence just like him. It's useless, Oink. He's already at the gambling table. Even you can't take him away, the demon said. As it spoke, black flames erupted from the casino's floor and walls, especially at the main entrance, where the blackness became so dense it was nearly lightless. I'm not planning to take this human away. Oink shook his head. Oh, hearing this, the flames dimmed slightly. I'm here to help you reveal the cards, Oink said. That's not necessary. A flicker of panic flashed in the demon's eyes. What? You think I'm not qualified? Oink tensed the muscles in his face. If his face usually held some comic quality, now it was simply terrifying. You're clearly working together. I'm afraid you'll cheat. The demon quickly found an excuse. No need to worry about that. It tore off its vest, then removed its shorts and underwear. Content originally comes from novel FireNet. Becoming as bare as a pig ready for slaughter. Now, there's no problem, right? Unless you say I can hide cards in there, Oink said. The demon really wanted to say yes, but it feared Oink would use that as an excuse to challenge it to a duel. Although Oink couldn't kill it, for beings like them, face wasn't cheaper than life. Oink, you don't need to go this far for just a human. Don't you hate humans the most? The demon tried to persuade. I hate all of you, Oink said calmly. Humans, bull horses, succubi, demons, pigmen. I hate everyone in this world. Human, do you hate it? He asked Liu Zheng. Of course. From the first day he entered the dungeon, anger and disgust had been burning in his heart. Can you change this world then? No, Liu Zheng replied decisively. Can't you watch your mouth, kid? Bull Horse panicked, raising its hoof to cover Liu Zheng's mouth. But I can destroy it, Liu Zheng dodged its hoof. That works too. Oink nodded. Then he took a step forward. A massive shadow rose up, enveloping most of the casino in darkness. One shadow hand pressed down on the demon's shoulder, immobilizing it. Another shadow hand flipped over one whole card. A queen of spades. I think the other one should be a two of spades. Don't you agree? Oink said, You're right. After a long silence, the demon revealed its whole card. Sure enough, a two of spades. See, I told you it was a two of spades. Oink nodded with satisfaction, the shadow returning to his feet. Straight flush wins. The succubus dealer announced the result. Let's go. Come visit my place sometime when you're free. After exchanging for cash, Oink led the two away triumphantly. Oink! As the casino door closed, the demon immediately roared with furious rage. Black flames swept through the entire casino, reducing all gamblers and servers to ashes. Only the succubus and cowboy watched it, faint mocking smiles playing at the corners of their mouths. Hand over the money. In the alley of the black market, Oink extended his hand. What money? Bullhorse attempted to play dumb. Oink pulled a butcher knife from his underwear. Fine, fine. Here you go. Bullhorse reluctantly handed over half. Oink said nothing, stored the money, and headed toward his slaughterhouse. This is a huge loss. Bullhorse sighed mournfully. At least we still have half left. Lewin comforted. What do you know? I can never enter the casino again after this, Bullhorse lamented. This time they had offended the demon badly. If they met again, it would definitely skin him and use his hide as a whoopee cushion. Uh-huh. I really feel sorry for you, he said perfunctorily. Sorry, my ass. Split the money. Split the money. After some friendly negotiation, Bullhorse took most of the remaining share, while Liu Zheng got the smaller portion and the legendary Deliverman's delivery box. I really feel sorry for you, he said perfunctorily. Hand it over. Bullhorse extended its hoof. For what? Did you forget, kid? You still owe me for that bottle of Mao Tai, Bullhorse said. You're really stingy, Liu Zheng said. Though he looked down on him, he still gave him the money. Anyway, it wasn't enough to buy scalper tickets. A little more or less didn't make much difference. And most importantly, this. You're really stingy, Liu Zheng said with disdain, but still gave him the money. Name, mermaid lantern fried rice. Type item, quality, excellent. Effect, constitution +3, can obtain trace oxygen through skin when in water. Note, behind every bowl of fried rice lies a broken mermaid family. Can be taken out of dungeon, yes. Looking at the meal's effects, Liu Zheng felt very satisfied. Although the attribute boost wasn't huge, it was exactly the most important constitution attribute. After clearing his status effects, he shouldn't end up half-crippled anymore. That secondary effect might seem insignificant, but survival-enhancing effects like this could prove useful unexpectedly. Most importantly, it was free. Let's go, we're almost out of time. Liu Zheng checked his phone, and his face changed dramatically. He slung the legendary Deliverman's delivery box on his back and sprinted toward the black market exit. Hey, wait, I haven't put my money away yet. Bullhorse stood upright on its hind legs, stuffing money into its mouth with its hooves while chasing after Liu Zheng. Burr, Bullhorse let out an astonishingly long belch. Before him stood a small mountain of food containers and various liquor bottles. You didn't spend all the money, did you? Liu Zheng frowned. Of course not. This is all leftover food and drinks, dirt cheap. Want some? There should be a bit left in the kitchen. Bullhorse was being somewhat considerate. No need for that. He shook his head. The system categorized them as non-items, so eating them would be useless. If not for the item effects, who would ever eat these dark culinary creations? That half-eaten, raw, marinated fat maggot Bullhorse just consumed was thicker than his tentacles. Speaking of which, after you snatched that bottle of Vlad 3 last time, the kitchen staff still sell you leftovers? No eternal enemies, only eternal interests. It's not like I didn't pay. Besides, who else would help them move product? Bullhorse swayed his head smugly. The kitchen should have procurement staff, right? They do, but they can only go to fixed locations. Not like us delivery men. We can go anywhere as long as we deliver on time. Bullhorse said proudly. Liu Zheng pondered thoughtfully. It seemed each of the three positions had their own advantages and disadvantages. If he joined the kitchen, the benefit would probably be access to cheap food. As for being a server, the advantage would likely be receiving customer tips. "Could you give me another bottle of red wine then?" he asked. "No can do, no can do." Bullhorse shook his head like a windspeed dog. "Like I said, it's limited edition. You think it's tap water or something?" "I didn't mean Vlad 3. Something inferior would work too," Liu Zheng said. "What? Planning to gift it to that tree?" Bullhorse instantly understood. "Yes. Psycho, you think that tree is something good? You treat it as a friend. It treats you as food." Bullhorse sneered. "What about you then? At worst, I'd only beat you to death. And if I'm in a good mood, I might even find your prime feng shui burial spot, so you can reincarnate as a bull horse in your next life." Bullhorse declared righteously. "It eats what it eats. I think what I think. No conflict there." Liu Zheng remained stubborn. Without the emergency ration, they would have earned half as much money. "Damn it. You humans are so pretentious." Bullhorse grumbled as he went out. After a few minutes, he called. "No red wine available, but I got a case of Mousy." "Want it?" "Mousy, that Ascension Maudai you drank last time, but this is 15-year aged." Bullhorse said. "I thought they only sold leftovers." "This entire case got contaminated, has to be disposed of. If it's contaminated, why the hell buy it? You can't drink it, but that tree probably can. Only 10,000 for the whole case. Where else can you find Mousy this cheap?" Bullhorse said. "All right then, front the money first, I'll pay you back." Liu Zheng thought for a moment. After a while, Bullhorse returned carrying a case of liquor. Opening the case revealed 6 exquisitely packaged liquor bottles. However, the originally pure white porcelain bottles were now saturated with colorful stains. Just looking at them for a few moments made him feel dizzy. Name: 15-year Ascension Maudai liquor, contaminated. Type: item. Quality: fine. Effect 1: gain drunkenness status. Effect 2: gain bliss status. Effect 3: gain hemolysis status. Can be taken out of dungeon. Yes. Note: pain is pleasure. Hell is heaven. Praise the supreme bliss celestial. Drunkenness: player's spirit and perception temporarily decrease. Strength and constitution temporarily increase. Immune to some mental attacks. Bliss: all player sensations are converted to pleasure. Pain-converted pleasure is doubled. Hemolysis: player's blood gains strong corrosive properties. Holy crap, 1 bottle of this would take you straight to blissful death. Liu Zheng's eye twitched as he read. This stuff was even more sinister than black goat offspring eyeball sashimi. What exactly contaminated it? He asked. Don't know. Something went wrong during smuggling, apparently. New chapters are published on novelfire.net. Bullhorse shook his head. Smuggling. Duh. If it came through proper channels, they'd just return it. Wouldn't be available for you to get cheap. Bullhorse wore an expression that said, "You ungrateful brat." "Oh, can I return it then?" Liu Zheng asked. "Sure can." Bullhorse nodded. "Huh, you return it yourself. TCH. You should have known." After some more idle chatter, the ghost hand reached in. Unsurprisingly, it gave Liu Zheng the middle finger again. Little rascal, quite persistent. He smiled. Then while Bullhorse wasn't looking, he grabbed a bottle and stuffed it into the ghost hand's grasp. "Hey!" Bullhorse immediately shouted. "How much kickback did you get on that case of Maudai?" Liu Zheng turned and asked. These chicken feet are quite tender." Bullhorse lowered his head and kept eating. He turned back to see the ghost hand raising the liquor bottle to him 3 times before withdrawing. "What's that mean?" "Meet it after third watch." Liu Zheng was baffled. "Means it wants 3 more bottles." Bullhorse interjected. "Really? Fake?" "Huh." He mentally gave Bullhorse the middle finger. But it might be worth trying. He had money now anyway. "Boss, save 3 bottles for me," Liu Zheng said. "You actually believe that?" "Fine. These were all inferior quality liquor anyway. Altogether, they weren't worth as much as the kickback from that Maudai case." "Duh. If it came through official channels, they'd just return it. Wouldn't be available for you to get cheap." He picked up the delivery order. "All yours." Bullhorse pretended to be generous. He was already considering grabbing his bucket and running away, naturally lacking work enthusiasm. All right, Liu Zheng shrugged. He wanted to test the legendary delivery box's effects anyway. Checking the delivery order contents. Food. Garlic rice, go brain flour portion. Address. Jiaha New Residence Community. Building 7. Unit 1503. Time limit. 1 hour. Liu Zheng checked the map, about 4 kilometers away. Plenty of time. He shouldered the delivery box, rolled up the maid and a black bag, and left the break room. Opening the food container on the delivery cart, garlic-scented steam immediately billowed up. Beneath a thick layer of garlic sauce lay a purple-red ellipsoid covered in short tentacles. It appeared to be still alive, the tentacles swaying back and forth in some kind of rhythm. Liu Zheng almost thought he heard some kind of buzzing murmuring in the air. Rationality, decrease exemption, successful. The system prompt suddenly rang, snapping him back to awareness. Holy crap, looks like another tough customer. He used 2 tentacles to block his ear canals, then looked at the item description. Name, garlic rice, go brain flour. Type, item. Quality, fine. Effect, small probability of gaining telepathy ability, small probability of gaining mind's ear status. Note, red-headed Migo, Freddy, murmuring in the dark night. Can be taken out of dungeon. Yes. Telepathy. Player gains ability to communicate mentally with others, ignoring language and racial barriers. Mind's ear. Player can hear sounds that normal people cannot perceive. Really is a tough customer. Liu Zheng sighed. While the telepathy ability sounded tempting, the mind's ear effect could be fatal. What good sounds can normal people not hear? If normal people can't hear it, can it really be good sounds? Especially in this bizarre world, the legendary armor works fine during delivery, but on the return trip after delivery, he'd probably lose rationality all the way. This brain, whoever wants to eat it can have it. Liu Zheng shook his head and walked toward the dark passageway. Yo! Liu Zheng greeted from a distance. The plane tree glanced at him, then turned its face to the other side. Hey, no need to be so unwelcoming, right? He said helplessly. Don't you have any self-awareness? You artifact thief. The plane tree scolded. I traded things for it. Liu Zheng refused to admit it. Pa, the values aren't equivalent at all. The plane tree spat tree sap at him. Rarity determines value. Who else can deliver drinks to you every day like I do? He smiled. Who else can be like me? Neither deceiving you nor being deceived by you. VATN, I don't want to trade with you today. The plane tree said with a pout. Really? 15-year ascension mount a whole case. Liu Zheng lifted the case in his hand. Putine, how did you get that? The plane tree's eyes widened, its branches so startled they stopped swaying. Brother made a small fortune yesterday, not worth mentioning. He pretended to be modest. The plane tree looked at the case of Mao Tai, its expression shifting uncertainly. The liquor it definitely wanted, but the money it really couldn't afford. The value of a case of 15-year ascension Mao Tai was at least equivalent to 1.5 bottles of Vlad 3 limited edition. Where would it find another legendary Deliverman vest? Even if it was willing to sell, the legendary Deliverman wouldn't come to buy anymore. The plane tree did have perfect grade items, but those were all useful. Losing even one would cause its strength to decline. In this world of survival of the fittest, decreased strength equaled slow suicide. I can't afford to trade. After struggling for a long time, it spoke with difficulty. Not that expensive, they're all defective products. Liu Zheng opened the case and took out a bottle of Mao Tai for the plane tree to inspect. Delago looked at the stains on the bottle, surprised and doubtful. It extended its roots to snatch the bottle, opened it and smelled it. Seems to have the scent of Chaos Club. Chaos Club. Liu Zheng slightly frowned. He had heard Bullhorse say that place was very dangerous. Even the city hall couldn't do anything about it. Correct. Exactly the scent of Chaos Club. The plane tree confirmed. Why are you so certain? Because I originally grew at the entrance of Chaos Club and was only later transplanted to this street. The plane tree replied. I see. What exactly is Chaos Club? Liu Zheng asked curiously. Hard to say. Can't say, dare not say. Ask me again when you get an order from there someday. The plane tree was evasive and mysterious. Hey, I kindly bring you liquor, and you fucking set up a death flag for me. So inhuman. The veins on his forehead bulged. I'm not human anyway. I'll take the liquor. Let me see what I can trade. The plane tree closed its eyes, its roots churning continuously beneath the black soil. Although they were defective products, a whole case of 15-year Maudai was still quite valuable. Finding suitable trade items would require some effort. That can wait. First look at this. Liu Zheng put down the black cloth bag and took out what was inside. A juvenile female human corpse. This isn't worth much. I have no preference for humans. The plane tree opened its eyes, glanced at it, and said, what Liu Zheng took out from the black cloth bag was precisely the takeout box containing the little girl's body. Not for trading. I want to bury her at your feet. He explained. You brat. Treating me like a cemetery? The plane tree flew into a rage. Black soil means cemetery? This is color discrimination, you know. Bullhorse said if buried anywhere else, she'd be dug up and eaten. I thought about it, and your place is the safest. Liu Zheng said. Then you thought wrong. I just have no preference for humans. Doesn't mean I don't eat people. If you weren't so cunning, you'd have long become my drinking snack. The plane tree scoffed at his naivety. Not for free burial. I'll pay management fees. Liu Zheng lifted a bottle of Maudai and shook it. One bottle isn't enough. Black soil can preserve corpses. Her buried here would be like bait, constantly attracting scavengers. The plane tree shook its head. Although it was the street bully of this road, there were always desperate souls starved to madness. It didn't want to invite trouble. Then is a whole case enough? Enough would be enough, but is this necessary? The plane tree asked doubtfully. She's already dead. What use is flesh and blood? When trees die, some rot and become nutrients, some get buried deep and become coal, but ultimately all return to dust. Never heard of any tree insisting on being made into a specimen. Because I'm human, and humans are just this selfish. Liu Zheng said calmly. You won't be one for much longer. Not just your appearance. Your essence is beginning to change too. The plane tree mocked. What happens after the essence changes? He asked. Don't know. But for what I understand about black goat young, you'll probably dig her up and chew her to pieces without hesitation. The plane tree's tone carried deep malice. Oh, what does that have to do with current me? Liu Zheng said with a look of indifference. If the essence changed, then it wouldn't be him anymore. Besides, after clearing the dungeon, he could purify the flesh mutation status. Stubborn human. What's her name? The plane tree suddenly asked. You asking me? Of course asking her. You self-important dumbass human. Today it seemed particularly displeased with Liu Zheng. I really don't know that. Why are you asking? Liu Zheng looked at it strangely. To make a tombstone, of course. Are you the human, or am I? The plane tree rolled its eyes at him, peeling off a piece of bark from itself. If you don't know, then I'll write the idiot corpse that dumbass human made me keep it. Saying this, it started to carve characters on the bark. Stop. Liu Zheng quickly stopped it. If it really carved that, the little girl wouldn't be able to lift her head, even in hell. Just call her Natasha, he said, looking at the little girl's standard East Slav appearance. Really unpleasant sounding. The plane tree disdainfully carved this name on the bark, then carved a string of letters beside it. Marceau Massa. Still our French names sound better. It said satisfied. Haha. Liu Zheng looked at this tree, surname Dai and name Gaula, barely suppressing the urge to complain. By the way, do you eat this? He showed the garlic rice go brain flour in the delivery box. You even got the delivery box? The plane tree was focused on something else. The sourdough of this content is novelfire.net. Also won last night. Now, just missing the hat to complete the set. It looked full of envy. If it could collect the legendary Deliverman set, its ranking among the city's collectors would immediately rise several places. I have leads on the hat too, Liu Zheng said. Although the demon wished it could eat them alive, it ultimately didn't welch. This was certainly due to its good reputation, not because of Oink's butcher knife at its neck. Where? The plane tree asked excitedly. Just as Liu Zheng prepared to answer, he suddenly looked into the distance. I come from the mountains bringing orchid grass. A melodious song drifted from the distance. The clear, childlike voice carried faint metallic static through the inferior sound system. A water truck painted in blue and white slowly approached, spraying slender water jets toward both sides of the street. "You're in trouble now." The plane tree suddenly spoke. "How so?" "The water truck is here to clean up dirty things." It wore an expression of sheer schadenfreude. "And you're that dirty thing." "Perfect timing, then. I haven't bathed in days," Liu Zheng said. The plant decay smell on him was growing increasingly strong, though he couldn't tell if it was from lack of bathing or because his very essence was transforming. "You still want to bathe?" The plane tree laughed heartily. A root burst through the soil, flinging out the corpse of an enormous mole. The mole traced a long parabolic arc before landing right beside the water truck. The high-pressure water jets scoured the mole's corpse, immediately reducing it to a skeleton, then further grinding it into bone fragments. "Cleans really thoroughly." Liu Zheng swallowed hard. "It'll clean you even more thoroughly later." The plane tree cackled with glee. "Don't think your flesh rebirth and legendary jacket will save you. That astral mole skin was much tougher than yours. Then why are those trees unaffected?" He looked at the trees being sprayed until dripping wet. "Because they're public property." "What are you?" The plane tree said contemptuously. "I'm a delivery man for the bloody restaurant." "That status won't work on municipal government employees." The plane tree shook its branches. "Well, if I can't handle it, I can avoid it." "Avoid it? Go ahead and try." Though he knew something was wrong, Liu Zheng still attempted it. But after running hard for several minutes, he discovered the music was actually getting closer. The water truck was now only a few hundred meters away from him. Strangely, he couldn't see any driver. "Don't waste your energy. You've already been locked on," the plane tree said. "You might as well let me eat you. For the sake of our business partnership, I could leave your head intact." Its smile overflowed with malice. "I can hide behind a tree." Liu Zheng looked toward the nearest roadside tree. Useless, completely useless. As if to crush his last hope, the plane tree threw out another astral mole corpse. This time it threw it behind a photinia tree. Several water jets curved accordingly, bending around the tree trunk to strike the mole, repeating the scene exactly. "This actually works?" Liu Zheng was speechless. Since when did physics become completely irrelevant? "Here's a deal. If you give me your jacket and delivery box, I might reluctantly save your life," the plane tree said. Clearly, this was its real objective all along. "Well, I really appreciate that." Liu Zheng neither agreed nor refused, simply standing his ground. The plane tree didn't press him, confident he would accept when death was imminent. The water truck looping orchid grass drew closer and closer, finally arriving before Liu Zheng. Then it stopped. The water cannons didn't shoot high-pressure jets, but instead shut their valves. However, the plane tree merely sneered. This wasn't the water truck giving up, but the calm before the volcanic eruption. It quietly heightened its vigilance. Updates are released by novelfire.net. Even for the tree itself, protecting Liu Zheng from the water truck wouldn't be easy. At least 1/3 of its bark would be lost. But for the legendary Deliverman's set, everything would be worth it. Still not agreeing? Human. It'll be too late once it starts spraying. As if to confirm the plane tree's words, the water truck's tank gradually swelled, the air around its body distorting from intense heat. From a distance, Liu Zheng could feel the approaching heat wave, as if the tank held not tap water, but boiling magma. Facing the impending hellish baptism, he gritted his teeth and strode forward. "Are you insane?" Under the plane tree's astonished gaze, Liu Zheng rushed before the water truck and swung his tentacle. The scale-covered tentacle tore through the air with a whistling sound, appearing impressively formidable. But the tree knew this was merely an ant trying to shake a tree. Even with his legendary jacket's assistance, Liu Zheng would at most scratch the water truck's paint. "It's over." The plane tree sighed deeply. Liu Zheng's death was minor, but its legendary collection would be buried with him. Smack! A crisp sound echoed as the tentacle slapped against the driver's cabin window. Also slapped against the glass was a 100 yuan bill. A blue glowing hand materialized out of thin air, passed through the glass to take the money, then vanished. But the water tank continued swelling, though, at a slightly slower pace. He instantly understood. Bill after bill was slapped against the window, the blue hand appearing again and again. Finally, the water tank contracted back to its original size. The engine started, and the water truck continued driving forward. The music from its sound system switched accordingly. Good fortune comes, our good fortune comes, meeting good fortune prosperous and flourishing through the four seas. This actually works too. The plane tree stared dumbfounded, its mouth gaping wide enough to fit another legendary deliverman. The water truck needs refueling too, you know, Liu Zheng said casually. He might not understand this bizarre world, but he understood government employees. Even if it was a vehicle, it would want high-grade gasoline. Consider yourself lucky, the plane tree said resentfully. I'm leaving. Liu Zheng cheerfully prepared to depart. Although it cost him quite a bit, seeing this tree get frustrated made it worth the price. Wait, you haven't told me the clue about the delivery hat yet. The plane tree quickly called out to stop him. What clue? Liu Zheng countered. The clue about the delivery hat. What delivery hat? The legendary Deliverman's hat. What Deliverman? You're messing with me, kid. After this fruitless exchange, the plane tree's expression darkened. You don't think you can get this information for free, do you? I spent over 100,000 chips to win this. Liu Zheng looked at it as if it were an idiot. Even a clay figure has some temper, let alone a madman suffering from irritable temper. How much do you want? The plane tree asked irritably. Whatever you think is appropriate, he said magnanimously. He didn't actually expect to fleece the tree, just wanted to vent some frustration. Despicable human. The plane tree grumbled, digging out a slip of paper from the black soil. Name, sick leave note, single use. Type, item, quality, fine. Effect, obtains 3 days of sick leave after use. Note, did the company pay so much money to hire you to get sick? Could be taken out of dungeon. No. The palm-sized slip contained a string of scribbled, ghost scratch-like writing, with a red stamp mark in the lower right corner. Municipal First Hospital Outpatient Department. You had such a good item all along. Why didn't you bring it out earlier? Liu Zheng exclaimed with shock and delight. 3 days of sick leave equated to 1/5 of a vacation voucher. None of your business. Now, quickly tell me the clue. The plane tree said arrogantly. Fine then. The demon boss at the casino said the legendary Deliverman's hat is in the hands of the Wolf Knight at the garbage landfill. To think it's there, that's going to be difficult to handle. The plane tree fell into deep contemplation. Is that Wolf Knight very strong? Liu Zheng asked. The Wolf Knight isn't particularly strong, but his 3-headed hellhound is extremely vicious. More importantly, he's that person's close brother. The plane tree said with a grave expression. That person? Exactly that person. We dare not speak his name, because for trees, he's more terrifying than lumberjacks. The leaves rustled as if Delago was trembling. He must have some nickname at least. Liu Zheng said. He has many nicknames. Urban Ranger, Wandering Master, the man who touches bears. But we trees generally call him the Fire Mage. The plane tree said slowly. Fire Mage? Indeed, because he enjoys setting fires everywhere. Lumberjacks chop our bodies, but that man burns our souls. The plane tree trembled even more violently. Then it seems we can't get that hat after all. Liu Zheng said regretfully. Not necessarily. I've heard the Fire Mage and Wolf Knight are fond of gourmet food. If you can obtain perfect grade meals or large quantities of fine grade meals, they should be willing to trade. The plane tree calmed down as it spoke. Large quantities of fine grade meals. He looked toward the legendary delivery box. This didn't seem entirely impossible. Wouldn't they just rob me directly? Liu Zheng thought of another problem. Probably not. This city has rules, and those two aren't known for being utterly vicious. The plane tree shook its branches. Compared to them, the garbage landfill itself is actually more dangerous. I heard from Bullhorse that someone called Black Claw had his intestines pulled out at the garbage landfill. He recalled the conversation between Bullhorse and Oink. I know Black Claw. He used to run wild on this street, peeing everywhere. No wonder I haven't seen him lately. Turns out he's been butchered. The Plane Tree said with sudden realization. What exactly is the garbage landfill? Liu Zheng asked. This chapter is updated by novelfire.net. The garbage landfill is where they bury garbage, obviously. The Plane Tree looked at him strangely. Why could this human ask such stupid questions? When I complete the legendary Deliverman set, I'll host a grand appreciation event. And guess who won't be getting an invitation? He said with a completely straight face. You wouldn't dare. The Plane Tree became furious. I absolutely would. If you don't want Bullhorse to be the first to appreciate them, answer my questions patiently. Liu Zheng threatened. That stupid donkey doesn't know shit about appreciation. The Plane Tree screamed reflexively. But Liu Zheng's threat worked, as its explanation became much more detailed. The garbage landfill is basically a giant cesspit. The municipal government throws everything inedible and hazardous in there. And those who can't survive elsewhere, along with scheming individuals, have gathered at the garbage landfill, making it even more dangerous. Don't think just because Bullhorse dares to take you to the black market that he'd dare take you to the garbage landfill. He'd be turned into jerky in minutes. The Plane Tree said all in one breath. Is there no safe way to enter the garbage landfill? There is. If you befriend the fire mage, entering and leaving the garbage landfill would be like going home. The Plane Tree said, You're just talking in circles here. Liu Zheng rolled his eyes. At least let me finish first. The Plane Tree said discontentedly. Go on, go on. The reason the fire mage is also called the Urban Ranger is because he appears in various places throughout the city. Whether you encounter him depends on your luck. The Plane Tree said. Luck? Liu Zheng's eyes flickered. He had already returned that lucky Joker card to Bullhorse. Looks like he needed to find a way to get it back. Halt! Arriving at the entrance of Jiahe, a new residence community, the security guard, unsurprisingly, stopped him again. Just say it. Do you want meat or cigarettes? Liu Zheng sighed. He had to go through this routine every time. Even if these guys weren't tired of it, he certainly was. If real security guards dared to act like this, he'd knock their walkie-talkies flying. Who are you insulting? The narrow-eyed security guard instantly became furious. Then, how about this? He produced several banknotes with his mucus. Now that Liu Zheng could control his tentacles to secrete mucus, it wasn't very useful for fighting, but quite convenient for daily tasks. You're insulting my integrity. The narrow-eyed security guard gritted his teeth, his hand moving toward the baton at his waist. My apologies for underestimating you. Please don't take offense. Liu Zheng immediately apologized. That's more like it. The narrow-eyed security guard snorted. I'm a security guard with ideals and ambitions. Don't lump me together with the trash of this industry. Understood, understood. May I enter now? No. The narrow-eyed security guard said bluntly. You won't take money, yet you won't let me through. You're making this very difficult for me, brother. He said helplessly. Meanwhile, he secretly gathered strength in his body. Our community is hosting a 10th anniversary celebration. Outsiders are not permitted to enter. Unless you complete a challenge or perform a talent. The narrow-eyed security guard said. What challenge? Pick one yourself. The narrow-eyed security guard produced several posters. Pirate ship deck, one-legged standing challenge. Flying saucer, 99 circle straight line walking challenge. 10-speed carousel lyric chain challenge. There were 10 challenge activities in total, each more extreme than the last. Liu Zheng picked up the final poster, which showed a middle-aged man in a suit with an ashen face standing at the edge of a rooftop. Rooftop rope-free bungee upright challenge. What kind of bungee jump was this? This was clearly just jumping off a building. I'll choose this one. He handed the poster back to the narrow-eyed security guard. In his flesh rebirth state, Liu Zheng feared crushing injuries most, followed by cutting wounds. Blunt force trauma basically didn't matter as long as he protected his brain. Follow me. The narrow-eyed guard took the poster and led him into the community. The moment Liu Zheng stepped through the community gates, his vision blurred. When his sight recovered, he found himself already on the rooftop. The setting looked exactly like the one in the poster. Fellow residents, this delivery gentleman has voluntarily signed up for the rooftop rope-free bungee upright challenge. Let's applaud his courage. The narrow-eyed security guard shouted loudly. As soon as he finished speaking, enthusiastic applause erupted from all around. Thank you, thank you. Liu Zheng waved toward the empty air. Excellent. Please have the challenger take position. Under the narrow-eyed security guard's guidance, he stepped into a painted circle. Liu Zheng looked down at the ground below, where a pool of blood caught his eye. This probably belonged to that middle-aged man in the suit. The resident judging committee will score your performance during the jump. If your score is high enough, you might even receive a small gift. The narrow-eyed security guard said. You just said jump, didn't you? Not even bothering to pretend anymore? Liu Zheng looked at him with dead eyes. I'll count down from 3, then you jump. The narrow-eyed security guard took a step back. 3, 2, 1, jump, jump, jump down already. The audience's urging transformed into massive sound waves, pushing at Liu Zheng from behind. He curled his lips and leaped into the air. The falling speed was incredibly fast, as if an invisible hand was dragging Liu Zheng downward. Everything before his eyes played out in accelerated motion, but every floor's windows were shrouded in shadow, making it impossible to see inside. Remembering the narrow-eyed security guard's mention of scoring, Liu Zheng took a deep breath and curled himself into a ball. His mutated core muscle groups fired at full capacity, driving his body to spin like a top. 16.5 aerial rotations. Amidst enthusiastic applause, he abruptly extended his body just 1 second before impact. 16.5 aerial rotations followed by a vertical landing. Thunderous applause echoed throughout the entire community. Liu Zheng lay on the ground, most of his body suffering comminuted fractures and all his organs severely hemorrhaging as he stared at the gloomy sky. Some faceless figures appeared at the rooftop edge, making various gestures of admiration toward him. Others made jeering sounds at him, probably dissatisfied that he had actually survived. Liu Zheng suddenly felt the inconvenience of no longer being human. He couldn't flip anyone off anymore. Tui. He spat on the ground, the saliva mixed with fragments of internal organs, as a minor form of release. Congratulations, you've excellently completed this challenge. The narrow-eyed security guard walked over. Next, we will announce the evaluation results of this challenge. He solemnly produced an envelope and took out a slip of paper. Removing the highest score, 9.99 points. Removing the lowest score, 9.96 points. The final score for the Deliverman contestant is 9.97 points. Let's congratulate the Deliverman contestant for becoming the champion of this rooftop no-rope bungee upright challenge. The narrow-eyed security guard crouched down and raised one of Liu Zheng's tentacles. Applause thundered as dozens of illusory figures emerged from the air, surrounding both of them. Next, we invite the chairman of the resident judging committee to present the award to the contestant. The narrow-eyed security guard announced. A figure several sizes larger than the others stepped forward from the crowd and pinned a bronze medal to Liu Zheng's chest. Name: Jia New Residence Honorary Resident Medal. Type: Item. Quality: Excellent. Effect: Allows free entry and exit from Jia New Residence Community and will receive cooperation from all property staff and residents during work. Note: Additional effects will be unlocked after collecting 5 honorary resident medals. Can be taken out of dungeon. No. The large figure patted his shoulder, then disappeared along with the other figures. The narrow-eyed security guard also returned to his indifferent expression and walked toward the community entrance. This prize is actually quite interesting. Liu Zheng touched the medal on his chest. With this, the person who ordered the food probably wouldn't refuse delivery later. I wonder what the additional effect would be after collecting 5 medals. Maybe becoming an honorary resident of all communities? Combining the legendary Deliverman identity with the honorary resident medal would make food delivery much simpler. But not necessarily. He remembered the water truck. Such things hadn't appeared on previous delivery routes. Perhaps the beginner protection period had ended. As his survival time increased, dangers might also appear on the return journey to the restaurant. He couldn't rely on scattering coins every time. Obtaining the legendary Deliverman's hat was absolutely essential. While thinking, Liu Zheng waited for his body to recover. A few minutes later, he regained mobility, getting faster and faster. Liu Zheng's recovery speed was now at least twice as fast as when he first mutated. Besides the legendary identities bonuses, his fundamental transformation was probably also a key factor. He wondered if Mr. Li would specifically request his eyeballs as a drinking snack once he completed his transformation. Liu Zheng chuckled coldly and walked toward Building 7. Fortunately, the building he had bungee jumped from was Building 9, right next to Building 7. So despite the delays from the water truck and participating in the challenge, he still arrived at Unit 1503's door 10 minutes early. Bang! 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 Liu Zheng vigorously slapped the door several times. Click! The door immediately opened, but he didn't see the person who had ordered the food. Could all the residents in this community be invisible? Liu Zheng felt quite frustrated. He tentatively waved his tentacle through the air a few times, but touched nothing. Hello, your delivery has arrived. Please come out to get your meal. Liu Zheng had no choice but to shout into the room. Where are you shouting? A tiny voice came from below him. Huh? He looked down. A miniature person only the size of fist was looking up at him, appearing quite angry. Sorry, I didn't see you earlier. Liu Zheng quickly apologized, then stopped looking. With a loud bang, the door closed. Damn, I was just telling the truth. No need to get so angry. He felt speechless. Speechless or not, the delivery still had to be completed. He continued slapping the door. This time, Liu Zheng slapped for a full 3 minutes before Unit 1503's door opened again. I'm warning you, human. My small size doesn't mean I'm easy to bully. Get out of my sight immediately, or I'll scoop out your brain spoon by spoon and feed it to my dog. The miniature person threatened. This time, he wasn't looking at Liu Zheng's face, but rather at his crotch. You keep a dog? Liu Zheng's expression turned slightly strange. At that size, who was keeping whom? Was he keeping the dog, or was the dog keeping him? Tindalos. The miniature person seemed to know he was thinking something disrespectful and shouted loudly. From around the corner of the living room, a tumor-like purplish-red smoke suddenly billowed out. A strange creature leaped from within it. It had an elongated body composed of porous exoskeleton, with glowing mist swirling inside its form. Its facial features constantly shifted, like a wax statue, repeatedly melting and solidifying. The only constants were its eyes that shot blazing red light, and its protruding lower jaw. The only constants were its eyes that shot blazing red light, and its protruding lower jaw. He couldn't assess its strength, but just from its appearance, he could tell this wasn't something to be trifled with. Wait, I have this. At the critical moment, Liu Zheng removed the honorary resident medal and held it forward. Stop! The sharp-tongued tip stopped mere millimeters from his forehead, and Liu Zheng even felt the phantom pain of pierced skin. Tindalos sit. The miniature person continued, giving commands. Tindalos whimpered a few times and obediently sat on the floor. Its eyes remained fixed on Liu Zheng, filled with hunting desire. Considering the residential committee's authority, I'll let it slide this time. Think before you speak next time. Others wouldn't be as tolerant as I am. The miniature person said coldly. So how should I have said it? He humbly sought guidance. You should have said, I'm sorry, sir. My eyesight is poor, and I failed to notice your magnificent presence. The miniature person said in a dubbing-style tone. Liu Zheng exerted tremendous effort to suppress his impulse to laugh out loud. Your mastery of speech artistry leaves me in awe. He said sincerely. Very good, leave it there. The miniature person seemed satisfied with his attitude. Liu Zheng took out the food order and placed it on the entrance shoe cabinet. Then I wish you a pleasant meal. He said politely. Wait a moment. Would you like to earn some extra money? This chapter is updated by novelfire.net. The miniature person called out to stop him. Side income. Liu Zheng looked at him in surprise. I'm very busy today. Could you help me take Tindalos out for some exercise? The miniature person said. Hearing the words go out, the hunting dog's somewhat dim eyes lit up again. I'm worried I might not be capable enough for this task. Liu Zheng politely declined. Him walking this dog? More like this dog walking him. Don't worry, Tindalos is very well behaved. The miniature person said gently as he patted the hunting dog's paw. Tindalos whimpered and carefully licked his face with its tongue. After all, I'm not its owner. Liu Zheng still shook his head. Every owner thinks their dog is well behaved. Even if it bites someone, there's always a reason. I can give you 1,000 yuan. The miniature person said. I don't need money. Liu Zheng showed his wallet. You're this wealthy and still delivering food? The miniature person looked somewhat shocked. Experiencing life. No matter how rich you are, you still need to work. He said with an expression of compassionate sorrow. My perspective was too narrow. Sorry, I shouldn't have insulted you with money. The miniature person felt deeply ashamed. It's fine. I also didn't handle things properly earlier. Liu Zheng said magnanimously. But I still need you to help me walk the dog. The miniature person changed his tone. Damn it. Are you completely impervious to reason? He glared at the miniature person. If you want to add the dog to your menu, just say it directly. No need to beat around the bush. As long as you hold this, Tindalos and its kin won't actively attack you. The miniature person laboriously dragged a bone whistle out from under the blanket. Name, Sith S bone whistle. Type, item, quality, excellent. Effect, when worn, prevents attacks from Tindalos hounds. Has probability of breaking after time manipulation or time travel. Note, how to protect yourself from Tindalos hounds. A, throw a bone. B, bend down to pick up a rock. C, obtuse angle. Can be taken out of dungeon. No. All right then. Liu Zheng reluctantly accepted the bone whistle. It seemed walking this dog was unavoidable. Thank you very much. The miniature person glanced once more at his honorary homeowner medal. Tindalos can be very generous to people it likes. He reminded, then how do I make it like me? Tindalos is a good doggy. The miniature person said meaningfully before closing the door. Looking at the hunting dog staring intently at him, Liu Zheng felt uneasy. He quickly hung the bone whistle around his neck, which made him feel slightly better. Whether it was his imagination or not, he seemed to detect a trace of contempt in Tindalos' expression. So, shall we go? Liu Zheng asked tentatively. With a wolf-like howl of excitement, the hunting dog charged down the stairs. Hey, the elevator's that way. He lamented and hurriedly gave chase. The hunting dog was astonishingly fast. By the time Liu Zheng caught up to the residential area entrance, it had long been squatting there waiting. The narrow-eyed security guard cowered to the side, apparently somewhat afraid of it. The owner of Unit 1503 asked me to walk his dog. Liu Zheng explained. I know. Then you should hurry along. The narrow-eyed security guard said repeatedly, showing no desire for small talk. It seemed this dog was even more fearsome than he had imagined. Tindalos, where would you like to go? Liu Zheng asked. The hunting dog shook its head. If you don't know, nod. If you don't care, shake your head. The hunting dog shook its head again. Then let's head toward the restaurant. Liu Zheng sighed in relief. Although Bull Horse hadn't said they couldn't linger outside, without the legendary vest enhancement, he didn't want to stay out for long either. The hunting dog howled again. Somehow inexplicably, Liu Zheng knew it was asking him for direction. The most update N0 vels are published on novelfire.net. He pointed toward the bloody restaurant, and Tindalos immediately lunged forward. Its form continuously twisted and transformed in midair, landing as a multicolored mist that scattered upon hitting the ground. The next second, it reappeared 50 meters away. The hunting dog seemed to be telling him to hurry up. Sigh, walking a dog without a leash is like a dog walking a dog. Liu Zheng sighed deeply, feeling quite ashamed. Liu Zheng tentatively asked. Fortunately, there was nobody on the street. As long as no one saw, it didn't count as uncivilized behavior. It was clear that Tindalos hadn't been walked for quite some time, as it was extremely excited. It continuously transformed into mist, then constantly recondensed into form, sometimes appearing in front of Liu Zheng, sometimes behind him, not showing any of that steady demeanor from earlier. It had gone from a Saint Bernard to a husky. He looked at both sides of the street. Almost all the peering gazes that had been watching had been severed. The effect was even better than when Bull Horse accompanied him. Interesting, Liu Zheng's eyes shifted as he came up with a good idea. Tindalos, come this way. He called out, changing direction. The hunting dog naturally didn't care, its mist dispersing and gathering as its form appeared behind Liu Zheng. Whether tired or playing a prank, it placed both paws on Liu Zheng's shoulders. Surprisingly, Tindalos didn't have that typical large dog odor. Thinking about it carefully, this made sense since it wasn't actually a dog. It just had dog-like habits and appearance. But the hunting dog wasn't completely odorless either. Liu Zheng sniffed, detecting a scent of decay entering his nostrils. It wasn't the decay of plants, nor animal decay, nor metal decay, but a very complex yet very faint odor, like decaying time itself. After more than 10 minutes, they reached their destination. Not far away, the plane tree had its eyes closed, its face sunk into the bark, seemingly feigning sleep. "Mr. Tree, I'm here again," Liu Zheng called out from a distance. The plane tree slowly opened its eyes, first showing disgust, then extreme shock. You, how did you bring this thing here?" It cried out in terror. "The customer asked me to help walk his dog." "Are you fucking crazy? You dare walk a hound of Tindalos? If you're this badass, why don't you go blow up the municipal government instead?" "It's not that serious, is it? I think it's quite friendly. Right, Tindalos?" Liu Zheng said to the hunting dog. "Awoo." The hunting dog nodded. Then it transformed into mist and pounced toward the plane tree. "Don't come any closer," the plane tree screamed. Thick roots burst from the ground, stabbing toward the hunting dog like spears. A flash of disdain appeared in Tindalos's eyes. It didn't even bother transforming into mist again, simply dodging nimbly to avoid all attacks. After a few breaths, it was already standing on the black soil. Ah! The plane tree felt like it was going insane. More roots shot out urgently, like a forest of spears. Facing the erupting plane tree, the hunting dog's attitude finally became somewhat serious. It no longer relied on movement techniques to dodge, but instead transformed into mist. The roots pierced through the hunting dog's body but caused no damage whatsoever. The next second, it appeared beneath the plane tree. It lifted one leg and released a stream of glowing liquid. "Awoo." The hunting dog made a pleased sound. "Human, I curse your ancestors." As the plane tree let out a wretched scream, its leaves and branches rapidly turned withered and yellow. Wrinkles also appeared all over its face. Despite it being summer, the plane tree looked as if it had entered winter. "Ha!" Liu Zheng laughed even louder than its screaming. "Gratitude is gratitude. Resentment is resentment." The plane tree had set so many traps for him. Did it really think he wouldn't hold a grudge? Liu Zheng had brought Tindalos over specifically to see if he could scare this tree and vent some frustration. He never expected the effect to be this good. "Now we're even," he said with satisfaction. "Stupid human, do you think you're only harming me?" The plane tree's angry expression faded, replaced by a strange smile. "What?" Liu Zheng immediately sensed something wrong. But before he could react, the hound suddenly lowered its head to look at a patch of black soil. A piece of bark was stuck in the black soil. Natasha Marceau was buried right beneath it. "Bravo! Looks like that case of Mount Eye will go to waste," the plane tree said with schadenfreude. "Didn't you promise to keep it safe for me?" "I did promise to keep it safe, but only within my capabilities. I'm doing well enough to protect myself from this dog. Asking me to drive it away is impossible. The rules don't force trees to do the impossible either." The plane tree spoke leisurely. Every time, Liu Zheng used the rules to trap it. Finally, it was its turn to use the rules against this human. "Help me stop it, and I'll give you another case of Mount Eye," Liu Zheng said decisively. Even if you offered me another bottle of Lad 3, it wouldn't work. I genuinely can't fight it. The plane tree wasn't falling for it. Tindallow's return. He tried calling the hound back, but the hound completely ignored him. It was already good enough that it wasn't eating him. Did he really think he was its master? Damn it, now I've really become the clown, Liu Zheng said with rare frustration. Previous crises had been forced upon him by circumstances, but this time he had brought trouble upon himself. I can hold out for 1 minute at most. If you can't figure something out within 1 minute, then consider yourself unlucky. I'll tell all the birds about your glorious deeds, letting the whole world know how stupid you humans are. Ha ha ha. Amid the plane tree's maniacal laughter, the hound dug up the black soil, revealing the root cage beneath. Through the gaps, the small coffin and the tiny body inside could be seen. Growl! The hound let out a dissatisfied roar, fiercely biting at the roots. Roots harder than steel were like tofu under its sharp teeth. But for every root it bit through, another would take its place, temporarily blocking the hound. What can I do? Liu Zheng sighed. Even the plane tree could only take a beating, let alone him. He was just a tool accompanying it on walks. Tindallow's wouldn't listen to him at all. Huh? Listening? Liu Zheng suddenly remembered the two things the miniature person had said. Tindallow's is very generous to those it likes. Tindallow's is a good doggy. How did wolves become dogs? He recalled a skinny wolf from Ho Zil that tourists had persistently fed egg yolk pies until it became a fat dog, reportedly even learning to roll over and expose its belly. Liu Zheng opened the legendary delivery box, inside which was a replicated garlic rice go brain flour. If the owner loved this food, surely the pet would too, right? Gritting his teeth, he walked to the edge of the black soil. Seeing this, a flicker of disappointment crossed the plane tree's face. Novel fire net. Good doggy, time to eat. Liu Zheng tapped the plate with a spoon, producing a crisp sound. Growl. The hound stopped biting and turned back in confusion. Fresh brain flour, just like your owner's, he tempted. Growl. The hound cheered, turning and pouncing in front of Liu Zheng. Sit. The hound obediently sat down. Shake tentacle. The hound extended its paw and cut Liu Zheng's tentacle into 3 segments. Fine, let's assume it wasn't intentional. Eat up, eat up. Liu Zheng placed the food plate on the ground. The hound eagerly extended its tongue. The hollow tongue tube continuously moved, and the brain flour visibly shrank until it turned into a thin skin. Growl, growl, growl. The hound let out a long howl. It was clear it had enjoyed the meal immensely. The hound rubbed its head against Liu Zheng's face, then left the black soil area. His hanging heart finally settled. Growl. The hound raised one paw, pointing at the plane tree. The plane trees settled hard-hung right back up. No, we're not enemies. We're all buddies here, just joking around earlier. Liu Zheng glanced at it, smiling meaninglessly. Yes, we're all buddies here. The plane tree put on an ingratiating smile, angry but not daring to speak up. Growl. The hound nodded, as if somewhat understanding, then spat out a bone. Name, Tindallow's chew toy, one-time use. Type item, quality, excellent. Effect, can summon 1 Tindallow's hound when thrown. Duration, 3 minutes. Note, please be aware, the summoned hound may not necessarily be Tindallow's itself. Can be taken out of dungeon. No. What a powerful weapon. Liu Zheng happily picked up the bone. Growl. Tindallow's extended its paw, pointing at the bone whistle around his neck. Sigh. Knew there wouldn't be such good fortune. Liu Zheng sighed, taking off the bone whistle and handing it to the hound. If he had the bone whistle, this chew toy would be a guided missile. Without the bone whistle, this thing became a portable nuclear launcher, emphasizing that true death is when everyone dies. You die, I die too. Although there was a chance to summon Tindallow's, given the excellent quality rating, this probability clearly wouldn't be very high. Growl! Tindallow's patted Liu Zheng's shoulder, then turned into a cloud of smoke and disappeared. Finally finished walking it. He wiped non-existent cold sweat from his brow. Human, I'm going to fucking kill you. The moment the hound left, The plane tree immediately attacked. Its face contorted, countless roots and branches intertwining as they came at him like a giant abyssal mouth. Should I throw it? Liu Zheng raised the bone. You wouldn't dare. That dog would eat you too, the plane tree said confidently. No problem. At least you'll keep me company in hell. You'll be my firewood while I'm boiling in oil, he said cheerfully. Who wants to go to hell with you? Disgusting. The plane tree spat and withdrew its roots. Don't be angry. I didn't expect things to turn out this way either. I'll get you another bottle of good liquor later, Liu Zheng soothed. Stop your nonsense. Don't think I don't know what evil schemes you're brewing. The plane tree wasn't buying it. I want 2 bottles. Fine, 2 bottles it is. He readily agreed. Get lost, get lost. I get annoyed just seeing you. Stupid human. A root wrapped around Liu Zheng, then forcefully flung him. He was launched like a cannonball, landing directly 2 kilometers away. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Liu Zheng touched his thoroughly smashed buttocks, grimacing in pain. So irritable. Do trees have periods too? He sat on the ground, waiting for his tailbone to heal, then limped toward the restaurant. You kid, how do you always manage to get yourself into this sorry state? Looking at Liu Zheng, who had lost yet another circle of weight, Bullhorse said speechlessly, Of course it's because I'm not strong enough. Do you think I enjoy this? Liu Zheng was speechless at its speechlessness. The well-fed don't know how the starving suffer. For an ordinary person like him to survive until now was already a miracle. I think you're actually enjoying it quite a bit. Huh? Bullhorse looked at his chest. You actually managed to get the honorary resident medal. Yeah, participated in some rooftop no-rope bungee challenge or something. Liu Zheng replied, that one's definitely suitable for you. If you can collect 5 medals, you won't get yourself into such miserable shape delivering takeout anymore. Bullhorse nodded. What happens when you collect all 5? He seized the opportunity to ask. Coincidentally, the system description in the item info was rather vague. No more rejected deliveries, for starters. Those security guards won't stop you anymore either. But this only applies to mid to low-end residential areas. High-end places like Heavenly Villa don't count. Bullhorse shook its head while speaking. Liu Zheng nodded. This matched what he had roughly imagined. So how many medals have you collected? He asked. Not a single one. Why? Liu Zheng found this somewhat strange. Given Bullhorse's capabilities, even if it didn't encounter perfectly suited challenges like he did, it should still be able to brute force its way through. I'm not afraid of rejected deliveries anyway. If security guards dare stop me, I just throw heavy punches. The high-end residential areas, I don't dare to mess with. So these medals are useless to me anyway. Bullhorse said proudly. So for it, this thing was just a worthless trophy. TCH. Liu Zheng curled his lip. Besides, this thing isn't all benefits either. Wearing it might make those who order food ask you for favors. If you're lucky, you can refuse. But if you're unlucky, it could be even more troublesome than a rejected delivery. Bullhorse added, I actually did run into that. He recounted the incident about walking the miniature person's dog. Ha ha ha. Bullhorse erupted in earth-shaking laughter. That tree actually got its comeuppance today, ha! It laughed so hard its head nearly fell off. But you kid really do have some guts. That dog is famously the most vicious in the whole city, and you actually dare to walk it. Walking it meant death, not walking it meant death. So I walked it. Liu Zheng shrugged. Really can't figure you out. By the way, what did you get from that tree in exchange for that case of Maudai? Bullhorse asked curiously. Traded for this. He pulled out the sick leave note. Delago said Wolf Knight's brother Fire Mage wanders around the city, so I plan to use these 3 days off to try and find him. Liu Zheng revealed his plan. Fire Mage. Bullhorse's expression showed apprehension. I've never dealt with him personally, but I heard from Black Claw that his strength might even surpass Oink's. That doesn't really matter. Everyone's stronger than me anyway. He shrugged. You certainly know your limitations. However, I don't recommend you look for him, and I don't even recommend you use this sick leave note. Bullhorse said, Why? Remember the second rule of the Deliverman Code? Without an active delivery, do not leave the break room. Liu Zheng answered promptly. He remembered life or death matters like this very clearly. Correct. Now think about it in reverse. What happens when you don't have to accept deliveries? He thought for a few seconds, and his expression changed. Does it mean you can't enter the break room? No. Bullhorse shook its head. This chapter is updat by novel_free.net. It means you fundamentally cannot enter the bloody restaurant. Plus, during sick leave, your status as a restaurant employee becomes invalid. Liu Zheng's face drastically changed. See what I mean? Without the restaurant's protection and without a place to stay, you might get by during the day by sheer luck, but once night falls, you're absolutely doomed. Bullhorse said coldly. He clenched the sick leave note tightly. He originally thought it was like a 1/5 vacation voucher, but it turned out to be a death warrant. Is there no way to avoid this? Liu Zheng asked unwillingly. There are actually ways. First, you can't enter the restaurant as an employee, but you can enter as a customer. Second, you can't stay in a break room, but you can stay at an inn. Bullhorse said, which of these two options is better? He asked. Each has its pros and cons. The restaurant is absolutely safe, but it's very expensive. With the little money you have, it'd probably be gone in a day. The inn is cheaper. You could stay for 10 days or even half a month. But it's filled with all sorts of shady characters, and safety is only slightly better than sleeping on the streets. Liu Zheng fell into thought. First, the restaurant option was definitely out. After the incident with the water truck, he realized money still had significant uses in this world. The casino had blacklisted him now, so he probably wouldn't have any opportunities to make big money for quite some time. Second, the inn option wasn't a great idea either. Even novice NPCs like Delago and Bullhorse were full of malicious schemes. The advanced NPCs at the inn would only be more vicious and ruthless. Without the legendary delivery jacket bonus and his restaurant employee status, recklessly going in would be like sending a lamb into a tiger's den. You'd better decide soon. In a few days, I'll be going on vacation, and by then you won't be able to request leave even if you want to. Bullhorse said, with only one deliverman left. Si Shui obviously wouldn't approve leave for Liu Zheng, and Bullhorse certainly wouldn't postpone its vacation plans for him either. Just as he was pondering, Bullhorse's phone suddenly rang. It glanced at the number and immediately became serious. Boss, what are your instructions? Bullhorse said respectfully. Okay. How many people do you need? Okay. I'll make sure to explain the rules to the newbie. Bullhorse repeatedly acknowledged the instructions. After a few sentences, it hung up. Don't know if you're lucky or unlucky. Bullhorse sighed. What's wrong? All the goods from the same batch as that Moutai had problems. Several kitchen staff ended up in the hospital. The boss wants both of us to help out in the kitchen. Bullhorse said, helping out is fine by me. Liu Zheng said indifferently. He'd been delivering takeout for so long already. What harm could some kitchen assistants do? Especially since he'd be going with Bullhorse. Have you forgotten the sounds you heard when you first arrived? Bullhorse sneered. He frowned, the woman's screams echoing in his ears. If you couldn't even handle the sounds, how will you endure seeing the real thing? Let me tell you, I could protect you if you cause trouble at the casino. But if you break the rules in the kitchen, I'll be the first to take you out. Bullhorse stared straight at him as it spoke. Its expression had returned to how it looked when it first kicked him flying, ferocious and twisted. As if their friendly cooperation these past few days had just been an illusion. Big shot, don't you know me by now? I'm someone who values my life above all else. After a moment of silence, Liu Zheng smiled. You'd better be. Let's go. Bullhorse stood up. He followed behind Bullhorse out of the break room, past the three-way intersection, and finally arrived before that blue curtain. Let me remind you one more time. No matter what you see, act like you didn't see it. You're here to work at the restaurant, not to play hero. Even if you want to seek death, do it somewhere far away and don't drag me down with you. Bullhorse turned its head to say, I'm fully aware. Liu Zheng smiled. Bullhorse stared hard at him for a moment, then finally turned its head away. The curtain was lifted, and one human and one Bullhorse entered that profound darkness. It wasn't quite what Liu Zheng had imagined. The bloody restaurant's kitchen wasn't bloody at all. Instead, it was clean and spacious. It was even a bit too clean, like it had just been renovated. More than a dozen chefs of various shapes were each busy with their work, none of them speaking, communicating only through gestures and eye contact. This felt more like a factory assembly line than a kitchen. "Napoleon, we're here," Bullhorse called out. The white feather chicken that had been cooking soup looked up, then handed the long-handled soup spoon to the horse-faced person beside it. The white feather chicken, wearing a black chef's uniform and chef's hat, jumped down from the high stool and strode toward the two with its head held high and chest puffed out. "So this is the new guy?" It looked at Liu Zheng. Its voice was deep, rich, and powerful. "Pretty good, right? Better than those guys under you," Bullhorse said proudly. "Plenty of meat, but unfortunately it's all fat." The white feather chicken examined Liu Zheng with a critical eye. "Can't be helped. He's just a human after all." Bullhorse shrugged. "He won't be for much longer." The white feather chicken's gaze seemed capable of seeing through Liu Zheng's soul. "Perform well, human. If you satisfy me, I might consider letting you work in the kitchen," it said arrogantly. "Thanks, but I'm doing pretty well with food delivery." Liu Zheng politely declined. He'd finally obtained 2 pieces of legendary Deliverman gear. Unless he'd truly lost his mind, he wouldn't give up delivery for kitchen work. "Didn't Bullhorse tell you? Black goat offspring don't have citizen status," the white feather chicken said coldly. "Huh?" Liu Zheng looked at Bullhorse. "There's such a thing?" Bullhorse looked even more surprised than him. "After transformation, citizens like you will directly become floating population. The municipal government naturally won't send people to capture you, but others attacking you won't violate regulations either, and your restaurant employee status will become invalid," the white feather chicken explained. "But in the kitchen, what you are doesn't matter. I am the rules." It spread its wings, surveying the kitchen like a fighting cock. All the kitchen helpers its gaze touched lower their heads. "Look how impressive others are." Liu Zheng poked Bullhorse. "If I had this many subordinates, I'd be even more impressive than it." Bullhorse grumbled. "Chill." He rolled his eyes. The kitchen status was clearly higher than delivery. Otherwise, why would they be helping in the kitchen? "You just wait. I'll deal with you when we get back." In front of the white feather chicken, Bullhorse didn't continue arguing with Liu Zheng, but the thread in his eyes was overflowing. "Enough. Stop performing brotherly affection in front of me. Get to work quickly. The service department has been blowing up my phone," the white feather chicken said disdainfully. "Who's showing brotherly affection with him? We're clearly displaying fatherly kindness and filial piety." Bullhorse jumped up and said, "That's right, I'm just—" Under Bullhorse's death glare, Liu Zheng swallowed those 3 words. "Old rules. You go make pastries. As for you, what can you do?" The white feather chicken asked Liu Zheng. "I can make home-style dishes." "Then go wash vegetables," the white feather chicken said disdainfully. Their bloody restaurant didn't have home-style dishes. "Sure thing." Liu Zheng was actually quite happy. He came here to slack off anyway. Did they really expect him to learn skills? Following where the white feather chicken's wingtip pointed, he came to a sink. A calico cat wearing an apron was washing a bucket of vegetables that looked like cauliflower. Watching its slightly twitching ears, Liu Zheng swallowed. Looked very pet-able. As if sensing his gaze, the calico cat turned around. Pink nose, blue-green heterochromatic eyes, round face shape. Whether in human or cat standards, it could be called handsome with delicate features. "Are you here to help?" It spoke. "Yeah." Liu Zheng nodded. "What's your name?" the calico cat asked. "Find a newest release on novi.net. My name is Liu Zheng. What about you?" He was somewhat surprised. Since entering the dungeon, this was the first time someone had asked his name. "My name is Salmon," the calico cat replied. "Nice name. Thank you. My owner gave it to me." The calico cat twitched its whiskers, looking very happy. "Your owner must really like you," Liu Zheng said with a smile. "Of course." A voice suddenly spoke. The calico cat turned around, the fur on its back twisting into a man's face. He looked expressionlessly at Liu Zheng and spoke again. "Don't get any ideas about my cat, or I'll kill you." Don't worry, I'm a dog person," Liu Zheng replied. "Tasteless guy." The man gave him a disdainful look, then returned to being fur. "Hey, say that again if you dare." Liu Zheng was extremely displeased. He'd actually been looked down upon by a tuft of fur. "Don't be angry with my owner. He's very nice, he just got a little bad-tempered after I ate him. It said seriously. Looking at the calico cat's innocent and adorable appearance, Liu Zheng felt chills rising from the soles of his feet. Why did you eat him? Because that's how I can be with my owner forever. The calico cat said, as if it were obvious. Otherwise he would have rotted, and I don't like licking stinky fur. Is that wrong? It asked, somewhat aggrieved. You did the right thing. What could Liu Zheng say? He could only nod. Are you too done with your work? A voice full of pressure came. The man and cat turned around to see the white feather chicken staring at them. The head chef is angry. We should get back to work. The calico cat guiltily licked its paw and continued washing vegetables. Oh, Liu Zheng prepared to take vegetables from the basket. You won't wash these well, go wash that basket. The calico cat stopped him. Okay. He looked at the basket the cat paw pointed to. It contained a pile of mushrooms with pink caps. Be careful. If you rub them too hard, they can't be used. The calico cat reminded. Understood. Liu Zheng used a tentacle to pick up a mushroom and placed it under the faucet to rinse. This was when tentacles showed their advantage, more flexible than fingers. The water washed away the surface dirt while he carefully wiped with another tentacle. Then he saw his tentacle gradually turning blue. What the hell? He quickly put down the mushroom. Perfectly normal. These are meat blue hand mushrooms. The calico cat glanced over and said, What damn meat blue hand mushrooms? Meat the mushroom in your hand turns blue, right? These aren't poisonous, are they? Liu Zheng asked nervously. The toxin in meat blue hand mushrooms seemed to be a neurotoxin. It was hard to say whether flesh rebirth would work against it. Of course they are, and you die very miserably. The calico cat said, blinking its big eyes. If you weren't so cute-looking, I'd shave all the fur off your head right now. Don't worry, it's easy to treat. The calico cat took an eraser from its apron pocket and gave it to him. Just use this to erase it. With a feeling of, are you fucking kidding me? Liu Zheng rubbed the blue part of his tentacle. What happened was expected, yet still unbelievable. The blue really was erased. Although he knew this world was absurd, he didn't expect it to be this absurd. He shook his head and focused on his work. Soon, the entire basket of meat blue hand mushrooms was washed. Finished. Any other work? Liu Zheng asked. Wow, you're amazing. The calico cat looked at him with admiring eyes. Just average. I just have the advantage of more tentacles. Liu Zheng said, inwardly pleased. Then go get the frozen meat out to thaw. Take the package on the very top. The calico cat pointed at the freezer. No problem. He walked to the freezer and opened the door, then raised his tentacles to reach the bag on the top layer. When he saw clearly what was in the bag, Liu Zheng's expression gradually froze. The arm severed at the root covered the woman's face. Lifeless eyes peered through the gaps between fingers, meeting Liu Zheng's gaze. The bluish-white skin still appeared smooth and elastic. She must have been young and hadn't been dead for long. Even after numerous mental preparations, even after trying his best to become numb. When he saw the hollowed-out abdominal cavity, his body still couldn't help but tremble. Because of fear, even more because of anger. Let me handle this. A hoof snatched away the bag. Bullhorse glanced at him with an inexplicable look in its eyes. Go, help me roll out the dough wrappers. It shoved Liu Zheng hard. The tremendous force left him powerless to resist, stumbling unsteadily toward the pastry workstation. The tremendous force left him powerless to resist, stumbling unsteadily toward the pastry workstation. Bullhorse yelled without turning its head, carrying the bag toward the sink. Liu Zheng watched its retreating figure, his chest heaving several times before finally calming down. He lifted the dough and slammed it violently onto the counter. White feather chicken glanced over calmly, then continued arranging plates. Humans were like this, always easily startled at first. They'd get used to it eventually. If they couldn't get used to it, Bullhorse would teach them the rules. Fortunately, Liu Zheng quickly found an outlet for his emotions. He used 4 tentacles to control 2 rolling pins separately, multitasking as he rolled out dough wrappers. This highly difficult operation concentrated his attention, leaving no CPU threads to think about other matters. Sheet after sheet of dough wrappers, each only as thick as A4 paper, continuously took shape before being tossed aside by Liu Zheng. Soon, a mountain of dough wrappers piled up on the counter. Stop rolling. You've made enough wrappers for next year already. At some point, Bull Horse had arrived beside him. Its voice snapped Liu Zheng out of his trance, and his gaze swept past Bull Horse toward the sink. There was nothing inside. Stop looking, it's already stewing. Bull Horse pointed at a pressure cooker. Whole person ginseng soup. This pot's worth at least this much. It raised its hoof, then awkwardly froze, because it could only form the number 2 with its hoof. Ahem. Anyway, that's the general idea, you understand. Bull Horse said without changing expression. Are you trying to comfort me or provoke me? Liu Zheng looked at it. Both. Bull Horse said honestly. I both have high hopes for you and find you irritating. So don't give me any opportunities, stay alive. It pushed Liu Zheng aside. Go back to washing vegetables. Bull Horse said casually. Liu Zheng gave it a deep look before returning to the vegetable washing area. You're back. Calico Cat breathed a sigh of relief upon seeing his return. Good that you're back. That stupid bull broke the water faucet. It complained. It's Bull Horse, you dumb cat. Bull Horse shouted loudly. Nye, nye, nye. Calico Cat made a face at it. Sigh, what else needs washing? Liu Zheng took a deep breath before asking. Then go fish out the fish from inside there. Calico Cat pointed to a fish tank covered with black cloth. Make sure to announce loudly before uncovering the cloth. It reminded him. Okay. He walked to the fish tank, his tentacles grasping the edge of the black cloth. I'm uncovering the cloth now. He announced loudly. Everyone cover your ears. Calico Cat immediately called out. All kitchen employees put down their work and covered their ears upon hearing this. Though Liu Zheng didn't know what was happening, he followed suit by stuffing his tentacles into his ear holes. Then, he uncovered the black cloth. A fish with a frog's head opened its eyes, then opened its mouth wide. Ribbit! A massive sound wave hit Liu Zheng head-on, causing his brain to go blank for an instant. The water in the fish tank boiled, and cracks appeared all over the tank surface. Fuck! Coming back to his senses, Liu Zheng instinctively cursed. And this was with his ears covered. If they hadn't been blocked, his brains probably would have been scrambled. He extended his tentacles into the fish tank and grabbed the frogfish's tail. But the frogfish struggled violently, and the tentacles couldn't control it at all. The more it struggled, the louder it cried. This made the already irritable Liu Zheng even more frustrated. In a fit of anger, he directly thrust his tentacle into the frogfish's mouth, going straight to the stomach. Gak! The frogfish's cries abruptly ceased. Go on, scream. No one will come save you no matter how much you scream. Liu Zheng pulled it out and gave it 2 hard slaps. He used so much force that he directly knocked the frogfish unconscious. Having multiple hands is really nice. Calico Cat watched this scene with envy. They had to endure torture every time they fished out the frogfish. How should this thing be processed? Liu Zheng asked. Don't touch the head. Just handle the other parts normally. Calico Cat said. Okay. He carried the frogfish to the sink, then coiled around a nearby knife and began descaling it. Liu Zheng had grown up in the countryside. Killing chickens and fish were trivial matters, and he could even handle slaughtering pigs and sheep if pushed. Don't waste the blood and organs. You can keep them for yourself to eat. Calico Cat licked its lips, its eyes full of desire. Whoever washed the vegetables could eat the scraps. This was considered a small kitchen benefit. Okay. He followed Calico Cat's suggestion, putting the frogfish's blood and organs into another basin. Here, Liu Zheng handed the basin to Calico Cat. You're not eating it? Calico Cat said in surprise. This is very expensive. Even these scraps could sell for several hundred outside. It thought Liu Zheng didn't know the frogfish's value. You look like you want to eat it more than I do, Liu Zheng said. Calico Cat washed its face embarrassedly. Then thank you. Don't think you can steal my cat like this, you scumbag. The man's face appeared again, filled with anger. I just want to build good relationships with colleagues. I advise you not to get too excited. You wouldn't want your cat to think you're questioning its love for you, would you? Liu Zheng said calmly. The human face was rendered speechless. I'll tell it that this basin of fish scraps was given to it out of respect for you. Liu Zheng said silently. You'd better mean what you say. The human face similarly mouthed the words before transforming back into fur. So delicious. Calico Cat lifted its head, contentedly licking its paws. The dark red bloodstains stained the fur on its face, and combined with what it had said, sent a chill down his spine. Actually, it was your owner who told me to give this to you. Liu Zheng said. Really? Master is so good. I love Master the most. Calico Cat said happily. The human face quietly appeared, smiling with overwhelming affection. SSNOVEIFire.net. Then it looked at Liu Zheng, its expression immediately turning gloomy. Stretch your tentacle over here, the human face said. What for? Just stretch it over when I tell you to. I'm only a face now. What are you afraid of? The human face said impatiently. Liu Zheng frowned, extending his tentacle before the human face. The human face opened its mouth, and the cat fur suddenly surged violently, piercing into Liu Zheng's flesh like steel needles. A heavy fishy odor invaded Liu Zheng's nostrils. In his daze, he seemed to see a massive salmon charging toward him. Liu Zheng instinctively raised his tentacles to block, only to notice he was somehow holding a harpoon. Stab it, a voice reminded him. He took a deep breath and thrust toward the salmon's head. Pale gray blood trickled out. Yeah, the salmon painfully thrashed its tail, emitting an infant-like cry. This text is hosted at novelfire.net. Warning, sanity value decreasing. Liu Zheng reached out to grab something, but only caught a handful of cat fur. Why are you grabbing me, meow? The calico cat turned around with a confused expression. Nothing. He smiled while wiping his hand. The system prompt appeared again. Player has obtained Never Empty-Handed status, lasting for 1 dungeon. Never Empty-Handed greatly increases fishing success rate, improves resistance to rational pollution from fish. Well now, this would make any fishing enthusiast ecstatic. Although he lost some sanity, Liu Zheng considered it a good trade. While there were no fishing opportunities currently, that didn't mean there wouldn't be later. Plus, there were plenty of fish dishes in the delivery service. With his status, he wouldn't need to worry about losing sanity again. After washing several more baskets of vegetables, the white feather chicken called out to Liu Zheng. Come taste this dish. It scooped a spoonful of soup and handed it to Liu Zheng. The soup had a faint yellow color with thick consistency, several black threads swimming through it with heads and tails visible. My sense of taste isn't working. My boss knows about this. He quickly said, That's true. Bull Horse nodded. Stop pretending. Your sense of taste has already recovered. The white feather chicken exposed his lie. With high constitution plus flesh rebirth, Liu Zheng's sense of taste had recovered this morning. But I don't know how to evaluate dishes. He tried to struggle a bit more. Although there was no system prompt, just looking at it told him this soup wasn't anything normal. The guest is human. I can't quite get it right. The white feather chicken said honestly. Then maybe let. Liu Zheng looked around, exchanging glances with a bunch of monsters and spirits. Sigh. He resignedly took the soup spoon and put it in his mouth. What does it taste like? The white feather chicken asked. Spicy. Liu Zheng grimaced. What else? The white feather chicken pulled out a small notebook and started writing. Sour. Saliva uncontrollably flowed out, forming strands that hung down toward the ground. Anything else? Numbing, he said with a thick tongue, feeling his head buzzing. Anything else? The white feather chicken continued pressing. A bit salty, and there's an indescribable fishy taste. William, add 2 sprigs of rosemary and a small handful of bay leaves. Throw in 2 salt leeches to absorb the salt. 3 seconds is enough. The white feather chicken turned and shouted. A duck named William gave an okay gesture, took 2 leech-like creatures from a nearby culture dish, and threw them into the soup. Liu Zheng watched with his eyelids twitching. Now how about it? The white feather chicken asked again. Tasteless. He smacked his lips, then his expression changed. I feel something crawling down my throat. This is normal, don't be nervous. The white feather chicken said, while pulling out a gas mask. Then why are you wearing a gas mask? Liu Zheng asked skeptically. This is also standard procedure. Don't be nervous. Is everyone ready? The white feather chicken loudly asked. Ready. Responses came from all around. He looked left and right. All kitchen staff had put on gas masks. Except him and Bull Horse. All right, you can release it now. The white feather chicken said. Release what? As soon as Liu Zheng asked, his stomach made violent squirming sounds. His eyes widened in anger. His gluteus maximus muscles contracted and released, and immediately a turbid gas shot out. His eyes widened in anger. His gluteus maximus muscles contracted and released, and immediately a turbid gas shot out. The sound continued like machine gun fire, Liu Zheng's pants puffing up from a force. A suffocating stench rapidly spread through the air, his eyes burning too much to keep open. Turn on fresh air. Full power, the white feather chicken commanded. A kitchen employee immediately turned on the ventilation, huge motor noises filling the space. A full half-minute later, Liu Zheng finally stopped emitting gas. The moment he saw his pant legs deflate, he actually felt like crying tears of relief. Fortunately, these creatures weren't human. Otherwise, he could forget about maintaining any dignity. I was careless, forgot you're not completely human. The white feather chicken took off its gas mask with a serious expression. Wait, if he eats this, won't other guests complain? Liu Zheng questioned. That the VIP guest has their own private room. The white feather chicken explained. But he'd smell it too and feel uncomfortable. Who knows? I only handle cooking. Customer experience is the service department's problem. The white feather chicken shrugged and walked away on its own. He pursed his lips, about to continue washing vegetables, when he saw Bull Horse charging toward him with a ferocious expression. Oh no! Liu Zheng felt a chill of fear. Bull Horse hadn't worn a gas mask earlier. He immediately dropped the vegetable basket and hid on the other side of the counter. Come here. I promise I won't beat you to death. Bull Horse leaned on the table, panting heavily. Tear stains remained at the corners of its eyes, clearly having been affected by the stench too. Do I look stupid? Liu Zheng scoffed at its promise. Besides, it's not like I wanted to fart. Find the source of the problem. Go after Napoleon. The fart came from your ass. Who else should I look for? Bull Horse glared. Well, you're the one who brought me into the kitchen. If you hadn't brought me in, how would I have farted? He retorted. You little brat. I think you're just asking for a beating. Bull Horse grew furious, stepped back 2 paces, and immediately prepared to jump over. Enough, why argue over such trivial fart matters? The white feather chicken came to mediate. You have a nerve to say that. Why didn't you give me a gas mask? Bull Horse shifted targets. Why the hell should I give you one? I haven't settled accounts with you over that bottle of Vlad 3 yet. The white feather chicken grew angry, its comb turning blood red. What? Want to settle this with a fight? Its chicken claws scraped the ground, leaving plow marks on the stainless steel surface. Hey, that's all in the past. Why keep bringing it up? Bull Horse said with an embarrassed laugh. Oomph. Not fighting? Then go out and receive the shipment. Smuggled goods? Bull Horse frowned. Exactly. Last batch wasn't inspected properly. I'll take that loss. But after losing so many personnel, I can't just stay silent. Since you're not kitchen staff anyway, help me vent this anger. The white feather chicken nodded heavily. Those people aren't easy to deal with. What's in it for me? Bull Horse asked. The Vlad 3 matter is settled. As for your subordinate, I can give him a cup of golden mead. The white feather chicken glanced at Liu Zheng. So, generous? Bull Horse also looked at Liu Zheng. Are you going? First, let me be clear. If a real fight breaks out, I might not be able to protect you. It said. What's golden mead? Liu Zheng asked. You've already gone mad once, right? The white feather chicken countered. Yes. He admitted frankly. These days, having mental issues wasn't shameful. Not having them meant you weren't human. Go mad one more time, and you should hear the gospel again. The white feather chicken said ominously. In the depths of his consciousness, Liu Zheng seemed to hear that endless chanting once more. Golden mead can help me? He asked. It can. White feather chicken stated with certainty. Fine, I'll go. Liu Zheng agreed. He still had to remain in this world for a long time and might need to use the sick leave note again. There would be too many opportunities to lose sanity. You're too weak right now. Going out would only embarrass the restaurant. White Feather Chicken shook its head at him dramatically. Then why are you making me go? Liu Zheng curled his lip. What choice did he have? He couldn't ask Novelist to place another fake delivery order, could he? White Feather Chicken paced over to a separate knife rack and retrieved a Western-style chef's knife. I'll lend you this for now. I hope it returns well-fed. It reversed the grip and handed the knife to Liu Zheng. Name, Gluttony. Type, Equipment. Quality, Perfect. Effect 1. Ingredients cut by this chef's knife will restore to their optimal state, limited to fine quality and below. Effect 2. Enemies struck by the knife will have parts equivalent to their appetite devoured. Effect 3. When the chef's knife is satiated, the player can transform into a gluttony demon for 1 minute. Note, if it tastes good, eat more. Can be taken out of dungeon. Yes. This knife. Why does it look so familiar? Liu Zheng glanced at Bullhorse's chest, lost in thought. After they stole the Vlad 3 limited edition that time, wasn't this exactly the knife stuck in its chest? What are you looking at? Keep staring, and I'll smash your head in. Bullhorse raised its hoof threateningly. TCH. You don't mind getting stabbed by others, but you mind me mentioning it. Salmon, you go too. You're only responsible for inspecting ingredients. Let these two handle negotiations and fighting. White Feather Chicken said to Calico Cat. Okay, meow. Calico Cat jumped down from the stool and came to their side. I think it's probably better at fighting than I am. Liu Zheng sighed. Vegetable washing paws aren't meant for grabbing people. White Feather Chicken said coldly. Despite being just a chicken, it currently displayed the imposing manner of an emperor. The emperor of the kitchen. He couldn't help but feel somewhat impressed. Don't believe it's boasting. These guys were all desperate outlaws originally. They've killed more people than you've delivered meals. Bullhorse revealed the truth. You talk too much. Go receive the goods now. White Feather Chicken turned and walked away, leaving them with a dashing silhouette. The whole restaurant, it puts on the biggest act. Bullhorse shook its head and led the human and cat toward the kitchen's exit passage. Unlike the absolute darkness of the delivery passage, the kitchen passage was spacious and bright, with marble tiles covering the floor. Faintly, Liu Zheng could even smell incense. White Feather Chicken turned and walked away, leaving them with a dashing silhouette. He couldn't help but complain. What do you know? They use incense to cover up because they stink. They crave being in the light because their hearts are dark. Bullhorse replied in a recitative tone. Liu Zheng couldn't help but look at it with newfound respect. This guy usually spouted vulgar language, but unexpectedly could say such philosophical things. Wow, you've read Bailongzi's poetry too, meow. Calico Cat interjected. Bailongzi? This name sounded familiar too. Oh, right? Wasn't this the author of that poetry manuscript Bullhorse gave him? Liu Zheng took out the Snakefolk poetry manuscript and indeed found the 2 lines Bullhorse had just quoted. He looked strangely at Bullhorse, who wore a guilty expression. Let's go. Why talk about poetry during work? How vulgar. It strode forward, swinging its hooves. Liu Zheng and Calico Cat exchanged smiles and quickly followed. Soon, they exited the passage. Outside, dusk had already fallen. The dark red sun hung dying while the blood-red moon watched threateningly. In the shadows of a nearby corner, several figures wearing linen cloaks and iron masks stood silently. Bullhorse didn't approach directly, but instead drew a quarter circle in the air. An iron-masked figure emerged from the shadows and responded by similarly drawing a quarter circle. It's them. Let's go over. Bullhorse said. Are you familiar with them? Liu Zheng asked curiously. Familiar? Oh, we're very familiar. They're the ones who sold me to the restaurant originally. Bullhorse laughed coldly. Hearing this, Liu Zheng felt slightly suspicious. NW novel chapters are published on novelwhiteconcave-sided-diamondfire.net. He remembered Bullhorse saying that both it and Oink came from the breeding farm. The breeding farm sounded like a legitimate channel, which clearly didn't match these people's appearance. Liu Zheng filed the question away in his mind, planning to ask about it later when he had the chance. The two groups approached each other and met in the middle of the road. For smuggling activities, this was honestly a bit too open and bold. This is the shipment for this time. The lead iron-masked person pointed to a wooden crate nearby. His accent was somewhat strange, a bit Latin with a slight trill. His mask was also different from the others, featuring a cross with a quarter circle in each quadrant. Liu Zheng secretly observed the other masked people. The most any of them had was 2 quarter circles. Garcia, you've really made something of yourself. Already become a high priest. Bullhorse's tone carried heavy sarcasm. Because I have offered all my pain to my lord. Garcia said calmly. Other people's pain, you mean? Bullhorse said coldly. One is all is one. Your pain and mine are no different. When the appointed day comes, we shall all become the wax for our lord. Garcia extended his hand and drew a quarter circle on his iron mask. Hallowed be our lord. Hallowed be our lord. All the iron-masked people chanted devoutly. Go burn yourselves. A false god who can't even deliver gospel. What savior are you pretending to be? Bullhorse said without any courtesy. Sigh. Liu Zheng sighed quietly and tightened his grip on the chef's knife. Although White Feather Chicken told them to pick a fight, wasn't this escalation a bit too fast? At least inspect the goods first. But contrary to Liu Zheng's expectations, even after being insulted so directly to their faces, the iron-masked people showed no intention of turning hostile. They didn't even offer a rebuttal. They simply watched Bullhorse quietly like statues. Pa, let's deliver the goods. After several minutes of standoff, Bullhorse spat on the ground and spoke. Very well. Garcia made a gesture, and several iron-masked people carried the wooden crate before Bullhorse. Judging by their difficult steps and trembling bodies, the contents of the wooden crate were clearly extremely heavy. Thud. The iron-masked people released their grip, and the wooden crate crashed to the ground. Even a granite block of the same volume wouldn't have made such an impact. Liu Zheng couldn't help but grow curious. This is the manifest. Garcia took out a piece of paper and handed it to Bullhorse. Show it to him. Bullhorse jerked its chin toward Liu Zheng. Garcia said nothing but turned and offered it to Liu Zheng instead. Then he scrutinized Liu Zheng intently for several moments. Sir, have you received the gospel of an eldritch god? Indeed. Liu Zheng nodded. It seemed Mr. Li's cleanup wasn't thorough either. Anyone could tell. How fascinating, how fascinating. Garcia's tone carried a hint of excitement. Could you spare some time, sir? I would like to introduce you to our Heavenly Father and Savior, the Great Circle God. No time. Liu Zheng decisively refused. What kind of proper god would a sect that relied on smuggling to amass wealth actually worship? Or rather, where in the universe were there any proper gods to begin with? Although he wasn't a materialist, he held no fondness for these charlatans who constantly fed their followers empty promises. Your Excellency, Garcia tried to persuade further, but Bullhorse blocked him. Hey, are you doing business or not? If not, then get the hell out of here, he said with a vicious tone. After the transaction concludes, I hope to have a detailed discussion with Your Excellency. Garcia gave Liu Zheng a deep look before stepping aside. What's his problem? Bullhorse spat another thick glob of phlegm onto the ground. It was clear he genuinely despised these Iron Mask fanatics. No wonder White Feather Chicken had asked Bullhorse to vent its frustration for it. Liu Zheng unfolded the cargo manifest and examined its contents. One live female mermaid, body parts intact, no obvious internal or external injuries. Identity: mermaid priestess with royal bloodline, virginity preserved. A priestess, and from the royal bloodline too. Quite the impressive background. He nodded to indicate he had finished reading. Open it, Garcia commanded. 2 Iron Mask followers produced crowbars and pried open the wooden crate's lid, revealing a massive block of ice before Liu Zheng. The ice appeared exceptionally pure, with the setting sun's rays reflecting off its surface in rainbow hues, like a polished diamond. And at the center of the ice block curled a small mermaid. She had long, gray-blue hair like seaweed, with skin as pale and fine as ivory. Tears streamed from her tightly closed eyes. her long eyelashes completely soaked with moisture. It wasn't hard to imagine what kind of terror she must have experienced. For some inexplicable reason, Liu Zheng felt her facial features somewhat resembled those of Natasha, the little girl he had buried. You guys really have some nerve. The mermaid tribe will be protesting at the municipal government again. Bullhorse remarked. So many races protest. One more probably won't matter to the municipal government. Garcia said calmly. Besides, she was originally meant for those council members' enjoyment, wasn't she? I said nothing and know nothing. Bullhorse immediately drew a clear boundary. Why put on such a poor performance? You know perfectly well no one can hear our conversation. Garcia sighed. As his words faded, black circles emerged one after another from the air, enveloping them completely. Looking out through the circles, all scenery distorted into fragmented, discontinuous pieces. Without waiting for any system prompt, Liu Zheng immediately averted his gaze. So that's why they dare to smuggle right on the streets. They had this trick up their sleeve. You really think these petty tricks can block the municipal government's eyes and ears? Just a pathetic little sect. The municipal government simply can't be bothered with you. If they really wanted to act, all your crimes will be playing on loop on the scales of law. Bullhorse said disdainfully, only our Lord may judge our sins. Moreover, what we do serves the municipal government's needs. We simply strive to make ourselves useful. Garcia replied calmly. Your attitude remains as repulsive as ever. Salmon, inspect the goods properly. See what tricks they're playing this time. Bullhorse barked. Can inspect through ice, meow. Calico Cat spread its paws helplessly. This is Mermaid's tears, her self-protection mechanism. Once released, she will immediately commit suicide. To dispel the mermaid's tears, the restaurant must first accept delivery. Garcia explained. Damn it. So this is your trap waiting for me? Bullhorse bovine eyes widened in anger. Then I won't accept it. Sell it or don't. I don't give a damn. This chapter is updated by novel_fire. Net. Very well. Garcia actually nodded in agreement. The black market has also sought this item, though their offer was slightly lower. But if you won't accept it, I'll have to sell it to them instead. Just a pathetic little sect. The municipal government simply can't be bothered with you. If they really wanted to act, all your crimes will be played on repeat on the scales of law. Can't let them leave, meow. This was ordered by important figures from the council. If we can't serve this dish, the head chef will be in trouble, meow. Calico Cat tugged at Liu Zheng's pant leg. Wait a moment. He nodded and spoke up to stop them. Garcia signaled for pause, then looked at him with profound intensity. I don't believe black market buyers wouldn't inspect goods either. You must have a solution, Liu Zheng stated. We naturally have methods, but why should we share them with you? Moreover, you lack sincerity from the start. Bullhorse words and actions constantly provoke us. Perhaps this business is better left undone. Garcia admitted outright. That's because you cheated us first. Such transactions are clean exchanges of goods for payment. Your failure to detect issues during inspection merely reflects your lack of discernment. Garcia said without even lifting his eyelids. Hey, you bastard. Bullhorse lowered his head, ready to charge with his horn. After 2 days of rest, his broken horn had regrown almost completely. The single horn actually looked more imposing now. Boss, wait. Let me handle this negotiation. Liu Zheng stopped him. What's there to discuss with this idiot? Better to just kill him and be done with it. Bullhorse cursed verbally but stopped moving his feet. Right now, your transportation method is inadequate, preventing us from proper inspection. Even if you don't care about our restaurant's business, don't you care about your business reputation? You mentioned black market buyers. We have connections there too. Oink from a slaughterhouse is our fellow townsman, and we often play cards with the casino demons. If I asked them to spread word of this, how many would still dare to do business with you? He stared directly at Garcia. Behind the iron mask, Garcia seemed to frown. He knew Bullhorse was acquainted with Oink, but he hadn't realized they'd also connected with the demons. The slaughterhouse and casino were 2 major power centers in the black market. If they caused trouble, the sex business would indeed suffer. I can dispel the mermaid's tears, but you must agree to my condition. he said after a moment's consideration. What condition? You must listen to my Lord's gospel. Garcia looked at Liu Zheng as he spoke. Why are you so persistent about preaching to me? Liu Zheng said helplessly. You have heard an eldritch God's gospel. If you convert to our Lord, it would greatly please him. Garcia replied. But it wouldn't please me. He shook his head. One eldritch God's gospel had already brought him to this state. What would happen with another? If one God won, it might be manageable, but if they reached a stalemate, he probably wouldn't even get to remain a tentacled creature. If you convert to our Lord, you'll need never work again. Only sing his praises to the stars. 3 meals daily, clothing, shelter, transportation, and personal safety, all guaranteed. In the restaurant, you're merely expendable material. Especially after your essential transformation, you'll become premium ingredients. Then the restaurant will inevitably find ways to make you heir, to make you fall into livestock status. If you don't believe me, ask Bullhorse. Garcia persuaded with earnest concern. He's not wrong. That's exactly how the restaurant operates. Bullhorse admitted without hesitation. Kid, now it's your choice. Will you keep being a corporate drone at the restaurant, or become a holy son for this damn cult? Is there even any question? Liu Zheng smiled. Of course we keep delivering takeout. Free room and board without having to work. Where would such a good deal exist? Anyone who says this is either running a pyramid scheme or a cult, chanting toward the starry sky every day. After all that chanting, would he still be himself? Dungeon completion required him to initiate the request himself. If he lost his self-identity and stayed in this dungeon world day after day, would he actually be dead or alive? In that case, we have nothing more to say. Garcia shook his head and prepared to leave with his followers. Did I say you could leave? Liu Zheng said. Your bullhorse can't stop us. And as for you, sir, you're just a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Garcia looked at him disdainfully. Just a vessel containing the gospel. Did he really think he was somebody important? Liu Zheng looked toward Bullhorse. I didn't expect this birdman to come personally. Bullhorse shook his head. Generally, for this kind of transaction, the Circle God sect would at most send a priest to lead the team. Garcia was originally a priest, with 3/4 circles on his mask. Liu Zheng then looked toward the calico cat. The head chef said, I can't help you fight, meow. The calico cat also indicated it was beyond its ability to help. Then there's no choice. You all can leave. He sighed. If even the kitchen's own people weren't motivated, why should a delivery guy bother worrying? We will meet again, sir. Garcia drew a 1/4 circle toward Liu Zheng. Liu Zheng narrowed his eyes slightly. This guy seemed to be threatening him. Just as he was considering whether to issue some threats, a voice as thin as a mosquito's buzz entered his ear. Save me, please. Liu Zheng subtly shifted his gaze without revealing any change, looking toward the ice block. Save me, please, save me. The voice grew slightly louder. Liu Zheng looked at Bullhorse and the calico cat. They didn't seem to notice anything. You're that mermaid? He tried responding in his thoughts. Yes, I'm Mermaid Princess Kova. I'm communicating with you telepathically. The mermaid replied. Telepathy? Had she also eaten garlic rice brain flour? Liu Zheng thought with a strange expression. I haven't eaten brain flour. This is my innate ability as a daughter of the sea. The mermaid princess answered. You can even hear that? That's kind of disgusting. He frowned. I'm sorry, but I can't control it. The mermaid princess immediately apologized. Forget it. Let's keep it short. What's in it for me if I save you? The mermaid princess was still a fish. His kindness hadn't reached cross-species levels yet. Send me back to the sea, and my father will give you endless rewards. The mermaid princess said. Not interested. Never mind whether the mermaid princess would keep her promise. The precondition alone was impossible. Sending her back to the sea? Without delivering takeout, he couldn't even leave this street. Then I could transform into human form and marry you. The mermaid princess said somewhat shyly, even less interested. He wasn't Deng Chao. Then, I can give you this. After struggling with several thoughts, the mermaid princess said. A faint light suddenly flickered within the ice block, falling into Liu Zheng's eyes. It was the pendant on the mermaid princess's chest, a blue heart-shaped gem. Name: Heart of the Ocean, replica. Type: equipment. Quality: fine. Effect: movement speed increased by 50% in water. Can breathe freely underwater. Note: you jump, I keep. Can be taken out of dungeon. Yes. This was actually a pretty good item. Liu Zheng felt somewhat tempted. Thinking from another angle, this was actually a life-saving item. If things got too dangerous on land, he could jump into water to hide. However, to obtain this item, he didn't necessarily need to save the mermaid. The heart of the ocean is connected to my life. If I die, it will shatter too. The mermaid princess quickly added. Damn it, he forgot this creature could hear his thoughts. Even if I snatch you from the Circle God sect, you'll still be turned into a dish by the bloody restaurant. Liu Zheng thought of another problem. You don't need to worry about that. You just need to buy me. The mermaid princess replied. Besides the heart of the ocean, I have another gift, but I can't tell you about it yet. Fine then. He shrugged. Originally, Liu Zheng wanted the mermaid princess to first cancel the mermaid's tears so he could inspect the goods. But then he thought, inspecting goods wasn't his job anyway, so he dropped it. Hey, we're buying this fish. Liu Zheng shouted. Oh, Garcia, who had been watching his followers pack the boxes, turned his head. A strange light flickered across his iron mask. Sir, you're too late. The black market people have already confirmed their purchase of this item with me. He took out his phone and waved it. You don't even understand first come, first served? How do you do business? Liu Zheng said discontentedly. If I recall correctly, didn't you just tell us to leave, sir? Garcia laughed. Yeah, I told you to leave, not the merchandise. He said righteously. Word games are meaningless. Sir, it's better for everyone to part on good terms. Garcia shook his head. What if I insist on buying? Liu Zheng reversed his grip on the chef's knife. Garcia looked at Gluttony, a trace of fear appearing in his eyes, but he still spoke firmly. Then we'll have to see how much weight you carry, sir. Good. Bull horse, salmon attack. He took a big step back, placing the two in front of him as protection. Who the hell gave you the right to order me around? Bull horse cursed loudly. The head chef won't let me fight, you know. The calico cat also said. Then I have no choice. Liu Zheng shrugged, then pulled out Tindalow's chew toy. Then I'll just have to close the door and release the dog. He raised the bone high, like holding a grenade. Follow current novels on novelfire.net. Holy shit. Bullhorse was so scared his eyes went crooked and mouth twisted. Meow, meow, meow. The calico cat was even more terrified, all its fur standing on end, its body arched almost in half. What are you trying to do? The calico cat's owner also showed his face. Sir, is this really necessary? Garcia spoke with difficulty. The patterns on his mask had squeezed together into a ball, clearly also terrified. Was the hound of Tindalow's really this frightening? Even Liu Zheng was startled by their reactions. Yeah, it's just helping in the kitchen. Is it really worth this, you bastard? Is Napoleon your biological father, or something? Bullhorse also cursed. Big shot, you know me. Whatever I do, I have to do it to the best of my ability. Liu Zheng said with complete seriousness. You won't let me inspect the goods, and you won't sell to me. You're making this very difficult for me. He turned to Garcia, his smile carrying threads of coldness. It's just a transaction. I don't believe you'd risk mutual destruction with us. Garcia gradually calmed down, his intelligence reclaiming the high ground. You can tell I've heard the gospel. Can't you see I'm already crazy? Liu Zheng said leisurely. Then suddenly, he stabbed toward Garcia with the knife. Garcia's body swayed, about to avoid the blade. Don't move now. If you move again, I might just throw this bone. Liu Zheng shook the chew toy. Facing his threat, Garcia's eyes turned cold, but he still stopped his movement. Gluttony plunged into Garcia's shoulder, immediately devouring a large chunk of his flesh. I'll take this cut as settlement. If you continue to press relentlessly, we'll have no choice but to fight to the death. Garcia said, enduring the pain. Settlement? How could that be? Liu Zheng grinned. Garcia's gaze turned sinister, the 4 quarter circles on his mask gathering toward the center, about to form a complete circle. This is just the beginning. Liu Zheng let out a wild laugh and plunged gluttony into his own chest, straight to the hilt. The tumor-like flesh was devoured greedily by gluttony. Soon, Liu Zheng's chest revealed ghastly white bones and the pulsating purple-black heart beneath them. Your turn now. He gritted his teeth and handed gluttony to Garcia. Garcia stared at Liu Zheng for a long time before finally speaking. If I refuse this transaction, does Your Excellency plan to keep stabbing yourself indefinitely? Indeed, that's just how dedicated and professional I am, Liu Zheng declared proudly. Anyway, I'm in better shape than you. You'll definitely die before I do, he said with a cheerful smile. As he spoke, fleshy tendrils had already begun growing from Liu Zheng's wound, desperately repairing the hollow like living sutures. Garcia watched this horrifying scene, his eyes flickering with thought. I retract my previous assessment, Your Excellency. Even without receiving the gospel, you are precisely the talent our sect needs, he said with genuine sincerity. We are willing to proceed with the transaction. With a wave of Garcia's hand, the cultists immediately stopped sealing the crate. See? That's how it should have been from the start. Stabbing myself hurts quite a bit too. Now that his objective was achieved, Liu Zheng dropped the act, grimacing in pain. Respect earned through bloodshed is the only true mutual respect, Garcia said with a light laugh. Reasonable. Let's inspect the goods then. Liu Zheng nodded. Naturally, Garcia produced a candle from his cloak and lit it. He then dripped wax onto the ice block, drawing a perfect circle. The circle gradually seeped into the ice, imprinting itself onto the mermaid's abdomen. Garcia gave a pained glance at the candle, now reduced to 1/3 of its original size, before storing it back in his cloak. Break the ice, he commanded one of the cultists. The cultist, whose mask featured 2 quarter circles, immediately produced a hammer and chisel, striking the ice block with forceful blows. A series of glass-shattering sounds echoed as the ice dissolved like foam. The mermaid has been contained through circle imprisonment. You may inspect the goods now, Your Excellency, Garcia stated. Salmon, proceed. Liu Zheng waved casually with an air of effortless elegance. Watching this made Bullhorse's hooves itch with annoyance. The calico cat, however, saw nothing unusual about the command and pounced forward enthusiastically. It examined and touched the mermaid from all angles, occasionally extending its tongue to give exploratory licks. The mermaid trembled helplessly under the calico cat's predatory inspection, unable to resist as tears flowed freely like priceless pearls. Inspection complete, meow. No problems, meow, confirmed mermaid royalty, meow. Tastes quite good too, meow. The calico cat reluctantly withdrew from the mermaid. What about her virginity? I can't verify that, meow. The calico cat spread its paws in a helpless gesture. I can handle that. Let me take over. Bullhorse eagerly stepped forward. Wow, you won't even spare the fish? How disgraceful for a bullhorse, Liu Zheng said with contempt. You provincial bumpkin understand nothing. Mermaids consistently rank in the top 3 of the black market courtesan rankings. Extremely popular. Bullhorse retorted with equal disdain. Then who's number 1? The latest ranking shows white-haired fox girls, but there are rumors of behind-the-scenes manipulation. The true number 1 is human J.K. Lolus, Bullhorse explained. You non-humans really know how to play wild, Liu Zheng remarked with admiration. Actually, Your Excellency need not doubt. Mermaid's Tears is an ability only available to mermaid priestesses who maintain their virginity. Since she could use Mermaid's Tears, she must undoubtedly be a virgin. Garcia interjected. Fine, I'll take your word for it. Liu Zheng nodded. Thank you, Your Excellency. Please accept this, should you have a change of heart. It will provide guidance. Garcia smiled as he handed Liu Zheng a piece of leather cut into a perfect circle. Name, Circle God's Sect Token. Type, item. Quality, excellent. Actually, Your Excellency need not doubt. Mermaid's Tears is an ability only available to mermaid priestesses who maintain their virginity. Note, all things form circles, all matters become round. Can be taken out of dungeon. Yes. Just as expected, this old fox had ulterior motives. Liu Zheng sneered internally while reading the item description. If he burned this piece of leather, he'd probably get to meet that so-called Heavenly Father and Savior. Huh, that might not necessarily be a bad thing. Liu Zheng had a sudden realization. If he heard that gospel nonsense again, he could summon the circle god to intervene, letting them fight like dogs biting each other. Speaking of which, why did he always end up with these mutual destruction type items? Liu Zheng felt the profound malice this world held toward him. Noted. Safe travels now. He waved enthusiastically. Garcia took no offense, departing with his cultists. As the last cultist disappeared, the glowing circles surrounding them vanished instantly, and the scenery returned to normal. TCH, you didn't even end up fighting. I thought you'd close the doors and release the dogs. Liu Zheng sneered internally while reading the item description. If I really release the dogs, you'd be the first one they bite. Liu Zheng rolled his eyes. Couldn't Bullhorse see how appetizing all that muscle looked? Even dogs know to eat the good stuff first. Of course, they might bite salmon first instead. After all, cats and dogs would always be natural enemies. Let them try. This Bullhorse grandpa will squash them in a dog meat paste with one sit. Bullhorse declared confidently. Liu Zheng ignored this display of false bravado and reached out mentally to the mermaid princess. Hey, the Circle God sect people are gone. Thank you so much for your help. You truly are a kind human. The mermaid princess said excitedly. Cut the flattery. Fulfill your promise now. He said impatiently. All right. The mermaid princess replied with a hint of grievance. Moments later, light shimmered once more from her chest. I've transferred my power to the heart of the ocean. Please take it now. And could you remove the wax from my body? The mermaid princess requested. Fine. Liu Zheng snatched the pendant and scraped roughly at her abdomen. His rough movements elicited a soft cry of protest from the mermaid princess. Hey, you wouldn't let me inspect the goods, but help yourself to the perks? Hearing the commotion, Bullhorse looked thoroughly displeased. I'm just stealing something, that's all. Liu Zheng dangled the heart of ocean. Boss, this belongs to me now, right? Dream on. No way you're keeping it all to yourself. Bullhorse shouted. Hey, if it weren't for me, this whole deal would have fallen through. The mermaid princess replied with a hint of grievance. Bullhorse sneered. Then I'll release the dogs. Release nothing. Without me holding them back, you'd end up just like her, a dead fish. Bullhorse pointed at the mermaid princess. This Bullhorse is so rude. It's nothing but an ugly piece of jerky. The mermaid princess protested, cursing in Liu Zheng's mind. His rough movements elicited a soft cry of protest from the mermaid princess. Liu Zheng yelled, then pulled several bills from his pocket and shoved them at Bullhorse. This should suffice, right? That's more like it. Bullhorse looked satisfied. This is your share. He pulled out more bills and stuffed them into the calico cat's apron pocket. Oh, I get some too? Thank you, meow. Can buy more dried fish, meow. The calico cat also looked delighted. A bunch of bastards, even more money-grubbing than humans. Liu Zheng cursed internally as he turned his attention to the enhanced heart of the ocean. Novelfire.net. Name, Heart of the Ocean Enhanced. Type, Equipment. Quality, Fine. Effect 1. Increases movement speed in water by 50%. Allows free breathing underwater. Effect 2. Absorb the soul of an aquatic creature killed by the player and gain corresponding effects. When a new soul is absorbed, the old soul will be released. Note, I'm like a fish in your lotus pond. Can be taken out of dungeon. Yes. An additional effect appeared, which seemed quite practical. Liu Zheng thought about that frogfish. What effect would the Heart of Ocean gain if it absorbed its soul? A 500% increase in speaking volume? He thought with a peculiar expression. Please help distract them for a while. I need to escape. The mermaid princess's voice sounded again. All right. Liu Zheng didn't say much and directly agreed. If he were a kitchen employee, helping a mermaid escape would definitely be suicidal. But he was from the delivery department. If the sky fell, Bullhorse would be there to hold it up. Besides, if Liu Zheng hadn't gotten fierce, this business deal would have already been ruined. Boss, where's that and you mentioned last time? He found a topic to discuss. What? You still plan to use that sick leave note? Bullhorse looked at him. No choice. I'm only missing one hat now. I'd always feel unwilling if I didn't try. And unlike you planning to switch jobs, if I can complete the legendary Deliverman set, my work will be easier to handle. Liu Zheng shrugged. His reasoning sounded perfectly logical, so Bullhorse didn't suspect anything. I know quite a few inns, but they're all too dangerous for you. If you check in, you'd be lucky to survive the first night. It shook its head. Aren't there any inns that cater specifically to humans? Liu Zheng asked. He felt that human status in this world was similar to that of black people. He had once seen a movie called Green Book that mentioned how in the American South, they were in specifically catering to colored people where staying was much safer. This world should have similar places, right? You're quite clever, kid. There are indeed such inns, but they probably wouldn't let you stay. Bullhorse said. What? Bullhorse looked at him strangely. Kid, take a look at yourself. Don't you have any self-awareness? You're afraid others might eat you, but they're even more afraid you might eat them. It retorted. Fine then, Liu Zheng said helplessly. It seemed he was like Zhu Beiji looking in a mirror, neither human nor monster from either perspective. Somehow, he suddenly understood how undercover agents during wartime must have felt. By the way, kid, do you know how to play any musical instruments? Bullhorse suddenly asked. No, but I sing pretty well. I was even in a choir before. Liu Zheng said. Then there's one you could try. They're relatively friendly toward music enthusiasts. Bullhorse said. It complained. He raised an eyebrow. You're looking down on me, kid. Don't think I'm just a delivery man now. I used to be a band bass player too. Bullhorse said proudly. Liu Zheng looked at its hooves that could only make the paper gesture in rock, paper, scissors, finding it hard to imagine how it could strum strings. Then why didn't you continue with the band? He asked just to buy time. The municipal government said our songs were vulgar and violent, not conducive to building a good city image, so they shut down our band, and strictly prohibited us from working in related industries. By the way, the band's lead singer was Black Claw. Bullhorse said casually. How vulgar could you possibly be? Liu Zheng was genuinely curious now. Based on what he'd seen and heard since entering this dungeon, this world seemed to have no bottom limit for depravity. Compared to those noble creatures, Bullhorse could be considered morally upright. We just sang about things like racial equality, how all intelligent creatures should enjoy civil rights and such. Bullhorse said, That is indeed quite vulgar. He said, his mouth hanging open. Bullhorse detected his sarcastic tone, but didn't curse at him, just sneered coldly. Actually, boss, you could still form a band. I could be your lead singer. Liu Zheng suggested. Forget it. I want to live a few more years. Bullhorse refused without hesitation. And don't get any ideas about me, kid. I don't believe in that stuff anymore. What bullshit equality, what stupid rights. This world is about the strong preying on the weak. Not only will I eat people, but I'll feast on them. Like your meat is pretty good. I'm just waiting for you to complete your transformation so I can have a proper meal. It showed its serrated sharp teeth, just like when they first met. Aren't you going to Paradise Island? Still thinking about my few pieces of meat. Liu Zheng wasn't worried at all. The line of people who wanted to eat him could stretch from the bloody restaurant to the black market. Even though Bullhorse was close, it would still have to wait in line. Need to have a main course, but can't pass up dessert either. Besides, your renewable meat, if I ration it properly, I could eat for decades. Bullhorse licked its lips. Boss, do you know how to do that wax dripping thing like Garcia? Liu Zheng asked with a smile. No, what? Since you don't know, where do you get the courage to think about eating me? He took out the teething stick, lightly tapping the tentacle with it. Hey now, we're just chatting casually. No need to take it so seriously. Bullhorse quickly said. Really? Bullhorse nodded like pounding garlic. Bullhorse detected his sarcastic tone, but didn't curse at him, just snorted coldly. Liu Zheng put away the teething stick. Bullhorse wiped cold sweat from its brow. This damn kid somehow managed to get so many strange things. When he didn't want to live anymore, he'd drag others down with him. Hey, are you done yet? I'm running out of topics. Liu Zheng asked in his mind. Almost. Please buy me 1 more minute. The mermaid replied. 1 more minute? She's already almost through the passage. Whatever. You take someone's money, you solve their problems. Liu Zheng thought for a moment, then took out the map. Boss, where exactly is that you mentioned? You're really planning to go? Bullhorse took the map and pointed at a spot. Here, right here. That's really close to the Chaos Club. Liu Zheng looked at the indicated location, his gaze sharpening. Read full story at noveifire.net. Brother, you're looking at a scale map. It just looks close. They're at least several hundred meters apart. Okay. Huh. Actually doesn't seem that far either. Bullhorse muttered to itself after speaking. These two places shouldn't have any connection, right? He asked. Probably not. Never heard of the Chaos Club having that kind of business. They hardly operate publicly at all. Bullhorse said hesitantly. Forget it. I'll try a different one. Liu Zheng shook his head. Even the kitchen had suffered losses from the Chaos Club. Who was he? A mere deliver man. To think he could handle it? Up to you. Anyway, you'll definitely die at other ends. This one might give you some chance of survival. What's this one called? He asked. Rock Never Dies. Good name. Liu Zheng nodded. The name alone sounded full of vitality. Success. The mermaid's delighted voice suddenly rang out. Tip, thank you for your help. If you have the opportunity, please visit the Mermaid Kingdom. Just call my name loudly by the seaside, and I will come out to meet you. Goodbye. The mermaid's body turned transparent for an instant before returning to normal, though her color had faded slightly. Liu Zheng discreetly observed this scene, guessing it was probably a fake body left behind by the mermaid while her true form had likely already escaped. Not bad for a mermaid princess. She definitely had some tricks up her sleeve. As for her invitation to visit the Mermaid Kingdom and such, he simply pretended not to hear. Everyone in this world was thoroughly wicked. Did she really think she could play the innocent White Lotus? Business transactions were acceptable, but friendship? Absolutely not. Liu Zheng didn't bother with any thief-crying thief games either, simply continuing his casual chat with Bullhorse as they entered the passageway. Napoleon, we're back. The moment they entered the kitchen, Bullhorse shouted loudly. I know. Why are you shouting so loudly? White Feather Chicken put down the onion in its hand, speaking with disdain. You have no idea how much I sacrificed to get revenge for you. Look, my subordinate's heart was almost torn out. Bullhorse pointed at Liu Zheng's chest that hadn't completely healed yet. Your subordinate's heart got torn out. What does that have to do with you? White Feather Chicken gave it a sidelong glance. I treat him like my own son. He's the one injured, but I'm the one heartbroken. Bullhorse said with a pained expression. If we stewed your face for soup, it would need at least 10 hours in the pressure cooker. White Feather Chicken said speechlessly. That's impossible. Just the fur on my face would take 5 hours to soften. Bullhorse said confidently. Idiot. Salmon, you explain. That's how it was, meow. Calico Cat recounted the entire process. The description was systematic and well-organized, with proper emphasis, and even included dramatic reenactments for key parts. Indeed, this cat wasn't just a cute mascot for show. Tindalos, its owner hasn't come to the restaurant to eat in a long time. White Feather Chicken recalled. Every time he came before, the service department people had huge headaches. They could only decide who would serve him by playing rock, paper, scissors. It said with some schadenfreude. Keeping such a vicious hound, no matter how rich you are, it'll eat you into poverty. Bullhorse complained. Liu Zheng asked curiously. Silence. White Feather Chicken let out a loud crow. The entire kitchen immediately fell silent. Don't mention that guy's name in the restaurant. White Feather Chicken shook its head. That's forbidden too, Liu Zheng said speechlessly. The fire mage was that person. Oink was that person too. Is this place Hogwarts houses or something? Nonsense, he slaughtered half the restaurant back in the day. Bullhorse said. Luckily you didn't join the service department, kid, where you'd already be skinned by Britannia and made into a carpet. Britannia? The service department boss, a minotaur. Back when that guy killed both the kitchen and delivery department bosses, Britannia got lucky and survived but got castrated. So his hatred for that guy runs deepest. Bullhorse explained. I see. Liu Zheng understood. So if you mention elsewhere, worst case you'll get scolded. But never mention it in front of service department people. That guy will genuinely go insane. Bull Horse warned. I probably won't run into service department people anyway, right? Hard to say. Our delivery department, we're just born cheap. Whichever department is short-handed, they call, and we come running obediently. Today they have you helping in the kitchen. Tomorrow they'll make you be a waiter. Bull Horse sighed dejectedly. Got a problem? Then I won't call you anymore, and you can stop mooching food and drinks later. White Feather Chicken said coldly. Getting angry, you're getting angry. Bull Horse said with a delighted expression. Sigh. White Feather Chicken sighed deeply. Having to deal with such a big shot, it can't be easy for you either. Why not come to the kitchen? You can specialize in receiving shipments from now on. It said to Liu Zheng. Hey, poaching right in front of me, not showing me any respect at all. Bull Horse jumped up angrily. Forget it. I think food delivery is just fine. Liu Zheng smiled. Latest content published on novelfire.net. He was almost done collecting the legendary Deliverman set. Only a fool would transfer positions now. Suit yourself. Where's the goods? White Feather Chicken asked. Bull Horse and Liu Zheng stepped aside, revealing the box behind them. The mermaid princess remained curled up motionless in her previous position. Bunch of idiots. The goods escaped, and you didn't even notice. White Feather Chicken's expression immediately darkened upon seeing this. The goods escaped? Isn't it right here? Bull Horse looked confused, extending its hoof to poke the mermaid. See? Still warm. That's the skin she shed. It's filled with nothing but seawater inside. White Feather Chicken looked at it like it was an idiot. Holy shit, this fish actually had that move. Bull Horse was shocked and immediately tried to butt the mermaid with its horn. Don't move. White Feather Chicken quickly stopped it. If you puncture the skin, then it'll truly be unusable. Just a layer of skin left, and it's still usable. Bull Horse was shocked again. Others might not have a way, but it can't stump me. White Feather Chicken said proudly. Salmon, go to the frozen storage and bring out J31. It said to Calico Cat. Okay, meow. Calico Cat skipped off. Soon, it returned dragging a frozen mermaid. There were several small tooth marks on the surface of the ice covering it. This mermaid was also female, not as beautiful as the mermaid princess, but with more prominent physical features. You planning to substitute one for the other? Bull Horse asked. No, it's skinning and stuffing. White Feather Chicken shook its head, then brought a spray gun and began spraying the frozen mermaid. Soon, the ice layer completely melted away. The thawed mermaid's skin quickly regained its color, her eyes first showing confusion, then determination. She opened her mouth, about to release formless musical notes. Shut up. White Feather Chicken fluttered up and pecked lightning fast at the crown of her head. A drop of blood seeped from the mermaid's scalp, her eyes instantly turning completely vacant. Knife, please. White Feather Chicken extended its claw. Liu Zheng quickly returned gluttony to it. 3/10 full, passable. I'll reward you with some drinking snacks later. White Feather Chicken nodded, then casually waved. The rest is up to you to handle. It commanded. Okay, meow. Calico Cat quickly agreed. As if knowing her final moment had come, 2 lines of bloody tears flowed from the mermaid's eyes. For some reason, even though her eyeballs were facing the ceiling and she couldn't move at all, Liu Zheng felt like she was looking at him. I'm sorry, there's nothing I can do. Though he didn't know if the mermaid could hear him, he still spoke the words in his mind. Somewhat ironically, he had saved the mermaid princess, but one of her own kind would now die in her place. However, since the mermaid had already entered the kitchen, being made into ingredients was inevitable. It was only a matter of time. At least, please save my child. A hoarse voice sounded in Liu Zheng's mind. What benefit can you give me? Liu Zheng asked without wavering. I have nothing left. The mermaid's voice was filled with despair. More bloody tears flowed from her lifeless eyes. Liu Zheng looked at her abdomen and indeed sensed life moving within. I'm sorry, I can't help you. His heart remained as hard as iron. Then at least, I beg you to save its soul. The mermaid spoke after a moment of silence. Soul, I can feel it The heart of the ocean is absorbing my child's soul, taking it back to the sea. The mermaid spoke in broken fragments. That I can do. Liu Zheng nodded. This way he could activate the heart of the ocean's effect, and it wouldn't be a wasted effort. Thank you. May the ocean mother bless you, kind human. The mermaid, who had become a flesh puppet, suddenly revealed a terrifying smile. Her right hand suddenly slashed open her own abdomen, and a mermaid fetus transformed into a mass of seawater that rushed toward Liu Zheng's chest. Everything happened too suddenly. Even White Feather Chicken couldn't react in time. The seawater soaked the heart of the ocean and was immediately completely absorbed by it, emitting a deep blue glow. Name: Heart of the Ocean Enhanced. Type: Equipment. Quality: Fine. Effect 1. Movement speed increased by 50% in water. Can breathe freely underwater. Effect 2. Recovery speed increased by 100% in water. Damage taken reduced by 50% in water. Note: the prematurely deceased child who left its mother's embrace. Can it return to the arms of another mother? Can be taken out of dungeon? Yes. Looking at the item description, Liu Zheng secretly sighed. He most likely wouldn't go to the seaside. Even if he had the opportunity, he might not release the mermaid fetus's soul back to the ocean. With the current enhanced effects of the heart of the ocean, Liu Zheng was practically truly immortal in water. Bastard, what did you do? White Feather Chicken's sharp cry rang out. I don't know anything. He didn't explain, just shook his head. Don't bother with this kid right now. If you don't finish soon, this fish will be completely dead. Bullhorse interrupted White Feather Chicken's interrogation. After releasing her child's soul, the mermaid's life force visibly dissipated. I'll deal with you later, White Feather Chicken said bitterly. It quickly sutured the mermaid's abdominal cavity, then continuously shaved flesh and removed bones, adjusting her size to match the mermaid princess's. Then, White Feather Chicken took a deep breath and gently made an incision on the mermaid princess's skin with the chef's knife. The fish skin split open, and just as seawater was about to overflow, it stuffed the mermaid into the fish skin and sutured it. This series of actions took less than a second. Liu Zheng only saw a blur before everything was completed. Cluck, cluck, cluck. White Feather Chicken wiped its sweat and revealed a proud smile. This technique of skinning and stuffing had been passed down since the Bloody Restaurant was established, but only the original head chef and itself could perform it. This was also an important reason for White Feather Chicken's stable position. However, the process wasn't finished yet. It walked over to a safe, took out a key to open it, and retrieved a piece of linen cloth. The cloth was about 2 palm lengths long and looked like it had been cut from a larger piece. It had irregular stains and what resembled body contour imprints. White Feather Chicken scraped off some oily substance with gluttony, then returned it to the safe. It returned to the mermaid and smeared the oil from gluttony onto the mermaid's body. Strangely, the oil seemed to be only a tiny amount, yet it appeared endless as it kept spreading. Soon, the mermaid's body was evenly coated. Then, all the oily substance was absorbed by the mermaid's body, and the cut wounds completely healed without leaving any scars. Liu Zheng stared at her in a daze. He clearly knew this was just a patchwork creation, yet it felt exactly the same as the real mermaid princess. Done. Send it to the front. After placing several lemon slices on the mermaid, White Feather Chicken commanded. The source of this content is novifire.net. For kitchen staff silently walked over, lifted the mermaid, and carried her out of the kitchen. Liu Zheng didn't watch and didn't think about what fate awaited her. Now it's your turn, human. White Feather Chicken walked up to him. Even though it was looking up at Liu Zheng felt like he was being stared down by a ferocious beast. You almost ruined a ritual, and I suspect you were the one who released that mermaid princess. This necklace is her thank you gift to you, isn't it? White Feather Chicken looked at the pendant on his chest. Without me, you wouldn't even have this fish skin. Liu Zheng didn't offer excessive explanations. White Feather Chicken was clearly intelligent, and with intelligent beings, one only needed to clarify the stakes. So I should thank you? White Feather Chicken said coldly. Gluttony shimmered with cold blade light, like its thirsty gaze. Hey, don't falsely accuse people without evidence. Bullhorse squeezed between them, separating the human and the chicken. You didn't see the situation back then. That Garcia was about to leave immediately. If my subordinate hadn't threatened mutual destruction, that fish would have been sold to the black market by now. If that big shot finds out his reserved meal was intercepted by the black market, every one of your chicken feathers will be plucked clean. It said with a serious expression. You're protecting your subordinate? White Feather Chicken looked at Bullhorse with cold eyes. If a boss doesn't protect his subordinates, who would recognize him as boss? Besides, this isn't entirely this kid's fault. Don't forget, he helped you vent your anger toward your subordinate. Hearing Bullhorse's last words, White Feather Chicken's engorged comb softened slightly. The death penalty may be avoided, but living punishment cannot be escaped. You must give me an explanation for this matter. It said, easy, easy. As long as you don't kill him, you can deal with him however you want. Bullhorse stepped aside with a laugh. Do you accept punishment? White Feather Chicken asked Liu Zheng. I took the item, I admit to that. He replied, sharp-tongued. Your tongue would make excellent marinated delicacies. White Feather Chicken snorted. But one thing at a time, I'll give you what I promised first. Salmon, go pour a bowl of golden mead. It called out. Understood, meow. Calico Cat bounced away and soon returned carrying a bowl. The bowl was white porcelain, filled to the brim with golden amber-like liquor. Name, golden mead imitation. Type, item, quality fine. Effect, restores 50% of lost sanity points. Increases sanity point cap by 10 points. Maximum cannot exceed 100 points after increase. Note, an inferior imitation without soul. It can't even take you faster than light through the universe. Can be taken out of dungeon. Yes. Liu Zheng lifted the wine bowl and drank it all in one gulp. The taste wasn't bad, somewhat similar to a honey-fermented drink called kvass that he'd tasted before. But what felt most comfortable to Liu Zheng was the sensation as the liquor spread throughout his body. He felt like a dirty carpet being cleaned by a high-pressure water jet. Comfortable, White Feather Chicken asked abruptly. Comfortable, Liu Zheng replied instinctively. The comfortable time is over. Now it's time for you to suffer. White Feather Chicken suddenly flew up, its two claws piercing through his collarbones like iron hooks. Drip. Blood continuously flowed from Liu Zheng's wounds, dripping onto the cage beneath him. A nest of white-furred mice with blood-red eyes craned their necks in anticipation, rushing to lick up every drop of blood that fell. Their actions followed a strict pattern. Each mouse could only lick once before making way for the next. Only one mouse with patches of gray mixed into its fur was an exception. It could lick twice. Liu Zheng noticed its gaze appeared older than the other mice, yet clearer and more focused. He had even counted that this particular mouse had exactly 53 whiskers, 2 more on the right side than the left. Only one mouse with patches of gray mixed into its fur was an exception. It could lick twice. He was currently hung on the wall by White Feather Chicken, with several drills piercing through his limbs and chest. The drills kept rotating continuously to prevent his blood from clotting. When are you going to take me down? After counting the gray mouse's gray hairs one more time, Liu Zheng finally couldn't take it anymore. The pain was secondary. The real issue was the sheer boredom. Plus, being displayed in this position made him feel somewhat embarrassed. He was already a tentacle monster. If people mistook him for some kind of play enthusiast, he'd never be able to explain himself. Just hang there quietly until kitchen duty is finished. Bullhorse replied, while flipping flying pancakes with impressive skill, making them large enough to use as blankets. When will kitchen duty be over? Another 5 or 6 hours. Bullhorse glanced at the wall clock. Sigh, delivering takeout was so much better. Liu Zheng lamented. It was freedom, it was easy, and he could even chat and joke with Plaintree. Only realizing that now, if you joined the service department or kitchen from the start, I could have been eating staff meals made by you. Bullhorse mocked. I think you're gaslighting me, and I have evidence. Then if you're not happy, transfer departments. I'll talk to the boss for you. She'll definitely agree. Bullhorse rolled his eyes. That won't be necessary. Once a deliverman, always a deliverman. No other place, no matter how good, can truly accommodate my soul. Liu Zheng said with devout sincerity. Souls can be cooked into dishes too. Want to give it a try? White Feather Chicken put down the half-carved radish in its hand, shooting a sharp glance at the two slacking off. Liu Zheng tilted his head and entered infant-like sleep. Bullhorse started flipping pancakes with even more force, apparently planning to make a carpet for the kitchen. Oomph! Trash from the delivery department. After flexing its authority, White Feather Chicken returned to carving radishes. Novel F. Ir.net. From a shape, it appeared to be carving the 18 arits. When the clock finally reached 10 p.m., kitchen duty finally ended. By the time Liu Zheng was taken down, he had shrunk to half his original size. Serves you right. Bullhorse showed no sympathy whatsoever. He rolled his eyes, too tired to bother arguing. Are you leaving now, meow? Calico Cat bounced over. Yeah, it was nice meeting you. Liu Zheng smiled and reached out to scratch under its chin. He strongly suspected Calico Cat actually knew what he had done, but for some unknown reason hadn't reported him. I enjoyed meeting you too, meow. Calico Cat narrowed its eyes contentedly. The man's face appeared again, looking at him warily, but didn't say anything more. Napoleon, we're heading out. Bullhorse called out. White Feather Chicken waved dismissively and headed toward the straw nest in the corner. Back in the break room, Bullhorse extended its hoof again. Hand it over. What for? Liu Zheng played dumb. Payment for saving your life. Without me protecting you, White Feather Chicken would have slaughtered you for sure. Bullhorse glared. It has no evidence. Why would it slaughter me? He argued reason why. Evidence? This restaurant only needs rules, not evidence. Bullhorse sneered. Hurry up. Either pay up or get beaten up. Skinflint Bull. Liu Zheng grumbled discontentedly, but still took out the money. It's Bullhorse. Bullhorse emphasized, returning to its nest with a beaming smile before immediately falling into deep sleep. It had been making pastries all day and was exhausted. Liu Zheng also sat on his stool. With a smaller size, the stool actually felt more comfortable now. With Bullhorse snoring loud enough to shake the heavens, he couldn't fall asleep immediately, so he decided to take stock of his gains. Currently, he possessed 8 items. First item, human bone cane. This was Liu Zheng's first acquired item, with simple yet practical effects. The 10% speed boost might not seem like much, but with all his attributes significantly increased, this bonus became quite substantial. During normal deliveries, it was just the icing on the cake, but when escaping, it could prove extremely useful. Second item, legendary Deliverman's Vest. This was Liu Zheng's first perfect quality item, and also his most powerful equipment. Its effects were straightforward yet powerful. Without the legendary vest, he wouldn't be able to stand upright in this dungeon world. Third item, legendary Deliverman's Delivery Box. Liu Zheng's second perfect quality item, and also part of the legendary Deliverman set. This counted as a growth-type item. As long as he delivered enough takeout, the benefits from this item might even exceed its original quality. Fourth item, Sick Leave Note, Single Use. This was a double-edged sword-type item, avoiding one risk while introducing another. Whether to use it or not required further consideration from Liu Zheng. Fifth item, Jiahanu Residence Honorary Resident Medal. Collect 5 resident medals, and he could move freely through the vast majority of residential complexes citywide, and customers would no longer reject takeout. Once he obtained both the legendary Deliverman set and the honorary resident medal set, delivering takeout would basically present no difficulty. He even felt confident about competing for the excellent employee title. The thought was somewhat exciting. Sixth item, Tindalo's Chew Toy, Single Use. This item was impressive. Although not high quality, its power was substantial. The kind that could take both him and his enemies out together. Unless in absolutely desperate circumstances, Liu Zheng definitely wouldn't use it. Of course, occasionally taking it out to scare people worked quite well too. Seventh item, Circle God Sect Token. This was given to him by that High Priest Garcia, No need to think about it. There was definitely something fishy about it. But Liu Zheng didn't plan to discard it either. What if it came in handy someday? After all, even a piece of toilet paper has its uses. Eighth item, Heart of the Ocean Enhanced. This item had undergone 2 enhancements, and its effects had become quite remarkable. Although only fine quality, in specific environments, its effectiveness wasn't much worse than the perfect quality legendary vest. Moreover, since it could replace absorbed souls, it could barely be considered a growth-type item. The key point was that it could be taken out of the dungeon. Among Liu Zheng's current possessions, only Heart of the Ocean and Human Bone Cane could be brought out of the dungeon. No matter how good the other items were, they would just expire and become useless. He wondered if there would be any compensation during dungeon settlement. Otherwise, it would be quite a loss. After taking stock of his items, Liu Zheng felt absolutely amazing. Although he didn't know how other players were doing, he intuitively felt his dungeon difficulty was absolutely abnormal. From the moment he entered the dungeon, every step had been fraught with deadly danger. Relying on 30% wit, 70% ferocity, and 90% luck, Liu Zheng had survived until now. However, luck wouldn't favor him forever, even if he really was some kind of jester. To clear with an A-rank evaluation or higher, meeting the betting agreement conditions to avoid eradication, the minimum requirement of surviving 72 hours was far from sufficient. He needed to obtain the legendary Deliverman's hat to complete the first piece of the puzzle. Liu Zheng's gaze passed through the break room door, looking out at the perilous world beyond. The 4th day after entering the dungeon world, Liu Zheng woke to the sound of heavy breathing. He opened his eyes to find Bull Horse doing sit-ups. Given its massive size, the pressure it exerted on the ground was no less than that of a pile driver. Big shot. Are you worried the foundation isn't solid enough? Liu Zheng teased. You don't know shit. We're going to Paradise Island soon. I need to work on my core strength. Bull Horse said. What does Paradise Island have to do with core strength? Young man, don't tell me you're still a virgin? Bull Horse looked at him sideways. Hey, why the sudden insult? Liu Zheng said discontentedly. If you're not a virgin, you should know this. Paradise Island service standards are even higher than the black markets. Bull Horse said with a look of yearning. Aren't you going with your wife? Do Bull Horse people play this wild? Those beauty and cosmetic shops will keep her busy enough. No time to look for me. Besides, I just tell her I'm going fishing. She loses patience after 3 minutes at most. Bull Horse said proudly. Huh, scumbag, he said disdainfully. Oomph. Don't blame others for low morals when your own are too high. Besides, compared to other bull horses, I'm already a model husband. At least I take my own wife on vacation. Bull Horse said with conviction. Your circle is really messy. After exchanging a few more casual words, their cabinet chimed. The staff meal had arrived. Hurry, hurry, bring my food now. Bull Horse said excitedly. Are you really that hungry? Liu Zheng took a step back, afraid it might bite him too if it got hungry enough. You don't know shit. Every time after helping in the kitchen, they give us good food the next day, better than what they sell outside. Bull Horse said, after offending Napoleon so badly yesterday, will we still get it this time? That old guy may be petty, but he keeps his word. As long as he didn't say it's canceled, we'll definitely get it. Bull Horse replied, all right then. Liu Zheng shrugged and retrieved his portion of the staff meal from the cabinet. When he opened it, he immediately made a disgusted face. One rat head after another was embedded in the flatbread, gazing at the stars, with neatly trimmed circular rat meat slices arranged around the heads. The chopped rat tails were placed in the center of the pizza, forming a typhoon-like pattern. Name: Vampire Rat Family Feast Pizza. Type: Item: Quality Fine. Effect 1: Restores a large amount of stamina. Effect 2: Gain Bloodthirst status, lasting 72 hours. Note: the family should stay together neatly. Can be taken out of dungeon. Yes. Bloodthirst. During status duration, periodically experience strong blood-sucking urges. When blood-sucking urges are not satisfied, all attributes decrease by 10 points. When satisfied, all attributes increase by 10 points. If high-quality blood is consumed, there's a chance to gain additional effects. Hey, Isn't this that litter of rats you fed? Bullhorse said in surprise. Liu Zheng was startled. Upon closer look, it really was them. The largest rat head inside was exactly that mixed gray-furred rat. He clearly remembered it had exactly 53 whiskers, 2 more on the right side than the left. Ha ha, I won't fight you for it this time. After all, they're poured with your flesh and blood. Bullhorse said with a suggestive wink. Liu Zheng looked at the rat meat pizza, his expression shifting uncertainly. Of course, if you really don't want to eat it, I can help you out. No need to thank me too much. Bullhorse said thoughtfully. He looked at his shriveled tentacles. Effect 1. Restores a large amount of stamina. Going out in this condition was basically asking to die. Note, the family should stay together neatly. Liu Zheng picked up a slice of pizza, closed his eyes, and shoved it into his mouth. The texture was unexpectedly good, even better than any pizza he'd eaten in real life. The rat meat had no strange odor either, instead having a wagyu-like texture. But just thinking about what they originally looked like made Liu Zheng feel nauseous. Still, he suppressed his disgust and finished the entire plate of pizza clean. Soon, Liu Zheng's stomach burned as if on fire. The scorching pain twisted his facial features. But even more twisted was his physical body. Liu Zheng's skin's surface rolled as if countless rats were running beneath it, continuously expanding and deforming. His body size inflated like a balloon during this transformation, becoming even larger than before. Only during this restructuring, his remaining human skin was completely destroyed, turning into a chitin-like shell. After all, they're poured with your flesh and blood, you know. Want to look in a mirror? Bullhorse asked with malicious amusement. No need, he said calmly. Bullhorse seemed delighted to see him completely degenerate into something non-human. It didn't know that he could return to his original form just by clearing the dungeon. Though the residents of this world were bizarre and powerful, they were still frogs in a well. And though he was weak, as long as he survived, he had infinite possibilities. Hey, what's with that look? Bullhorse said irritably. Nothing. Liu Zheng gave it a pitying glance before looking away. He had already decided to use the sick leave note, but there was some preparation work to do first. Big shot. Did you save my alcohol? He asked. First tell me what you meant just now. Bullhorse pressed insistently. It's reverence, it's admiration, it's the humble awe of an ant facing a towering tree. It's the self-pity of a sparrow facing a phoenix. Huh. Bullhorse showed a look of genuine confusion. You're too awesome. I worship you so much. Liu Zheng said with a sigh. Oomph. At least you have some perception. Here. Bullhorse dug out 3 unopened bottles from the alcohol pile and gave them to him. Thanks, big shot. Liu Zheng took the bottles and walked to the doorway to sit down. Now he just needed to wait for that hand to appear. After over an hour, the activity panel was finally pushed open. Ghost Hand quietly crawled in, only to find Liu Zheng staring right at it. For a moment, it seemed disoriented, even forgetting to put down the delivery order. Remembering the rules, Liu Zheng didn't speak, simply placing the 3 bottles of alcohol before it. Faced with this situation, Ghost Hand clenched 4 fingers into a fist, its index finger tapping vaguely in the air, as if thinking. After long consideration, it extended its fingers, and a human mouth grew from its palm. Then it swallowed all 3 bottles, glass and all. Seconds later, a blush spread from the palm throughout the entire hand. The originally withered, decaying Ghost Hand now looked somewhat revitalized. It swayed unsteadily as it put down the delivery order, then swayed unsteadily as it crawled out of the break room. Nothing happened except for the delivery order left on the ground. Ha ha ha! Bullhorse burst into laughter again. Shocked, aren't you? You thought everyone would play fair like me and that tree. Someone who's always speculating and profiteering finally got their comeuppance. It laughed so hard its freshly exercised abs started hurting. Just 3 bottles of alcohol, consider it charity. When you're rich, you can be willful. Though somewhat surprised, Liu Zheng didn't dwell on it. It was just a casual move anyway. He hadn't really expected to win anything from it. He picked up the delivery order and looked at the information. Item: 1 portion of wood elf milk. Address: West River Center, Building E, Room 403. Orderer, Manager Wong. Time limit. Within 40 minutes, the source of this content is novifire.net. Hey, this time it's not a residential area, and there was even an orderer named. Liu Zheng's expression shifted slightly. This delivery order didn't feel like it would go smoothly. Boss, are there any special considerations for delivery orders to office buildings? Liu Zheng asked. Office buildings? They're quite troublesome. Bullhorse frowned upon hearing this. They rarely order delivery, but every time they do, they're particularly difficult. One moment they want you to help take out the trash. The next they want you to help move water bottles. And that's what I'm delivering. For a rookie like you, they'll only be more unreasonable. So what methods are there to deal with them? Liu Zheng asked. First, don't think about confronting them head-on. Office building security guards are nothing like residential complex security. Even I have some trouble dealing with them. Second, you can try building rapport with their manager or someone. Win over the leadership, and handling the employees becomes much easier. Bullhorse replied, what if the person ordering is the manager? Then find the general manager. There's always someone higher up the chain. Bullhorse said carelessly, Boss, as delivery personnel, wouldn't it be somewhat demeaning for us to go seek out their general manager to build connections? Liu Zheng said tactfully, remember your identity. You're a deliver man for the bloody restaurant. Bullhorse said seriously, remember this. The restaurant will never give you an undeliverable order. You'll find a way either through strength, luck, or brains. Of course, if you have none of those, then just report to the kitchen yourself. What reporting to the kitchen meant was naturally becoming ingredients. All right, anything else? Liu Zheng asked. Also, bring me back a cup of unlucky coffee. Bullhorse pulled out a paper bill and 2 coins and tossed them to him. Keep the change as tip. It replied with feigned generosity. So generous. With just those 2 coins, there wouldn't be any tip left. Shouldn't the restaurant have coffee? Liu Zheng asked doubtfully. The restaurant's coffee is just for scamming fools. Expensive and tastes terrible. Bullhorse waved his hoof. With a name like Unlucky Coffee, it can't taste good either, right? What do you know? This coffee is super popular right now, but they only have stores and office buildings, so it's hard to get. Bullhorse paused before adding, if you have money, buy extra. I'll help you distribute it to the kitchen. Okay. Liu Zheng nodded. He understood Bullhorse's meaning. It was about to go on vacation, and when that time came, dealing with the kitchen would fall to Liu Zheng himself. Building good relations was necessary. Get lost now, I'm going back to sleep. After speaking, Bullhorse returned to its nest and lay on its back. Judging by its appearance, it probably wouldn't get up until lunch was delivered. Liu Zheng smiled, picked up the delivery box, and walked out of the break room. A food container was already placed on the delivery cart, and something else was lying beside it. The drunk ghost hand. It saw Liu Zheng come out, swayed as it stood up, then vomited out a pile of semi-solid matter mixed with glass shards. Ugh! Liu Zheng covered his nose. The smell was almost comparable to that fart he'd let out before. Fortunately, it didn't vomit on the food container. After vomiting, Ghost Hand seemed somewhat sobered up. It waved at Liu Zheng, then jumped off the delivery cart and crawled toward the delivery channel. Was it telling him to follow? He needed to make deliveries anyway, so it was along the way. However, before leaving, Liu Zheng didn't forget to put the delivery box into the legendary delivery container. The delivery container showed no unusual activity, indicating the food matched the delivery order. So Liu Zheng followed Ghost Hand into the delivery channel. The passage remained completely dark. Even with his vision enhanced by the legendary vest, he couldn't see anything. But being accustomed to it, he didn't panic. After walking forward about 10 meters, Liu Zheng felt a push on his shoulder, causing his body to involuntarily change direction. Then, Ghost Hand tugged at his pants leg, signaling him to move forward. This passage actually wasn't straight. Liu Zheng was somewhat surprised. He had always felt his way along before, and both sides had clearly been walls. But considering this world's abnormality, such things were actually normal. After hesitating for 2 seconds, Liu Zheng decided to follow Ghost Hand. With his legendary vest enhancement, he could put up a fight in most situations. If things got really bad, he could always release the dog. Liu Zheng tentatively took a few steps forward, clear passage, as if there had always been a fork here. So he continued forward until Ghost Hand stopped him. It pulled Liu Zheng into a squatting position, then guided his tentacle to feel forward. A cold, hard, smooth sensation transmitted through. After feeling around for a while, Liu Zheng became certain. This was a skeleton. From its shape, it appeared to be human remains. As for whether it was male or female, he didn't have the expertise to determine. Why was there a skeleton in a hidden passage of the delivery channel? Whose skeleton was this? And why did Ghost Hand bring him to find it? A series of questions flooded Liu Zheng's mind. As he pondered, Ghost Hand pushed him to turn in another direction, then lifted his tentacle. Was it telling him to carry the skeleton? Liu Zheng tentatively lifted the skeleton. Its weight exceeded his expectations, at least 300 to 400 pounds. SSNOVLFIRE.net. And there seemed to be some force connecting the bones, preventing them from falling apart. Indeed, he had guessed correctly. As soon as Liu Zheng lifted the skeleton, Ghost Hand pulled him up, then pushed him forward. When they reached the channel exit, facing the absolute dividing line between light and darkness, Ghost Hand stopped. On Liu Zheng's shoulder, Ghost Hand remained for a long time. It sounded somewhat ridiculous, but he thought he could hear its breathing. A hand could actually breathe? Remembering how it had previously grown a mouth to eat the liquor bottle, it wasn't entirely incomprehensible. Oral breathing was still breathing, after all. He just wondered if Ghost Hand snored when it slept. Finally, Ghost Hand jumped off his shoulder and returned to the darkness. Squinting his eyes, Liu Zheng carried the skeleton toward the light. Once out of the channel, he set the skeleton down. Despite its weight, the skeleton was actually quite small, probably only around 1.7 meters tall when alive. The bones showed no injuries, but the right hand was missing. The break was extremely smooth, like a congenital deformity. For some reason, Liu Zheng thought of Ghost Hand. Was it a left hand or right hand again? No item description appeared. He couldn't use the system to learn this skeleton's origins. Ghost Hand also hadn't told Liu Zheng how to handle it, but he could make some educated guesses. A skeleton, judging by its condition, it didn't seem likely to resurrect, so naturally it should be laid to rest. Which raised the question, what ground was most suitable for burial? Liu Zheng carried the skeleton and ran all the way to the street with the plane tree. This time it didn't cause any trouble, staying properly still without even showing its face, just like a real tree. "Morning, Mr. Tree," Liu Zheng greeted with full vigor. "Ah!" The plane tree's face emerged, erupting in screams. "What's wrong with you this early morning?" he said, covering his ears. "Are you fucking insane? I've been fishing all day." The plane tree cursed angrily. "Fish? Where would fish come from?" Liu Zheng felt the tree was the crazy one, and seriously so. "Who told you fish only exist in water? The fish in soil are the truly fresh ones. I spent the whole day pretending to be one of my idiot brethren to lure a school of soil carp. Your shouting scared them all away." The plane tree looked at him with murderous eyes. "Ah, the weather's really nice today." Liu Zheng looked up at the sky. "You'd better have something good or good news. Otherwise, while I can't kill you, I can definitely make you suffer." The plane tree said viciously. "No good news, but I brought you something good to drink." Liu Zheng set down the skeleton and prepared to take out the drink he prepared. Suddenly, he saw the plane tree's expression change dramatically. "Li, it's you. What's wrong with this tree? So angry it can't even speak properly?" Facing the French plane tree that looked like it had seen a ghost, Liu Zheng was utterly puzzled. "The skeleton is Li, that legendary deliver man," the French plane tree shouted. "What?" Liu Zheng looked at the skeleton in shock as the item description immediately appeared. Name, legendary deliver man's skeleton. Type, miscellaneous item. Quality, legendary. Effect, none. Note, legendary deliver man Li. During his lifetime, he delivered both delicious food and terror to countless property owners and security guards. The entire bloody restaurant yielded to his delivery fists. However, he ultimately failed. Can be taken out of dungeon? No. The legendary Deliver Man was actually already dead. Liu Zheng was shocked by this news. Didn't Bullhorse say he was still alive? Was it lying, or did it simply not know the truth? Wait, Bullhorse was only guessing he was still alive and didn't actually know his true whereabouts. If this was the legendary Deliver Man skeleton, then who was Ghost Hand? The legendary Deliver Man's hand? And what did the note mean by failed? A series of questions flooded Liu Zheng's mind, but with too little information, none could be answered. Who could have killed Li? The French plane tree gradually calmed down, then asked a question whose answer he also wanted to know. Just one vest had massively boosted Liu Zheng's strength. So what terrifying level of power had the legendary Deliver Man accumulated after owning the complete three-piece set, working at the restaurant for over 30 years, and replicating countless dishes? The French plane tree that could brutally beat Bullhorse had still been forced into unfair deals by Li. The legendary Deliver Man's strength was at least not inferior to Oink's. Oink had slaughtered half the restaurant, yet still managed to escape to the black market, openly conducting business there. There was no reason Li couldn't have escaped too. Was he unable to escape, or unwilling to? How did you obtain Li's skeleton? The French plane tree asked. Liu Zheng explained everything about Ghost Hand. That hand doesn't seem like his. The French plane tree said hesitantly. Although Li had a slender build, his hands were enormous, twice as big as yours when you were more human. It recalled. Those really would have been fist-sized sandbags then. Could they have shrunk after death? Liu Zheng suggested a possibility. Are you stupid? Muscles can atrophy, but bones can shrink. The French plane tree looked at him like he was an idiot. Actually, Liu Zheng remembered that bones could indeed shrink somewhat, but certainly not that much, so he didn't argue. Hey, give him to me. After a moment of silence, the French plane tree said, I was planning to bury him here anyway. Liu Zheng said, although this was a legendary quality item, its durability definitely top-notch, and would probably make a great shield. Considering how much the legendary vest had helped him, it was better to let its former owner rest in peace. His human sense of morality was the main reason. The secondary reason was worrying that Ghost Hand might sense the skeleton's condition and smash his dog head in if it discovered he'd repurposed it as a tool. Google C novel fired at net. Was Li human? Liu Zheng suddenly asked. Yes, and the strongest human I've ever seen. The French plane tree replied. Then bury him next to Natasha, so he'll have company. He said. Fine too. Tree roots broke through the black soil, revealing a small coffin. Liu Zheng arranged the skeleton into a peaceful posture, then tossed it into the grave. No choice, better safe than sorry when dealing with trees. The tree roots retracted underground, and the grave was once again covered by black soil. Thus, the legendary Deliver Man was buried simply, without even a proper coffin. Speaking of which, didn't you hate him? Liu Zheng asked. Not hate, loathe. The French plane tree corrected. Yet you still buried him. You think I had you bury him here out of sentiment? Isn't that the case? Faux fool. The French plane tree looked at him and shook its head. Of course it's for my collection. The legendary Deliver Man skeleton. This is a collectible that ranks among the best in the entire city. Besides, since I loathe him, I should keep his skeleton right before my eyes. Haven't you heard that phrase? I spit on your grave. Liu Zheng felt like he might have screwed over the legendary Deliver Man. But asking him to take it back? He didn't have the capability, so he could only let the mistake stand. Setting aside the legendary Deliver Man matter for now, he took out the prepared drink. A liqueur that had been delivered along with a vampire rat family portrait pizza. An excellent quality item, but with useless effects, so he brought it for the French plane tree. Delago didn't refuse either, extending a root into the wine glass and draining it in one go. Speak. What do you want to exchange for this time? For Li's skeleton's sake, I can give you a discount. I plan to use that sick leave note you gave me, but Bullhorse told me it would make me temporarily lose my restaurant employee status. Do you have any solutions? Liu Zheng asked. You plan to go find the fire mage? The French plane tree saw through his intention. Exactly. The legendary Deliver Man is already dead. Without the legendary Deliver Man's set, I'll only die faster. You're asking the wrong person for intelligence. After all, I'm just a tree. It's hard for me to know things beyond this street. That bull horse knows far more than I do. The French plane tree said frankly. As for protecting you, it's not impossible, but only limited to this street. And only against small fries. If something like the water truck comes, I'll just play dead. Fine. Then do you have any collectibles suitable for me? Liu Zheng settled for the next best option. I sense the circle god sex aura from you. The French plane tree changed the subject. You mean this? You took out the token. Exactly. Since you've obtained the circle god sex token, why not seek their protection? Although not comparable to the restaurant or black market, the circle god sect still has some influence. The French plane tree suggested. Compared to faith, I prefer transactions. Merchandise at least has a price, while a god's blessings are priceless. Liu Zheng shook his head. Then there's no helping it. I do have one collectible suitable for you, but you can't afford the price. Not even with all this. He took out all his money. I don't accept money, and even if you converted all this to drinks, it still wouldn't be enough. The French plane tree said. What about adding this? Liu Zheng gritted his teeth and took out the heart of the ocean. Wow! The French plane tree's eyes widened. This is indeed a very rare collectible. It even imprisons a mermaid infant's soul, and surprisingly hasn't been corrupted by resentment. It observed the pendant with great interest, but still not enough. Just when Liu Zheng thought the transaction would succeed, the French plane tree shook its head again. The heart of the ocean plus all that money still wasn't enough? He was quite surprised, but couldn't help feeling anticipation. Could it be another perfect quality item? Only, he didn't have anything else to exchange. The legendary vest and legendary delivery box were absolutely impossible to give up. Wait, Liu Zheng's gaze fell upon the delivery box. It seemed he could still steal delivery items. Liu Zheng opened the delivery box, then opened the meal container. A narrow-necked bottle made of vine appeared before his eyes. Name, with Sprite's milk. Type, item. Quality, fine. Effect 1, heals player's injuries. Effect doubles when user has Sprite or plant bloodline. Effect 2, gain nature affinity status. Duration 48 hours. Note, 1 sip refreshes the mind. 2 sips relieve fatigue. 3 sips grant immortality. Can be taken out of dungeon. Yes. Nature affinity. All animals and plants' favorability toward player increases to friendly. Effect ends after player attacks. The translucent bottle contained shimmering light green liquid that sloshed inside without spilling a single drop. Dark brown tree roots shot forward like lightning, hovering just above the bottle's opening. A slight tremor revealed the controller's intense desire. Give it to me. Give it to me now. The French plane tree said impatiently. The facial features on its face had shifted positions due to the intense emotional fluctuations. Simply put, its mouth and nose had merged together. Unlike the excitement it showed when seeing the limited edition Vlad III, this time the French plane tree's desire seemed to come from its very soul. Is this particularly special to you? Liu Zheng asked tentatively. Exactly. Just by drinking this, I can evolve again. The French plane tree said without any attempt to hide it. Liu Zheng asked tentatively. He displayed the chew toy. Nature affinity could increase animals' favorability toward him to friendly. And while the Tindalow's hunting dog looked rather abstract, it should still fall under the animal category. This is just a one-time consumable, while my evolution is permanent. The French plane tree said sharply. But my life is also one time, and I don't want to consume it. Facing Delago's rage, Liu Zheng said calmly. Puree, you win, you damn human. The French plane tree cursed loudly, then tossed out a handheld game console. Smash it, it commanded. Liu Zheng complied, smashing the game console into pieces. Among the fragments, a pure golden finger shimmered with dazzling radiance. Name, Golden Finger, one-time use. Original content can be found at inovlfire.net. Type, item. Quality, perfect. Effect, use at appropriate time to choose one of 3 random cheats. Note, We disciples of Feng Ling Weiing sect never know what game difficulty means. Can be taken out of dungeon. Yes. Looking at the item's effects, he swallowed hard. A perfect grade item, and one-time use at that. One could imagine how incredibly overpowered those cheats must be. The note was even more arrogantly boastful. But he liked it. Fine, considering our past friendship. I'll take the loss and trade with you. Liu Zheng said with pretended pain. Don't get ahead of yourself. The French plane tree rolled its eyes. I can forget about the money and the heart of the ocean, but there's one condition. Go on. Since your restaurant has Wood Sprite's milk, there must be a living Wood Sprite. Try to find out if she has any acorns on her, and if so, bring them to me. The French plane tree said. What is that thing? He asked. In the Wood Sprite's sacred land, Athel-Lorraine, there's an era oak tree. Its fruits contain powerful natural energy. Just by eating one, combined with the Wood Sprite's milk, I can truly evolve. When that time comes, my territory won't just be this street anymore. The French plane tree said with yearning. You want to let everyone know that you've contracted all the streets in the entire city? Not exactly that, but taking over several nearby streets shouldn't be a problem. When that happens, within my territory, no one can touch you. The French plane tree said with full confidence. Except for yourself, right? Liu Zheng said unexpectedly. What do you mean? The French plane tree's expression darkened. Let me guess. After you evolve, you won't be bound by your original restrictions anymore, will you? He said with a smile. Putain, why do you always have to spoil the mood? The French plane tree shouted. Can't be helped. After all, I'm just a human with no strength to even tie up a chicken. Liu Zheng shrugged. Then what do you want? Human. The French plane tree said helplessly. Is there any way to make you still follow the original rules, even after evolving? At least between you and me. There is. The French plane tree said reluctantly. What method? Contract. After saying this, the French plane tree opened its mouth. It opened its mouth to the limit, and Liu Zheng could clearly see the structures inside. Stretch your tentacle in, then drip blood onto my growth rings. The French plane tree said vaguely. Liu Zheng complied by biting his own tentacle, then extended it into its mouth. Remembering the past between the French plane tree and the legendary Deliverman, his expression became somewhat subtle. Done. After more than 10 seconds, the French plane tree spat out his tentacle. I've already formed a growth ring contract with you. No matter what level I evolve to in the future, the rules between us will remain the same as now. Satisfied? It said rapidly, like firing a chain of bullets. Congratulations. You've learned to answer before being asked. Liu Zheng applauded with his tentacles. Glib-tongued. You'd better act quickly. If you're late, I'm afraid that Wood Sprite might end up on the dining table. The French plane tree said vaguely. Liu Zheng complied by biting his own tentacle, then inserted it into its mouth. Remembering the past between the French plane tree and the legendary Deliverman, his expression became somewhat subtle. Doesn't matter. The contract will monitor your thoughts anyway. If you slack off, it will punish you. The French plane tree showed a sly smile of successful scheming. Really is hard to guard against everything. Liu Zheng was first startled, then shook his head helplessly. Everything gained comes with something lost. He couldn't expect to always have the advantage. And he hadn't planned to break the agreement anyway. Judging from the golden finger, there was still great potential to tap from the French plane tree. Liu Zheng planned to sustainably drain the pond to catch all the fish. He put the Wood Sprite's milk back into the delivery box. The delivery could only be replicated after successful delivery. If he gave it to the tree now, he'd only be delivering air. Leaving, Liu Zheng turned and sprinted toward the direction of West River Center. After he had gone far away, the French plane tree suddenly spoke. Get up already. Is it really that comfortable lying in the soil? The black soil was once again parted by tree roots, revealing the skeleton within. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes, 10 minutes passed, and the skeleton still showed no reaction. Could it really be dead? The French plane tree couldn't help but feel somewhat shaken. Judging from the golden finger, there was still great potential to tap from the French plane tree. Liu Zheng planned to sustainably drain the pond to catch all the fish. It immediately strengthened its conviction. Besides, why would Liu Zheng bring his remains? From what it knew, the legendary deliverman didn't have much fondness for his own kind. Well, he didn't have much fondness for any race. In the legendary deliverman's eyes, everyone was an idiot except himself. Li, what exactly are you planning to do? It murmured to itself. It didn't take Liu Zheng much time to reach his destination. West River Center. It was a small building of about 11 stories, quite short for an office building. But the rent for this kind of office building was actually higher, just like how townhouses were more expensive than tower buildings. The number of people coming and going from the office building was neither too many nor too few. Most of them wore well-tailored suits or elegant dress sets. Their exposed limbs and skin appeared to be that of normal humans. But they all wore paper bags over their heads, with faces drawn on the front of each bag. Each face used different pigments, brushes, and techniques. Some were simple sketches, while others were classical oil paintings. Unsurprisingly, those with more exquisitely drawn faces wore better clothes, some even sporting gold watches or jewelry. When Liu Zheng approached the main entrance, they all turned their attention toward him. Indeed, these drawn faces could move even more flexibly than real facial features. What are you looking at? He glared back without backing down. When dealing with people from this bizarre world, you had to be like Africa's second brother, the hyena. Bite when you have strength, run when you don't. Don't be too reckless, but don't be too timid either. Just like now, when Liu Zheng stared at them with fierce eyes and even coiled his tentacles ready for action, these white-collar workers immediately averted their gaze. Tisich, petty bourgeois trash. He spat on the ground. However, Liu Zheng also noticed something quite interesting. These people didn't seem to be looking at him, but rather at his delivery box. What? Didn't anyone have breakfast? Liu Zheng was somewhat puzzled but didn't dwell on it. Just as he was about to enter the office building's main door, a woman with a red armband stopped him. Judging by her attire, she should be a cleaner. Her drawn face was in sketch style, looking quite delicate, probably not over 30 years old. Spitting anywhere, fine to 100. She extended her hand, speaking expressionlessly. I didn't spit inside the building. Liu Zheng naturally wouldn't just hand over the money. His money didn't come from the wind blowing it to him. Outside isn't allowed either. Everything up to the roadside falls within the 3 responsibilities at the doorstep area. Where did this rule come from? Property management's regulation. You're using property management's rules to control me, a delivery guy? Liu Zheng was speechless. Then lend me a mop, and I'll clean it up, all right? No. Facing his suggestion, the cleaner flatly refused. Fine, fine. Liu Zheng helplessly took out a 100 bill and gave it to her. Although he felt this money wasn't absolutely necessary, since he had money on hand, there was no need to take risks. Also, you're responsible for cleaning the entire 3 responsibilities at the doorstep area. Are you serious? Liu Zheng looked around. This area was at least 1,000 square meters. If he cleaned it all, it would probably be dark before he finished. Correct. This is also property management regulation. The cleaner nodded. Liu Zheng now knew for sure she was just looking for trouble. Then I'll pay another 100 for you to clean it for me. He attempted a peaceful resolution again. No. The cleaner shook her head. Just as Liu Zheng was surprised by her integrity, she spoke again. At least 2,000. Huh. Liu Zheng sneered coldly. 2,000 was enough to buy the cleaner herself. Novelfire.net. Since reasoning wasn't working, there was nothing more to say. Just in case, he still called Bullhorse. What? Bullhorse's voice sounded hurried, as if he was doing sit-ups again. The office building's cleaner stopped me, saying spitting anywhere costs 2,001. Liu Zheng said concisely. Then just pay it. Bullhorse said carelessly. I can pay, but will it solve the problem after paying? He asked. No. Bullhorse's answer was equally brief. Look inside the main door. Liu Zheng looked as instructed. A person in security guard uniform was silently watching him. Is there a security guard looking at you? Bullhorse asked. Correct. Office building property management is all like this, trying every way to squeeze money from us delivery guys. Even if you didn't spit, they'd fine you for entering with your left foot first against regulations. Bullhorse said. That's too targeted, isn't it? Liu Zheng was speechless. Compared to office building property management, residential security guards could be considered honest and clean. Actually, it wasn't like this before. There's a rumor that all office buildings in the city have the same owner behind the scenes, and that person has issues with the current bloody restaurant. Bullhorse said, has issues with the current bloody restaurant. Liu Zheng felt there was implied meaning and quickly figured out the answer. What was different between the current bloody restaurant and the previous one? Based on what he knew, only one thing. The restaurant owner had changed to see shui. When gods fight, little ghosts suffer. That's exactly what this was. He shook his head helplessly. Figure out yourself. If you want to pay to avoid disaster, it won't be less than 10,000. Then how did other delivery guys make deliveries before? Liu Zheng asked. Why do you keep asking such stupid questions? If they had succeeded, would you still be able to enter? Bullhorse retorted. His point was so valid that Liu Zheng was left speechless. Then the restaurant's turnover rate is way too high. That's just how it is. Otherwise, why do you think I want to run away? But even so, many people want to get in but can't. Just the staff meal you complain about eating every day. If taken outside, it would be enough to start fights. Look at that tree. Stronger than me, but what does it eat and drink every day? If it weren't hoping you could dig up food from the restaurant for it, would it indulge you so much and let you take advantage of it? Bullhorse sneered coldly. Liu Zheng thought about it, true. When they first met, the plain tree even craved his urine. Thinking this, he suddenly got an inspiration. Thanks, boss. Liu Zheng politely ended the call. Money, I definitely won't pay, he said to the cleaner. Then according to regulations, I'll beat you to death. The cleaner's drawn face immediately turned into an angry expression, with 3 flame patterns even appearing on her forehead. Her cleaner uniform instantly expanded, her entire upper body becoming larger than that of a bodybuilding champion. Especially her trapezius muscles. You couldn't achieve that level without consuming 2 truckloads of protein powder. Holy shit, Liu Zheng was shocked. With strength like this, why work as a cleaner? Wouldn't competing in the Olympia be better? But I can buy you coffee, unlucky coffee. Oh no, 2 cups. He glanced at the security guard inside the door and said. Hearing Liu Zheng's words, the cleaner hesitated. She subtly looked toward the security guard, who nodded almost imperceptibly. 1 orange, iced Americano, half sugar. 1 coconut hot latte, standard sugar. The anger on the cleaner's face disappeared, replaced by an eerie smile. No problem. Liu Zheng nodded. Unlucky coffee is over there. The cleaner pointed the direction, her exaggerated pectoral muscles deflating. Okay. He walked toward the side of the office building, where a conspicuous sign came into view. It was an inverted deer head, its broken neck continuously bleeding, forming a pool of blood on the ground. Yet the deer's eyes remained clear, with a hint of pain mixed into that clarity. It looked at Liu Zheng, shedding a single tear that burned with black flames. Rationality decline exemption successful. The system prompt arrived as expected. The fiery tears fell to the ground, burning the pool of blood completely dry. Liu Zheng couldn't help but feel curious. If the deer head didn't shed tears, could it accumulate enough to form an artificial lake? He circled around the deer head and entered the coffee shop. Welcome to Unlucky Coffee. The busy staff paused their work and called out in unison. Or rather, they were originally just one person. A single heart floated mid-air, with several thick blood vessels extending outward, connecting to each staff member. Their bodies only had the front half, with all their organs and bones exposed to the open air. Would you like to order? A staff member floated over, their blood vessel almost tangling with the one next to them. Only then did Liu Zheng notice they didn't have lower bodies either. I'll have 1 orange iced Americano, half sugar. 1 coconut hot latte, standard sugar. He first ordered the coffee the cleaner wanted. Then give me 1 of every coffee you have, all iced, half sugar. He couldn't remember how many people were in the kitchen, so he figured he'd order extra. You can never go wrong with being generous with gifts. Certainly, half sugar might be somewhat bitter. Is that acceptable? The staff member asked. Acceptable. The kitchen couldn't possibly be without sugar. If they found it too bitter, they could add their own. That'll be 1,000 yuan with our bulk discount. The staff member said, the price of half a bottle of Ascension Moss. Not expensive at all. Liu Zheng handed over the cash. Can you carry all this coffee? We can deliver it to a specified location for you. The staff member said helpfully. You offer delivery service too? He asked in surprise. He thought delivery was monopolized by Bloody Restaurant. We normally don't deliver, but we make exceptions for bulk customers like yourself. The staff member replied. All right then. Deliver it to Bloody Restaurant. Put the order under excellent employee Bull Horse. Liu Zheng said. He really couldn't carry all that coffee easily. Plus, without the legendary vest bonus on the return trip, if he encountered any trouble, he wouldn't have the energy to protect all this coffee. Certainly, delivery to Bloody Restaurant will require an additional 1,200 yuan. Highway robbery. The coffee's only 1,000. Your delivery fee costs more than the order itself. Liu Zheng frowned. Sir, please don't be upset. This 1,200 isn't actually a delivery fee. The staff member explained. Then what is it? It's employee depreciation expense. The staff member said with a smile. Based on our experience, delivery personnel sent to Bloody Restaurant never return. Ahem, I see. Liu Zheng felt somewhat awkward. Although he belonged to the category of being eaten, he was still part of the restaurant after all. So, it's only reasonable that we charge some employee depreciation expense. Don't you agree? The staff member said leisurely. Reasonable, quite reasonable. Liu Zheng handed over the 1,200 yuan. If he were sending it to someone else, he might have been reluctant. But since he still needed to help the plane tree steal something from the kitchen, this coffee would be worth it. As long as Bull Horse remained, he should be able to collect on this favor. Besides, with Salmon there too, that calico cat should understand favors. As long as he had sufficient strength. Thinking this, Liu Zheng suddenly had a clever idea. Do you sell desserts here? We do. Here are our newest offerings. The staff member showed him the menu. Liu Zheng randomly picked a few items and bought several extra cups of coffee. Anything else, sir? The staff member asked after taking payment. Nothing else. Liu Zheng shook his head. Well then, sir, you still need to pay my tip. The staff member said. He made an old man subway phone expression. Wait, you're just a cashier. What gives you the right to demand tips? Even coffee shops in Europe and America don't have this rule, right? I'm sorry, sir, but this is our establishment's policy. The staff member said apologetically. How much? Liu Zheng asked, suppressing his anger. He'd already spent so much money earlier. If it wasn't too much, he could endure it. The delivery was what mattered. One face will suffice. The staff member maintained their smile. Liu Zheng's hair stood on end. Now he finally knew why the cleaner's smile had been so eerie. She must have known about the tipping requirement. The office building people's faces were all drawn on. Could it all be because they paid tips? The more he thought about it, the more horrified he became. What if I refuse? Liu Zheng tested the waters. Then we'll have to make you join us. All the staff members said in unison. They all floated over, surrounding Liu Zheng in the middle, staring at him expressionlessly. Welcome to the unlucky coffee family. Join us, and you'll be far from all luck. Join us, and you'll be far from all beauty. Join us, and you'll be far from all individuality. Join us, and you'll be far from all reality. But you'll lose your worries. But you'll lose your pain. But you'll lose your hunger. But you'll never be fired. Work, eternal work. Join us. The staff members chanted loudly. Their voices grew faster and faster, becoming more rhythmic. By the end, it sounded like they were reciting scriptures. Hello, hello. Liu Zheng blocked one ear and dialed Bull Horse number. The user you're calling doesn't want to answer your call. A heartless response sounded. Under normal circumstances, he might have taken the hint and hung up. But right now, he just wanted to curse. Boss, did you know Unlucky Coffee takes faces as tips? Of course I know. Bull Horse's voice finally came through. Lazy, probably just finished exercising. Then why the hell did you tell me to buy coffee for you? novelcirclebulletfire.net. Liu Zheng finally couldn't hold back. Who do you think you're talking to? Just wait. You'll get what's coming when you return. Bull Horse threatened. That's if I can make it back. He said coldly. The surrounding staff members pressed closer, almost touching his face. Is it really that serious? It's just losing your face. For others, it's a big deal, but for you, what's the difference from losing a strand of hair? Bullhorse said carelessly. Liu Zheng wondered if he'd heard wrong. If they want your face, they'll just peel it off. What are you afraid of? It'll grow back in the time it takes to fart. Bullhorse said, You're telling the truth? He felt somewhat doubtful. Obviously, if I really wanted to send you to your death, it wouldn't be now. Otherwise, with just me alone, why would the boss let me go on vacation? Bullhorse sounded impatient. Liu Zheng thought about it. That indeed made sense. It wouldn't even get a piece of meat. I'll pay the tip. Liu Zheng shouted loudly. The scripture-like chanting instantly stopped. All the staff members looked down at Liu Zheng, disappointment in their eyes. Then please sit over here, the staff member who had taken his payment said. He guided Liu Zheng to sit in a lift chair. What's this for? Liu Zheng asked. This is our premium service, especially for distinguished guests like yourself who place large orders and are willing to pay tips. The staff member pressed a button, and the lift chair immediately transformed into a recliner. A dozen-plus handcuffs grew from the seat, binding him securely. First service, scraping. The staff member rotated their fingers, a sharp blade dancing and weaving between their fingertips. Then it sliced open Liu Zheng's eyeballs. In ancient times, when women married, they would invite women with harmonious families to perform threading for the bride, removing the fine hair from her face. This was both for aesthetics and symbolized the beginning of a new life. The staff member also respected traditions greatly, taking out a complete set of phoenix crown and ceremonial robes for Liu Zheng to change into. They even used several thumbtacks to secure the phoenix crown because his bald head was too slippery for it to stay on. One could say they demonstrated exceptional craftsmanship spirit. After dressing him in the full outfit, the staff member began the service procedure. Quick knife eye scraping, ear pick ear cleaning, hemp rope facial threading. Liu Zheng thoroughly enjoyed all three procedures. Satisfied now? Feeling the cool, moist sensation on his face, he asked. Satisfied, sir, the staff member said gently. All restraints automatically released, and the chair transformed back into an adjustable office chair. Sir, your face is absolutely perfect. We plan to use it as our corporate image display. Would you be willing to write a blessing message for us? The staff member produced a pen. Only then did Liu Zheng notice a sheet of white paper placed on a tray. Certainly, he said generously. Then he wrote a line in standard regular script. Unlucky restaurant. I fuck your mother. Thank you, sir. The staff member expressionlessly carried away the tray. By the way, can I specify which delivery person I want? Liu Zheng suddenly asked. That's not possible, sir. This isn't a maid cafe, you know. The staff member said with a smile. Is that so? What a pity, he said regretfully. Leaving unlucky coffee, Liu Zheng returned to the office building entrance. Everyone's gaze turned toward him again, this time not looking at his delivery box, but at his face. What are you looking at? Never seen someone without makeup before. Liu Zheng said irritably. Once again using his glare to force back these painted face people, Liu Zheng gave the coffee to the cleaner. This is the coffee I promised you, and these are extra desserts I'm giving you. When the cleaner saw the half-baked cheesecake, 2 red blushes immediately appeared on her painted face, and her 3 white eyes transformed into starry eyes. Is it appropriate? Her tone actually carried some hesitation. What's inappropriate about it? You work so hard cleaning, what's wrong with having some cake? The higher-ups don't get along, but that's their business. What does that have to do with us workers, don't you think? Liu Zheng forced the cake into her hands. Right? The cleaner still seemed hesitant. If you don't want it, I'll take it back. He pulled out a chew stick. If you try to take it by force, I'll unleash the dog. You wouldn't want your 3 responsibilities at the door area to be covered in dog feces everywhere, would you? Liu Zheng said with a wicked smile at the corner of his mouth. Not that. Anything but that. The cleaner screamed, then shoved the cake into her mouth, chewing vigorously. Tasty. So delicious. The cleaner shed tears of ink from happiness. Look at you, working yourself to death for the property management. Can't even afford cake. What's the point? How much of the money you extort from me do you actually get to keep? Liu Zheng asked. T200. The cleaner replied. 200? That's insultingly low. He exclaimed loudly. The cleaner showed an ashamed expression. Mary, yes. Last year my husband couldn't find work and got processed by the municipal government. 3 growing boys, all depending on me alone to support them. NoFire.net. The cleaner said gloomily, her starry eyes turning into downcast eyes. Take this. Liu Zheng took out 500 yuan and slapped it on her chest. I didn't bring much money since I came out in a hurry. Use this to buy some meat for the kids. Consider it an uncle's small gesture. How can I accept this? The cleaner's painted face reddened again. Judging by the color and texture, it seemed to be dyed with some kind of flower juice. Take it. If you don't, you're looking down on me. Liu Zheng said seriously. I wouldn't dare. Well, thank you on behalf of the children. Uncle. The cleaner gave him a flirtatious glance. Plop. Her eyeball fell to the ground. Liu Zheng picked it up for her and reattached it. Then he frowned as he looked at it for a moment. Something fell off. He extended a tentacle, dipped it in some saliva, and drew 2 eyebrows for the cleaner. That looked right now. Liu Zheng nodded in satisfaction. You don't need to give the security guards shares separately. I'll split half with him. The cleaner said with lowered head. One thing at a time. Do I look like someone who cuts corners? Take this. He slapped down another 300 yuan. Thank you. Do you need a face? The cleaner asked shyly. What? The muscle groups on Liu Zheng's face twitched violently. After all I've done for you, you're still insulting me? This is a face I found. It's a bit damaged, but I cleaned it thoroughly. If you don't mind, you can use it temporarily. The cleaner took a paper bag from her cleaning cart. It had several gaps that looked like they were bitten by some kind of rodent. But overall, it was still intact. No need. My face will grow back soon enough. Liu Zheng declined politely. Who knew if these faces could be removed once put on? And he wasn't lying either. The edges of his face were already growing new skin. All right then, take this instead. I need to go. The cleaner shoved a bottle into Liu Zheng's hands and hurried into the office building. Through the glass door, he saw her negotiate with the security guard briefly before entering the stairwell. Liu Zheng withdrew his gaze and looked at the bottle in his hand. Name: Cleaner Special Insecticide, Single Use. Type: Miscellaneous item. Quality: Excellent. Effect: Powerful insect elimination. Note: Sweep away all harmful insects. Completely invincible. Can be taken out of dungeon. No. This should work well for white feather chicken. The kitchen probably has plenty of mosquitoes, insects, rats, and ants. Liu Zheng stored the insecticide and entered the office building.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.